Will I end up as a hero or a demon king? Volume 4, Part 2 by Naito. Translated by Nike's Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 134, Mox Battle. Ouch. I jumped up in surprise, feeling a sharp pain in my forehead. What's going on? What happened? Is it an enemy attack? Who's the enemy? I look around desperately with my sleepy head, and there stands Ryel-sama, looking stunned. Loki, it's morning, you know. Ah, good morning. My sleepiness fades quickly. I remembered that yesterday, or rather before I went to bed today, I decided to rely on Ryel came to wake me up and go back to sleep. But what is this pain? It seems like I've been hit pretty hard. By the way, what did you just do? I just gave you a little poke, didn't I? I shuddered as I saw Ryel-sama make a swishing motion with her index finger, stabbing the air. Seriously, I was confident in my defense, but that level of movement is enough to cause that much impact and pain. Just because someone has a high strength stat doesn't mean they're muscular. You can tell just by looking at my body. I can tell that I've put on a little muscle, but that's only from the exercise of hunting every day, and it's an internal value that doesn't show up on the surface as a strength stat. So even though I understand that Ryel-sama is strong despite being so thin, I wonder what her actual strength is. After such a shock, I find myself developing a strong interest. But I'll leave this fun speculation for later. For now, I'll wash my face in the bathroom and get ready for breakfast. Speaking of which, Ryel-sama isn't wearing armor today either, and you're already wearing sandals that look like they were made for that. Yes. Loki said I don't look weird, so I thought I'd get used to it first. Foo. I think that's a good idea. There will probably be some people around at this time of day. When the two of us went downstairs, as expected, the manager, Wills-san, was nowhere to be seen. He had a late-night business meeting with me yesterday, so I suppose he had some things to do afterward. However, there were a reasonable number of well-dressed men who looked like businessmen in the lobby this morning. I guess they were about to start work or move to another city. Even I, who was not the person in question, could see that their eyes were staring at Ryel-sama. Is everything okay? Oh, yes. I'd like to ask you the opposite question. Are you okay? There is no problem. They're just attracted to your beauty, so please don't worry about it. I see. We went straight to the restaurant, and the staff led us to our table. Here we are again. Is something wrong? Of course, it's wrong. Why do we need such a long table if there are only two of us? That's right. Why are the other tables so small? It's because you're here. After seeing how you looked yesterday, the manager here decided he couldn't treat you like a commoner. I see. I think to myself that this is a bad idea when I see Ryel-sama suddenly start to grin as if she is pleased by this. She's the kind of person who will let her nose grow as long as you keep flattering her by saying things like, God, Goddess. Even in this get-up, she could still get into trouble. Well, it looks like there's nothing more I can do. The breakfast that was brought in was the same as the dinner the day before yesterday. Since it was served without a menu, I divided it into plates and handed it over, and while I was doing so, Ryel-sama ate it all. The other day, the free refills were a special thing that included an apology, right? It's not all you can eat, so please leave some for me. Watching her protest by tapping her plate with her fork, I thought she was kind of cute, but I didn't want to lose, so I also threw some food into my stomach. Today is a big day. I missed dinner last night, so I need to build up my strength. When I thought that, I got the menu and was surprised to find myself ordering more food after all. Needless to say, Ryel-sama was overjoyed. Afterward, I went back to my room and put on my usual hunting clothes. Ryel-sama was still in her dress, sitting in a chair watching the scene. That weapon looks like it's of good quality. You can tell? I didn't bring out my appraisal skill, so it's just a hunch. Like wrist, I can sometimes look into the memories of hunters. That's why I can roughly tell whether their equipment is good or bad just by the atmosphere. Wow, you're amazing. I've changed my opinion of you. Isn't it amazing? Seeing her chest swell with pride, I can't help but feel a little sad, but still, This is something we couldn't do yesterday. If you think about it, Ryel-sama is growing every day, so this scene must be something to be happy about. Her nose is stretched out quite a bit, so I take the opportunity to ask her a question. By the way, do you know anything about accessories? This one has a micro-ability effect, but I can't feel anything even if I wear 2 of them. I wonder if I could feel it if it was medium? I don't know. I'm sorry I had to shrink your nose. But what? All strong people wear some kind of accessory. I can guess that. I see. Oh, no. If I don't do something, her well-proportioned, high nose is going to collapse. I'm not sure why I'm the one asking the questions and having to follow up. But if I don't do something, Ryel-sama's mood will drop like a stone. Ryel-sama is a treasure trove of battle knowledge. I'm sure you know tons of things I don't, even if you haven't realized it yet. Of course. How long do you think I've been watching those hunters? That's right. After all, you are the goddess of war. I'm counting on you today. Leave it to me. I'm the goddess of war. Ha 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 ha. This is good. Her voice is a little too loud, but it's almost 9 in the morning, so most people will have gone out by now. I don't need to take a basket. Would it be okay if I just carried my equipment and valuables? If I get hungry, it's not far away, so I can always go back to town. Well then, shall we go? I found a place where we won't be seen, so let's go there first. Understood. I'll follow Loki. The 2 of us were in high spirits. We walked through the city with light steps, thinking that we might be able to find out what we wanted to know. I used this forest to land and take off on my way to Lake Voice. I'm sitting on a rock in the plain in front of it, thinking about what's to come. Ryel-sama is changing her clothes. She said it wouldn't be a problem if I attacked her while she was still in her dress, but I would feel bad if I accidentally hurt her. Even if you say that, the figure I can see is the person herself, and I can only think that the goddesses have transferred their souls into that split body. If I just said it outright, I could see that she would be against it, so I told her, I want to see you in armor, and if possible, I'd also like to see your sword, and she flew back to the divine realm with joy. What a simple goddess. Still, a mock's battle. I couldn't help but stare at Pacer-san's masterpiece sword. I never thought that the first person I would swing it at with all my might would be a goddess. But Ryel-sama said, I want to see what you can do now, so come at me with everything you've got. If you think about it, the only time I really fought with everything I've got was in the early days in the Palmyra forest. After that, I always had a safety margin, set quotas for my skills and level, and played it safe, assuming I wouldn't die. In other words, I played it safe. Work to meet the quota. I don't mind that at all, but it's still just repetition. But this time is different. No matter how you look at it, the other person has more skills than me, and her level is also overwhelmingly high. She's someone who has publicly declared that she's the pinnacle of what a human being can achieve, or instead, she's a god. What's more, she's willing to fight me on the premise that I won't be killed, so she's the perfect opponent for me to gauge my current abilities. Then I'll give it my all. I want to use all the skills at my disposal to at least land a blow and surprise her. With that in mind, I check my acquired skills and status once again, trying to figure out what I should use and when. By the way, here's my current status. Name, Loki, Yuto Mamiya. Level, 17. Skill points remaining, 128. Magic power, 140 plus 94, plus 50 additional points from the sword's magic power increase. Strength, 68, plus 66, intelligence, 64, plus 13, defense, 62, plus 148, magic defense, 62, plus 24, agility, 67, plus 66, technique, 61, plus 31, luck, 67, plus 21. Blessing, none. Title, none. Acquired skills: combat/tactics skills, stick arts LV5, swordsmanship LV3, dagger technique LV3, provocation LV2, frenzy LV2. Magic related skills: fire magic LV2, earth magic LV3, wind magic LV4, Water Magic LV4. Job System Skills: Foraging LV1, Hunting LV3, Dismantling LV2, Conversation LV1, Cooking LV1. Daily Life System Skills: Different Language Comprehension LV3, Presence Detection LV5, Vision Enlargement LV2, Farsightedness LV2, Exploration LV1, Arithmetic LV2, Memorization LV1, Swiftness LV2, Night Vision LV4, Jumping LV4, Flight LV4. Pure Passive System Skills: Poison Resistance LV7, Increase Automatic Magic Power Recovery LV2, Increase Maximum Magic Power LV2, Herculean Strength LV1, Swift Wind LV1, Steel Heart LV1. Other/Special Oracle LV1, Divine Communication LV2, Map Making LV1, Other/Monster Rush LV6, Sticky Thread LV4, Bite LV5, Shed Skin LV3, Photosynthesis LV4, Hardening LV4, Physical Defense Up LV4. I checked all my skills yesterday, so there are no new ones, but during the 5 days of hunting, I went on 3 different trips. The only skill level that increased naturally was arithmetic. The rest of the skills I have are at the minimum level, with a little extra. Unfortunately, my level didn't increase at all. When I came to Malta, my magic power greatly increased, boosted by the corresponding bonuses for flight and photosynthesis. The other thing was the defense bonus from water magic, hardening, and physical defense up. As usual, my defense is excellent, but still, thinking back to this morning's events, I know that I can't be satisfied with these numbers. I guess the key is the monster-specific skills and the weapons. A few minutes later, just as I was starting to think that it would probably take a while to put on the armor, a cloud of mist appeared in front of me, and Ryel-sama appeared. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Oh, no problem. I was also thinking about how to attack." It seems that she was finished changing her clothes and is wearing luxurious, shining armor. The sword she was holding at her waist was already in her hand. "Does Ryel-sama use a sword as well?" "I only brought it because you said you wanted to see it. If I wielded something like this, Loki would be in big trouble, wouldn't he?" When I saw her thrust it into the ground, I felt a deep sense of relief. I could only imagine that something so dangerous would cut my armor in half without a second thought. "Well, I won't attack you first, so you can attack me however you want. After that, I'll attack you lightly to test your defenses. I have brought a skill that allows me to hold back, so even if something happens, you won't die." "I understand. Just to confirm, I'll use all the skills I've acquired so far, including those for monsters, and attack with everything I've got. Is that okay?" "Of course. If there are any skills I don't know about, I'll ask you about them later." We faced each other at a short distance and stared at each other. The sharp look, which was different from the childish Ryel-sama before, pierced me. "If I attack, this will be the signal to begin." Phew. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and waited for a moment. Then, shall I challenge her? I ran as fast as I could towards Ryel-sama, who was standing before me. Chapter 135. Why? A mock fight with Ryel-sama. The distance between us is about 10 meters. I activate my presence detection to the fullest extent and then concentrate my magic power in my left hand as if to strike first. Winged, become countless whirlwinds and cut through with all your might. I don't hold back my magic power. I don't think I can hold out that long. So, I will go all out from the beginning. I swing my arm sideways while holding my sword tightly, releasing invisible blades of wind toward Ryel-sama. I don't even know how many blades there are, but I think the best thing to do would be to dodge to the left or right or up. I'll use that to my advantage and use rush forward. That's a familiar way to activate magic. But Ryel-sama did not avoid it. While muttering to herself on the spot, she raised her hand and, "It's weak." As she swung down, the dust on the ground spread out in waves. What? Was it dispersed? She used brute force to counter the wind magic? Although I was inwardly surprised at the unexpected situation, I thought it was possible to decide not to move from this spot and leave it to the magic resistance. Then, Rush. I didn't dare say it out loud. I didn't want her to predict it with such words. The distance between Ryel-sama and me quickly closes as I murmur the word rush in my mind. When I am close enough to swing my right hand, holding the sword in front of me, Ryel-sama's gaze turns to the sword, looking somewhat surprised. Therefore, I pour magic into each of my feet. Earth, grow large. Without pausing, I immediately begin to chant with the magic that I have concentrated on the other foot. Open a hole, wide, new. With my view blocked, I was a little worried whether I would be able to make a hole at the designated point, but it was the same view I had seen just before. Judging by Ryel-sama's reaction, I'm sure her attention was drawn to the hole that suddenly appeared under her feet, just as I had expected. That's why I jumped over the mound of dirt I had made. I thought I could do it with the jump skill I had acquired. Unlike the left and right sides, this side should be the least guarded. Besides, all Ryel-sama has now is the skill called holding back, a skill that, judging by its name, should prevent her from accidentally killing me. If she doesn't have the presence detection skill, she won't be able to notice my actions. No. Why is she suddenly so far away? When I jumped over the mound with the swords in my hands, there was no Ryel-sama, only a hole about 1 meter in diameter. The presence of Ryel-sama that I had detected with presence detection was about 15 meters behind the mound, and I had not detected the movement in between, so from my perspective, it felt like she had warped there without me noticing. Ha 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 ha, you're really good at this. I couldn't predict what would appear, so I left the area. I'd say I lost this one, but jumping over is a bad move. If you can't control your air suspension, the time it takes for your attack to reach the target will be the slowest, right? Ideally, you should have launched an attack that could pierce through that mound of earth. I see. As I thought, Ryel-sama really is a god of war. Amazing. But how did you manage to move so far? You don't have that kind of ability, do you? I just put all my strength into my legs and backed away from the spot, that's all. Is that so? Damn it. Is that what you call an absolute difference in ability? It's clear from this whole sequence that this is not a problem that can be solved by skill or wisdom. Then I will proceed with the attack. NGGH. I won't lose. That's the spirit. At this point, my skin tingled. I felt as if the air, or rather the atmosphere of the place, had changed. I am having a lot of fun right now. I pray that this moment will last as long as possible. Hearing these words, seeing the expression on Ryel-sama's face as she spoke, I involuntarily shivered, and my body suddenly began to tremble. What is that hunting look on her face? If this were a battlefield and Ryel-sama was an enemy, I would have shamefully chosen to flee without hesitation. Even though I knew I couldn't escape, I would have run as fast as I could, like a scared rabbit, without thinking. My breathing became irregular even though I wasn't tired. I look at the figure of Ryel-sama approaching me, but the strategy of what I should do now slips out of my head, and I go blank. If you don't concentrate, you'll die right away, you know? At that moment, Ryel-sama was right in front of me. Was it 1 second, 2 seconds, that I was worrying about unnecessary things? It couldn't have been that long, but, Yuji, this level of power is still too much for you. Should I ease up a bit? As she muttered this, Ryel-sama's finger, which was still pointing at me, was covered in blood, and I couldn't believe it when I looked at my own stomach and saw blood. Blood? Did she stab me with her finger? Me? I was so shocked that I couldn't help but step back as Ryel-sama approached me again. Fugu, the blood. It hurts. I can't stand it. Fool. Do you think the enemy will show you such warmth with such words? It is always your own strength and will that protects you. Get up. What is this? I thought from the bottom of my heart, but if I continued to crawl like this, I didn't know what she would do to me. I stood up, putting my knees under me out of fear, and braced my hands. Phew. That's right. Show your will to fight. By doing so, the other person will start to think about other options than just trampling you. Why yes, I'll relax a little more. Now let's go. I can see it. That's what I thought at first. As Ryel-sama said, she's letting go of the power. I can definitely see Ryel-sama flying toward me like a low-flying plane. But what should I do? A split-second decision. It's the result of my subconscious. Out of the still strong fear, I choose the option to jump and avoid Ryel-sama. I make the choice. Is that why? The voice I hear from behind makes my heart lose its will to fight and shrink. You've made another bad move, haven't you? I won't let you escape. Please spare me. I don't want to be hurt. Arc. Flight. Further and further away into the sky, where Ryel-sama's hand cannot reach. Thinking this, I desperately look up at the sky, flapping my hands as I fly. And yet, for some reason, my ankle is being held. As the words "why?" come out, my gaze shifts from the sky to my own feet. I'm already about 20 meters in the air. It's not a height a person can do anything about. I'm impressed that you can use air control and flight, but even a strong person can reach a certain height just by jumping, you know? My vision flips over in an instant. My poor air control is lost as my legs are violently pulled, and before I know it, I'm slammed onto the ground from behind. A large amount of air escapes from my lungs, and I can't even breathe in. Can you say that the fact that I'm still alive after falling from that height is proof of my growth? Right now, such things don't matter, and the fear of not wanting to die is polluting my heart. This is what happens when you turn your back on your enemy and run away halfway. What will you do next? Please forgive me. It hurts. I'm sorry. Didn't I just say that you are the one who is to protect yourself? Letting your enemy make that decision is like telling him to do whatever he wants, you know? But that is not good. If you keep doing that, you'll just die. Get up. Why? As I feel the pain running through my body, I ask myself. This was a mock battle to test my strength, and my opponent was Ryel-sama, so my life was guaranteed. So why am I injured like this and still forced to fight? I can't understand it. But if I stay like this, I'll just die. Will Ryel-sama kill me? Suddenly, unpleasant memories from my school days came back to me. Even then, I couldn't do anything about it. Memories that I really didn't want to remember but couldn't forget. Running away is useless. Begging for forgiveness is useless. So what can I do? What is the way for me to be saved? Is it to kill Ryel-sama, who is trying to kill me right here? How the hell am I supposed to do that? When I was shown the clear difference in our abilities, I felt fear that I couldn't do it. And at the same time, anger began to grow inside me. Why are you trying to kill me? Why? Why am I going through this? Of course. I stood up. That's right. That's good. Maybe that's why Ryel-sama's voice sounded cheerful. Ugh. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. From the outside, it must have looked comical. When I was knocked down, both of my swords were thrown out of my hands by the impact. I was left with my bare hands. Still, I ran toward Ryel-sama without a second thought, desperately reaching out to hit her. Because of the height difference, I couldn't even reach her face. Still, I swung my fist while holding back my tears. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Why? I didn't get an answer. All I got was my outstretched hand being lightly swatted away. That's why I jumped at Ryel-sama without thinking. I don't want to die. I won't let you kill me. The two emotions were mixed together, and I thought that if I couldn't reach her, I would just bite her. I jumped onto her chest and tried to bite her hand when she reached out to pull me away. But, whoa, you have a skill that specializes in biting, right? I heard about it from Ryel. Despite my feeble resistance, Ryel-sama's hand covers my eyes, and I am left hanging in the air. I struggle against the pain in my cheekbones and skull, but no matter how I reach out or move my legs, I am no match for Ryel-sama's long arms, and I am unable to make contact. The pain is so great that I can't even speak, and then, I could see her pulling her other arm through the gap between her fingers. I'm being stabbed by her fingers again. I can't take it anymore. Well, that's the end of it. It was a really refreshing and fun time. Loki, don't forget this pain, okay? It's coming. Although most of my vision was blocked, I somehow knew what was coming, probably because of my presence detection. Don't be ridiculous. Hardening. Snap. At that moment, I heard a sound as if something in my stomach had snapped. Huh? Ha 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 ha. That's it, Loki. At that moment, I felt an intense pain that seemed to pierce through my abdomen, and all I could taste in my mouth was the taste of iron. As I was about to lose consciousness, the last thing I saw was Ryel-sama's arm, which was red up to the elbow. Chapter 136, Excuse. It was a really unpleasant memory. I was standing with my arms and legs spread wide, with the wall behind me. In front of me were several of my classmates and some underclassmen I didn't know. They were baseball club members, and for some reason, they were throwing a hard ball at me as if I were a target, saying it was a control exercise. If my body moved first out of fear, they would all gang up on me and hit and kick me. So I closed my eyes and prayed desperately that they wouldn't hit me. But for them, the goal was to hit me with the ball, and since they were baseball club members, even if they were rotten, if I was hit and it hurt, they would always say heartless things. It was a really unpleasant memory. It's one of the many memories I can't forget. Why am I remembering it now that I've been sent to another world? Section. The feeling of someone stroking my head and the soft, flowery smell lured me, and my eyelids slowly opened, but my vision was blocked. Where am I? I thought, and when I moved slightly, a voice came down from above as if it had noticed my movement. Did you notice? Is that your voice, Thurl? That's right. I could tell from the hand on my back that I was being held in Thurl's arms. Then I remembered why I was in this situation, and my body involuntarily shook with fear. My nose poked Thurl's chest, which was right in front of me, but I didn't have time to be happy about it. I am sorry. It's okay now. It's okay. With a soft voice and a gentle touch, I was held, and my head was stroked. I could feel my fear slowly fading away. Oh, by the way, my wound, my stomach. I don't really know what was done to me in the end, but when I see the blood on my arm, I think that my stomach must be in a terrible state, and I rub my own stomach, which doesn't hurt at the moment. There's a hole in my armor. Is this for real? The hole was not a cute one like a finger prick, but much bigger, like it was pierced by an arm. Did you heal my wound? Yes, I have already cleaned your body, so there is no wound left, so please don't worry. I see. Thank you. The problem is that idiot's fault, so I should be the one to apologize to you. Because of the incredibly relaxed tone of her voice, even though she said she was apologizing, it didn't really feel like it, and I couldn't help but giggle. It's not Thurl's fault, so don't worry about it. Can you tell me what happened instead? Of course, the story I heard from there was something that was very difficult to react to. Ryel-sama's main body, looking panicked, started to make a fuss, saying that she had gone too far. Since she was not good at healing, Thurl, who was good at healing, came down using Ryel-sama's split body as an entry point. After administering some first aid, she seems to be staying to see how things go. As for Ryel-sama, she is currently in the midst of being beaten up by the other goddesses in the divine realm, beyond the point of being lectured to. Especially Wrist, who is bedridden with feline, is crawling around trying to kill her, and for some reason, Alicia-sama is also showing her anger, so it's best not to go near her, even if she's just a spirit at the moment. To be honest, I don't want to see Ryel-sama either, so that's not a problem for me. I will make sure that she apologizes properly. So would you mind going to the church tonight? These words made me wonder what to do. I'm scared. I think she'll kill me if I see her again. These thoughts kept coming back to me. If possible, I would like to be spared. That's my honest feeling. But perhaps Thurl sensed this and murmured in a soft tone. Ryel won't get out of control anymore, and it seems like she did this for Loki-kun's sake. It's true that she might have gone too far, though. For my sake? What part of that? Even when I hear things like that, I can't help but shake my head. Especially that last blow. It seems like she's trying to kill me. So, what exactly is the meaning of this action? If there is one, I would like to ask her. This kind of feeling begins to rise in me. You can't do that with divine communication, right? I don't think she'll be able to explain the situation and apologize in that amount of time. But on the other hand, if we send Ryel back down, Loki-kun will probably be worried, right? In the divine realm, all the other goddesses are there. I see. It's only 2 minutes with divine communication. I don't think it's enough to convince me, and it's impossible right now. Even if Ryel-sama appears before me, I can't even get into a situation where I can listen to her talk, and I end up trying to ask the other goddesses for help. Then, the quickest thing would be to go to the divine realm. It's not good to just leave things as they are. Alright, then. I'll go to the church tonight, even if it's crowded. So, just to see what kind of excuses Ryel-sama would come up with, I decided to go back to the Divine Realm section. It was evening. While asking the locals for directions, I visited the church just south of Malta, where the statues of Ryel-sama and Ryel were placed. It was the same style as the churches in Rist and Felin that I had visited the other day. I thought the interior would be the same, so I entered with a heavy step, and without being guided, I went to the statue of Ryel-sama on the left and then to the statue of Ryel, which was opposite. Just as Finalizing said, there are many people praying at the statue of Ryel-sama, but the statue of Ryel is completely empty. I feel sorry for her, as the goddess of sin. Those who pray to the statue of Ryel are those who feel guilty about their sins. It seems that this place is often used as a place of repentance, so even if people pray for a long time, they will not be reprimanded. It seems that the statue of Ryel is perfect for summoning spirits. In other words, it means that I have a guilty conscience and have come to repent. But I don't plan to stay in the city for long, so as long as I don't cause trouble for anyone else, it should be okay. I enter a separate circle, kneel down, and mutter to myself, wondering who I should call out to in this case. I'm in front of Ryel's statue. Can anyone help me, please? Then, as usual, a familiar voice reached my ears. I'm sorry for disturbing you so often, Loki-kun. I'm really sorry for this idiot. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. When I heard these words, I opened my eyes and saw something. It was a very surreal scene that words can't fully describe. First of all, the person involved in this incident, Ryel-sama, was kneeling with her buttocks raised and her forehead on the ground. Her hands were tied behind her back, and she had been reduced to a figure that looked like a criminal. And next to her, Felin was stomping on Ryel-sama's shoulders, preventing her from getting up. At this point, I was already scared, but the cute face had deep wrinkles between the eyebrows, and the expression was like a Buddhist statue, which made me even more scared. I want Felin to return to his sweet self as soon as possible. And on the side, Rist was sleeping with a futon spread out for some reason. I know she's not feeling well, but why did she go to the trouble of putting a futon out there? And where did she get the futon? It's a scene that leaves a lot of questions unanswered. Finally, there is Alicia-sama standing behind Ryel-sama. Her expression is normal, but she is holding something that looks like a whip for some reason. No matter how you look at it, it looks like she is using it to hit Ryel-sama's bottom. What is that? Although I didn't say it out loud, it was the first thing that came to my mind. I came anyway. I'm really sorry about this time. I'll apologize first on behalf of everyone. I was very grateful to Alicia-sama for saying that and bowing deeply, but I couldn't help but check the situation, which was different from usual. No, it's not that Alicia-sama has done anything, but there are 4 of you here. Is everything okay? Normally, there would be 3 of them here, with the other 3 casting barriers and delay magic. This is an emergency situation, and Ryel and Finalizing are working hard, so you don't have to worry about that, Loki-kun. I see. Ryel, first of all, look up. Then apologize properly. At this point, Alicia-sama was holding what looked like a whip, so I thought that the beating Finalizing was talking about was just a way of describing the angry atmosphere of the goddesses that could be seen. Or rather, it was just a way of expressing it. However, when I saw Ryel-sama raise her head, I couldn't help but gasp. This is a real beating. Is this like the old me? The only part that isn't swollen is her forehead. Her face is so red and swollen that it's doubtful she can even see properly. She's also bleeding from her nose and mouth, and there's not a trace of her beautiful face left. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Thud. Hi. I beg your forgiveness. I'm really sorry. Hey, Loki-kun. We dealt with this in our own way. Besides, we will not allow her to use magic to heal herself, and we will let her heal naturally and continue to search for the transmigrators in the lower world. Of course, We will not allow her to hide her wounds. So could you please settle this somehow? Huh? Well, this isn't it a bit too much before we can even think about settling things? What are you talking about? Loki-kun was almost killed with a hole in your stomach. If it wasn't for Farrell, you would have died. Well, that might be true, but it's still too much to look at. Loki-kun, you don't need to be gentle here. Yeah. Oh no, they're all too scary, aren't they? Wrist size are bloodshot, and it looks like a ray of light could fly out of them at any moment. If I don't do anything, I'll end up seeing the goddesses in a different light. But calm down, calm down. I'm the one who should be calm. That's something they did for me because I almost died. In other words, as a victim, my opinion should be respected, right? Even though I know I shouldn't have to do this, I still can't watch this painful scene, and it's not like that's the purpose of this in the first place, so I'm going to force my point here. Just to confirm, this state of affairs for Ryel-sama is because I was almost killed, so everyone did this as a form of punishment. Is that correct? That is correct. You didn't do anything wrong, but Ryel tried to kill Loki-kun under the pretense of a mock battle. Or rather, that was the result, and Ryel had already killed Loki-kun once before. Therefore, this is a form of punishment. I understand. I want to thank you for that. Thank you for going out of your way for me. I'm glad you said that. Then, she will show herself to the children of the lower world as planned, without healing her wounds. Is that okay? Or rather, Loki-kun. There's no need to add Sama. Just idiot is fine. Idiot. It's just like feeling, said feeling. Calm down first. Besides, wrist, you look like you're in pain, so don't force yourself to talk, okay? Not good. No matter how you look at it, adding the two of them, who are clearly emotional, to the conversation makes things even more complicated. It seems like it would be better to have a conversation with Alicia-sama, who is exuding a tremendous sense of leadership today. Still, even though I died once, seriously, I don't really feel it at all. Well, as a basic premise, the reason I came here was not to see the condition of Ryel-sama. I came because I wanted to know the reason why she was acting like this, but that is, Alicia-sama. If it's possible, I want to hear it from Ryel-sama's own mouth. Otherwise, I don't think I will be able to forgive her for the rest of my life. Of course, it's crazy to forgive someone who tried to kill you. Feeling, are you sure that's okay? If I don't forgive her, I won't be able to enter the divine realm, will I? What about the relationship between the goddesses? It depends on the reason. If it was just out of spite, I wouldn't be able to forgive her, no matter how much she explained. But even though she went too far in the end, Farrell said she did it for my sake. So I want to hear what the reason was. I understand. Then, Ryel, please explain the details to Loki-kun, not just the bits and pieces you told us. Before that, if you could just heal the area around Ryel-sama's mouth, that would be great. To be honest, it's hard to hear what she says. That's true. Then I have no choice. If Loki-kun is not satisfied, I will make a new wound. Seriously? That's scary. After that, Alicia-sama performed partial healing, and then Ryel-sama began to speak. Loki, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do this at first. The atmosphere changed when it was time for Ryel-sama to attack. Isn't that right? Up until then, it had been exactly like the mock battle I had imagined, with the techniques being demonstrated and then the process and results being discussed. I felt that Ryel-sama's tension was high, but it seemed like a completely normal situation. That is true. I'm called the goddess of war, but I've never actually fought in battle. That's why I enjoyed fighting Loki so much. For me, who had only imagined battles from the memories of the hunters, the way of singing that I had longed for, the use of magic that I was unfamiliar with, to use all of that to take me on so boldly with such little strength. I felt a joy I'd never felt before. A goddess who has never fought before. Well, I can kind of understand the situation. If she had lived her life unable to leave the divine realm, even if she wanted to fight, she wouldn't have had any opponents. From what she said, it seems like she didn't fight with the other goddesses either, whether it was because of the rules or because of a lack of motivation. If that's the case, And she was also forbidden to contact the lower world. It's no wonder that the mock battle with me, which was just an imagination and fantasy that she had been glimpsing until now, was fresh and fun for Ryel-sama. That's why I thought, I don't want to lose Loki, who has grown so much in just a few months, as an opponent I can finally fight. Then why would she try to kill me? In the end, I shake my head, but instead of interrupting her story, I decide to just listen and see if I can get a better understanding of what she's saying. This world is more ruthless than Loki thinks. Even if you're a hunter, if you get killed by a monster, it's still understandable, but in reality, there are many people who are killed by unreasonable power and authority. There are so many of them that if I were to search for their memories, I could find them all. And Loki is too good-natured. So I thought, if things continue like this, you will eventually be caught by such power and die. Here, I finally understood. I could say that I began to see the plot of the story. After Ryel-sama went mad, she talked to me as if she wanted to do something to me. I was too scared to think about it at the time, but looking back, I think she was trying to explain some kind of mental theory to protect me. I don't know if it's because of your ability to gain skills from monsters or if it's just your preference. But I've heard that you've always been on your own. That means if something happens, there's no one to protect you, right? It would be best if I could always be with Loki, but even that is difficult with the current situation with the transmigrators. Here, Ryel-sama looked up at Phelan, who looked a little confused with a slightly broken expression. Well, it would be difficult if you compare it to the rules of the divine world, as I understand them. It seems that the two of them were temporarily in the lower world earlier due to the emergency situation, but basically, only one person is allowed to come under the pretense of my supervision. If everyone could come down to the lower world, I'm sure they would want to, and I don't think the other goddesses would allow the idea of only Ryel-sama to come down. It seems that even Phelan's idea of going on a journey through the lower world has not been approved. Wrist eyes are bloodshot as if to say, I won't allow that. That's why I wanted to teach you in my own way. Even if you've become a little stronger, there are probably countless people in this world who are clearly stronger than Loki based on the skills they've acquired and their level. There are probably even people who can twist the law with their power, even if it's not military power. I thought you should be able to fight to the end so that you don't give up easily. Your heart becomes a little stronger, and you can seize the opportunity for a turnaround. Phew. I couldn't help but look up at the white sky stretching over the divine realm. I understood to some extent. What she did for me couldn't be wrong. It was like an army, a drill sergeant, but for me, who had been active in this world, there were parts of what she said that I thought were definitely positive. If I just gave in and said I was sorry, depending on the person, it would just turn into one-sided oppression. I've seen that a lot, even on Earth. I didn't want to remember it, so I didn't try to use that experience, and whenever something happened, I just said, I'm sorry or I beg your pardon. The Japanese tendency to apologize as if it were a habit was actually quite convenient when I became a working adult. It became second nature. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I guess I just had to go along with the other person. What was the meaning of the last thing you did? I understood everything up to that point. I understood it, but what is still a mystery is the very end. That act of opening a hole in my stomach. Did I actually die? Or did I almost die? I don't really understand. But I was almost called to heaven. So what was the reason for that? I was satisfied to a certain extent, so I really wanted to hear the answer. That was. However, Ryel-sama was clearly confused by my question. I could tell from her expression what the answer was. Snap. Ryel, answer the question. Alicia-sama, is this really your character? Although I was horrified by the sight of the whip-wielding queen for the first time in my life, it seemed to have the desired effect, and Ryel-sama's mouth opened. There was no way to explain it. It was an unexpected counterattack after I thought there was nothing left. Even though I was unprepared, when my finger broke, I lost myself in the excitement. I thought if I held back with moderation, it would be okay, but I ended up swinging with all my strength without thinking. What am I supposed to do with this? Since I could only understand so much, I was at a loss for an answer. I scratched my head and asked Queen Alicia for an answer. Is this skill of moderation literally a skill of moderating things? That is how it works. However, if you inflict a fatal attack, the person will be on the verge of death. So if you leave them without giving them any treatment, they will eventually die. So it's a skill that only prevents the target from dying for the time being when you attack them? I guess that's the best way to describe it. And Ryel let you die, which was stupid. That's not true. I tried to heal him, too, but I forgot that I was only a split body, and no matter how hard I tried, the magic wouldn't activate. By the time I returned to the divine realm and brought the healing magic with me, it was too late. That's why you're an idiot. A wound like that, which seems to pierce through the stomach, can't be healed with healing magic. It should at least be holy magic. Bam. First of all, I wonder why you erased all the split bodies that should have been left for prayers and such, and why you challenged the Mox battle to see Loki-kun's power with a split body that had half the power of your main body. Smack. Loki-kun. At first she hid the fact that Loki-kun had died. We know that because Ryel cried and said that Loki-kun had died. Bam. It's so cruel. I guess this is what it means to be beaten up. She's being attacked mercilessly, and it's so obvious at first glance, especially wrist. Where did she get that metal rod? Phew. That should be enough for now. So, Loki-kun, what do you think of Ryel's punishment? When asked this, I was at a loss for an answer, but considering the current situation, I thought this would be the right answer. I thought so somehow. So I answered with a light heart. Guilty. Chapter 137, 3 Conditions. My attempt to make things a little more relaxed was in vain, and the 3 goddesses changed their expressions and made Ryel-sama's mouth area, which they had just healed, swell up again. I hastily stopped them and expressed my proper thoughts, and the result is the scene now before my eyes. I am truly sorry. I will never forget to control myself again. Ryel-sama, or rather Ryel, with her hands and forehead on the floor, her long, beautiful blonde hair hanging on the floor as she spoke her words of apology. For me, who had already given 4 magnificent dojeza to the goddesses who had descended to the world, I wondered at what point I would be forced to give a dojeza for Ryel-sama. While I was thinking this, I was acting together with her. However, I never thought I'd be the one to do the dojeza. I had no idea what was going to happen, but I had to think about how to make things go smoothly. If this is what it takes to make things right, then I guess I'll just have to accept it and let it happen. So this is the highest apology on earth, the dojeza? Well, I thought it was only done in Japan. But the people down there do it too, don't they? They did it to me too. Loki, you tried to sniff me. SHH. That's why it's SHH. While I was relieved that Feline had finally regained her smile, I thought back to the plan I had proposed and the content of the counter-proposal that had been made. First of all, I decided to forgive most of what had happened this time. What was done to me was nothing short of cruel, but it was done for my sake, and it's true that there were parts that made me think about things. Things like the fact that she challenged me with her strongest split body, or the fact that she stabbed me with her finger. I'll leave that out because it was also a positive experience for me. I managed to get the 3 of them to accept my decision while appeasing them. But the final blow, as the person herself said, there was no reason for it, and it was all Ryel's fault for getting so excited and losing herself. Even though the result was that I came back to life. Personally, I'm alive and well thanks to Ryel, and I've experienced myself getting so excited and losing myself in something fun, so now that I've heard the reasons and circumstances, I don't feel so angry. After all, I've dedicated the last 6 years to gaming, I've dropped out of college, and I've thrown away a precious period of my life just because I was having fun and getting excited, and to begin with, I don't even feel like I'm dead. So I thought she'd be careful so there wouldn't be a next time, but wrist and Feline had already reached a critical point, and how to deal with it became the biggest problem. Alicia-sama's initial suggestion of descending to the lower world with the wound still visible and searching for the transgenics in that state was quickly rejected. I have no interest in such things, so I wouldn't be happy at all if they did that to me. But if I don't make some kind of demand, The anger in the room won't go away. So I made a suggestion. After thinking about it for a while, I told them that in exchange for my forgiveness, they would have to accept 3 conditions. One of the conditions was to change her name. This doesn't mean that I wanted to call her Ryel. If anything, it was the opposite, and it was because I didn't want to call her Ryel that I suggested it. When we entered the inn, I was at a loss for a name to call her, and I couldn't help but call her Anita. The same was true for Ria. But in any case, Ryel-sama is extremely noticeable. Since she likes to wear such flashy armor, it's probably Ryel-sama who would be the most obvious. Unfortunately, she's also a bit silly. That's why Arista refused to give Ryel-sama a nickname before I forced her to. The result is the name Ryel that I mentioned earlier. I only took out the middle ga, but I'm really pleased with how cute the name turned out. Ryel was surprised and said, "I have such a cute name?" But this is a punishment, and as a result, I was forbidden to use honorifics with Ryel. This wasn't something I wanted, but rather the result of Felin's idea being enforced. She kept complaining that honorifics were unnecessary with such a stupid person, so I had no choice but to adopt them to appease her. The second thing I asked her was to take a day off from searching for transmigrators and accompany me to a B-rank hunting ground. After all, I still didn't know if I could use a B-rank hunting ground, and Ryel always wanted to go with me. So I thought, why not just take her with me? That's the conclusion I came to. If push comes to shove, she's that strong. I'm sure she'll be able to take care of any B-rank monsters, and as long as Ryel is with me, I don't think I'll die even if we go hunting in a higher level area. Alicia-sama asked me if I was worried about being alone with her, but as far as I can tell, everything seemed to be fine now. If she really wanted to kill me, she wouldn't have asked for Ryel's help in the first place. Besides, I feel that Ryel will end up isolated in the divine realm if things continue like this, so I have to start trusting her as a victim. Otherwise, there's no way the goddesses will improve their relationship. With that in mind, I asked Ryel to be treated properly. They complained, but I don't want to go around with someone who looks like a beaten potato. When I said that with a face like hers, I would be the one to be punished, Alicia-sama started the healing process, so I guess I wouldn't be looked at strangely anymore. And the last third. This is simply a pledge to never repeat the same mistake again, here and in front of everyone. At Rist's request, it was suggested that she make the biggest apology possible. As far as I know, that's why it's called a dojeza. Ryel, who seems to have a high opinion of herself, would probably find it very hard to endure having to perform such a humiliating act as a dojezan on a nobody like me, who is not even a god. Personally, I thought I had proposed a fairly realistic plan. If I had a little more time to think about it, I might have come up with something more substantial. But, well, even if I can only get the goddess to accompany me to the second hunting ground, that's fine by me. Even if I don't know how it will turn out, I can at least try it as an experiment, and that's the best way to atone for this sin. That's what I thought. Too light. Isn't this a little too light? It's too soft. In this way, I ended up receiving criticism from the 3 of them that it was too soft. From there, the conversation continued on its own, leaving me, the person involved, behind. Ria. As a reference, in the case of race, when a person kills another person, what is the form of punishment? When Alicia-sama asks Ria, who is not present, a voice comes down like the voice of heaven, but the content is like the voice of the judge of hell. First of all, in every country, it is either death penalty or at best fall into slavery. But if the other party is a criminal, it is often not considered a crime. It's just as I expected, and it's disturbing. The same extreme punishments as on Earth. I'm convinced that's the case, but when Ryel heard this heavenly voice, her face turned pale. I see. Since Loki-kun is not a sinner, it would normally be death or slavery, right? Wait. Ryel is a goddess. Maybe that's true according to the rules of the lower world, but you can't use that here. Why not? What if there's one less goddess? The lower world would be in chaos. What about the hunters who worship her? What about their career choices? What about the big job of running this world that only a goddess can do? You're right, Loki-kun. No matter what happens, It's not acceptable for a goddess to die, but a slave, no, no, a slave is bad too. A slave is that thing, right? Like doing work for someone. If you include those who take care of your personal needs, there are also slaves who take care of your sexual needs. Slave to sexual needs, or, to put it more simply, a sex slave. My eyebrows and crotch jump up involuntarily, but wait a minute, son. This isn't the time for that, is it? Hey, according to my understanding of the word slave, it means forced labor without rest for the master, right? That means they'll be stuck down there forever, right? Maybe it's okay for the main body to do the management work, but then the other goddesses won't be able to come down to the lower world. I don't want that. Rejected. Doesn't your greatest wish have something to do with power, Loki-kun? Well, yes. I'd like to go to the B-rank hunting grounds with her. Then, Ryel, who had been hanging her head as if waiting for a verdict, suddenly muttered in a clear tone. We were surprised by that, but even more surprised by what came next. What if I gave Loki my unique highest blessing? The skills I can give are mainly combat related, so I think it would be directly related to the power he's looking for, right? Huh? Isn't that the champion? That's probably true, but wasn't there a reincarnated person who had that blessing? There is. Ryel, do you understand what this means? Originally, only one person in the lower world could possess it. The highest level unique blessing is one that should not be passed on, right? Even so, Alicia gave Loki the highest level unique blessing even though you have a shrine maiden, right? Duplication of blessings is a problem, but wasn't it decided that as long as it was just a skill, it would be okay? I want to help Loki, who is still showing me mercy even in this situation. I don't mind not being able to move for a few months. I think it'll be okay as long as it's only Loki-kun who doesn't get any blessings, but right now, wrist. Of course. It's best to prevent two goddesses from becoming useless. So even if I can give it to you, it'll be after wrist recovers. If that's okay with you. Ryel, who was looking at me as she said this, had completely recovered from her injuries and had returned to her former beauty. The strength of her gaze and the words she spoke made my throat dry up. The explanation I had just received didn't give me any idea of what kind of skills came with the unique highest level champion blessing. However, the name champion itself filled my head with expectations. If I had to say whether I wanted it or not, I would say that I wanted it more than anything else. Besides, there's already someone who has it. And if it's a battle type, it's definitely the one that stands out. If I go by elimination, it's probably the one called Shiva of the Empire, right? I don't think I want to face him, but whether I like it or not, if he's the kind of person who attacks neighboring countries in a warlike manner, there's a possibility that I'll get involved sooner or later. If I have the power and ability to stand up to him at that time, by all means, please, I replied immediately, looking at what happened to Wrist and Alicia Sama after that. I couldn't possibly say, please go easy on me. It was a unique blessing of the highest level. Since she offered it as an apology, there was no way I could refuse it. Not only me but also Phelan, Wrist, and Alicia Sama. Since we had at least reached a point where we could agree, Ryel Sama's introduction of her doujutsu began. I'm so tired. It was a really tiring day. It seems like she won't go on a rampage again, but is there any after effect from dying? As I stared at Ryel's figure doing the doujutsu, that was all I was worried about. Chapter 138, New Facts. The next morning, I ate alone in the restaurant, which was still too early, and only the staff was there. I would have loved to have Ryel with me, but she declined the offer to eat with me, probably because of what happened yesterday. The goddess of gluttony said so, so I guess she felt pretty guilty. You have already died once. Even if I was told something like that, is there a pattern where instead of dying and being reincarnated in another world, you die and come back to life after being transported to another world? Since I couldn't check when I was in the divine realm due to time constraints, I tried to check last night to see if there were any problems or after effects from dying, but I couldn't see anything abnormal. Even now, my food tastes just as good as usual, and there's no change in my status. But the longer the time passes, the more anxious I become. I couldn't help but use divine communication to check with Ryel, and the answer I got back was something I couldn't describe. My resurrection is at a high level, so you'll be fine. Maybe. The other day, the last thing she said was an unstated maybe, and I couldn't help but put my head in my hands. Hey, this isn't right. Either she sensed my feelings, or she was doing it on purpose, but Ryel continued her explanation in a tone that didn't convey any sense of urgency. The most important thing about the resurrection is how much time has passed since death. It seems that this time and the level of the resurrection skill are everything, and as a case of the after effects of resurrection used in the past by someone with the occupation of saint, there are cases of memory loss, sensory disorders such as taste and smell, and personality disorders. Well, it seems to mean that the personality changes completely, but there are several cases that seem to be affected by brain damage that could also occur on Earth. Even though it was delayed a bit because of Ryel, it should not be a problem considering the time that has passed since my death. Also, the reason she has to add maybe is because Ryel herself has never used the resurrection skill before. If she's lived with goddesses who don't die, and this is the first time she's used the resurrection skill, then I have to agree. There was also a word in the explanation that caught my attention. Whether you're a human or a monster, when you die, your soul will leave your body and be exposed in a defenseless state. People go to heaven, and monsters go to hell. The skill of resurrection is to find a soul that is being pulled away, forcibly seize it, and return it. So unlike me, who is just a soul being transported to the divine realm, it is easy to deteriorate, and it has been said that it is not possible to use resurrection on the same target so many times. In short, it seems that it's not that easy to come back to life. And as mentioned above, although a person's soul should normally return to heaven, for some reason my soul seemed to move around like a fluffy cloud. Ryel guessed that since I wasn't born in this world, maybe I didn't know where to return to. Needless to say, I was surprised and thought, am I being treated like a monster, not just an outsider, in this world? Well, nothing like horns growing on my forehead or my skin turning green happened, so there's no point in worrying about it. As far as I can tell, there are no problems with my sense of touch. I haven't noticed any changes in my personality either. As for my memory, there's no way I can remember what I've forgotten. When I think back to myself when I was on Earth, I can clearly remember things like my family structure, my job, and even unpleasant memories that I'd rather forget. Then, I thought it would be pointless to worry about them, perhaps because Ryel wasn't here. I left the table for two that had been shown to me and returned to my room. Good morning. Why yeah, good morning. It was still before 7 in the morning. I greeted her as I looked at Ryel, who had just appeared in front of me. Time is limited, and if our agreement was only for today, then I would make the most of this one day. With that in mind, I had asked her to meet me a little earlier. But she's so uptight, goddess. As we were getting ready to leave, I looked at her and saw that she was looking down a bit, and it was clear that she was still feeling a considerable amount of guilt. After what had happened, we both felt uncomfortable. Then, it was my turn as the victim to break the ice. Ryel, you apologized properly yesterday and swore you'd never do it again, right? Then you don't have to worry about it anymore, okay? Still, when I see it again, I feel so sorry. Besides, Ryel's eyes are fixed on my stomach. She's probably wondering about the hole in my armor. I can't help but cover the hole with my hand as if to comfort the armor. I didn't have time to get new armor. I don't know how much defense it provides in this condition, but, well, it's better than not wearing anything, right? Even though there are round holes in my stomach and back, the chest area is still protected. Then it's better to have it than not to have it. The only problem is that walking around outside in this broken armor is extremely embarrassing. That's what I thought. Loki, was that armor granted? It should have been granted increase automatic magic recovery. I see. Can you wait a bit? I'll be right back. Huh? Without waiting for an answer, Ryel disappears, shrouded in mist. And as soon as she returns, she stares at my armor. I'm sorry, but that armor is almost completely useless as armor. Hearing these words, my head is thrown into confusion. This is something that can be seen at a glance. as there's a large hole in it, and yet, she asks me if it's been granted and even goes back to the divine realm on purpose. I get the feeling that it's not that simple with Ryel. What do you mean? What I'm talking about now is judgment. As far as I can see through this skill, this armor has been rated unrepairable. Well, that might be the case. Because of this, the effects of the granted abilities have disappeared, and the performance value has dropped to only 6. I'm sorry, huh? Wait, wait. What does 6 mean? Isn't that a pretty bombshell of a statement, or is it super important content? The fact that the armor was unrepairable was something I was more or less prepared for, given the size of the hole. I thought appraisal would be able to tell that, so it wasn't that surprising. The same goes for the granted effects. I already knew that the granted effects of the rewards from the Commerce Guild could be identified by appraisal. As an extension of that, I was just confronted with the new fact that granted effects would no longer occur with equipment that was almost broken, which was a shock but not something I didn't understand. However, a performance value of 6 is another matter. I can't hide my surprise that the number appeared here. The number 6 means that Ryel can see the performance values of this armor. In other words, the defense values. What about it? So, these weapons. Can you tell me what each of these weapons displays? I quickly held out the 2 short swords I had prepared to hang from my waist. If she can see the armor, she should be able to see the values of the weapons. One is made of iron. The performance value is 35. There's nothing about the condition, so it must be normal. The granted effect is a maximum magic power increase. The other one is a mixture of silver and mithril. That's what it says, but the power rating is 290. The granted effect is. That's a weird way to do it. It's automatic magic power recovery increase x2. When I hear what Ryel is saying, I can't help but hold my head in my hands, and I'm speechless. I had no idea that equipment abilities were quantified. At least the items sold at Pacer-san's shop didn't list the ability values of each piece of equipment. Also, the goddesses, including Ryel, seemed unfamiliar with the idea of quantifying abilities in terms of stats and levels. Of course, I had accepted the situation as it was, but if each piece of equipment had numerical value set as its performance value, it would suddenly feel like a game. I'm really sorry. If I could, I'd make Loki a replacement set of armor in the Divine Realm and give it to you, but the rules of the Divine Realm forbid bringing things from the Divine Realm to the lower world. Seeing me muttering to myself, Ryel must have misunderstood something. I cut her off as she tried to apologize. That's not what I meant. This is a huge thing. It's a huge discovery for me. I pulled out 2 necklaces from my chest and had Ryel examine them. And it turned out that one had an attack power increase of 2 and the other had an attack power increase of 3. When I asked why she hadn't told me the other day, the answer was simple. For Ryel, whose ability to judge was high to begin with, it was only natural for the equipment's ability values to be visible in numerical form, and apparently, she had no idea how much of a difference there was between the small and micro descriptions of the accessories that appeared in the hunter's memories. By the way, what level is Ryel's appraisal skill? 10. But I see. The skill level of appraisal increases with the accuracy of the information. It seems to be determined by how much detail you can see in the item. At least with accessories, if the skill level is low, you'll get a rough result like small or medium, but if it's high like Ryel's, you'll get a clear numerical value for the ability. And since there are probably almost no residents of this world who have reached level 10 in appraisal, the concept of quantifying equipment abilities has not caught on. I'm curious to know at what level this happens, but even if I ask the goddesses about it, I'm sure I'll get a response along the lines of I don't know the intermediate results. I'm confused by all the things I'm curious about, like what will happen with weapons and armor, but I'll leave it at that for now. It's a really important thing, but that's the conclusion I've come to. Since there's no other choice but to use skill points to increase your skill, there's no point in thinking about it now. There's no doubt that using high-level materials will increase skill levels, and of course, it won't be a higher priority than acquiring spatial magic. Well, I don't have much time, so I just want to confirm one thing. Which pattern will it be? Chapter 139, a little disappointing, but realistic. How is this defense stat judged? I don't know if it's possible to tell the difference against Ryel, who seems to have the same defense as a super alloy, but I'll give it a try. I look at Ryel, who's wearing armor, and search for the parts of her body that aren't covered by it. I see her thighs. They're outrageous thighs, too. My evil thoughts begin to rise, but first, I'll tell her about the experiment. I have something I want to try out based on the information I've just received. First, I'm going to hit you through your armor. Can you feel the impact? I don't really understand, but okay. Thud. I thought it would be pointless if I didn't do it with a reasonable amount of power, so I swung at her side with about 70% of my power. Ryel's face looked like she'd been bitten by a mosquito. My hand is really sore, but I'll grit my teeth and hold back my tears. Next time, I'll cut your thigh with the same force. Can you tell me if there's any difference in the impact or the pain? My thigh? Wait a minute. Loki. Smack. Now, which one is it? Looking up, I saw Ryel blushing and fidgeting. It's not good to touch those parts. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to try it on bare skin. So, how was it? Did you feel any difference in impact or pain? Of course. Bare skin is a little more painful, but only a little more. Ho ho ho. I thought to myself, I see, and looked at the front of her body, at her slightly muscular yet slender thighs that were so white that the veins were almost transparent. Earlier, Ryel had said that the leather armor with the hole in it had a performance stat of 6. If you think of this performance stat as the attack stat for weapons or the defense stat for armor, there is no mistaking it. This means that even in this state, it still has very little defense. So, I was curious as to what the pattern would be. Does it mean that the chest and other skin-covered parts have a defense of 6? Or is the 6 defense stat added to each piece of equipment separately from the stats on the status screen, in which case the damage to the entire body is determined by that number alone? If it's the former, then it's just like in real life, and if you're attacked in a part that's not protected by your equipment, you'll take more damage. If it's the latter, then it's the same as in the game, and your total defense is determined by the total defense of your equipment and your base defense, so no matter where you're attacked, the damage won't change. Looking at Ryel's reaction, it seems like the equipment stats are quantified, but it's still realistic. It's the easiest to take, but it's a bit disappointing. I imagined that the latter would be a lightweight shield that was as small as possible and wouldn't get in the way, and that I could use it to boost my own defense and the shield's defense. It's that pattern where the final equipment has an absurdly high defense, even though it's a leotard or just a piece of cloth, and the balance between defense and appearance is completely off. But if it's realistic, it's probably impossible unless the material is very special. If you protect your entire body with hard ore, your defense will increase accordingly, but your agility or mobility will be lost. Did you understand anything from that? Yes. Well, we'll have time to think about it on the way, so I'll explain it while we're moving. Ryel returned to the Divine Realm to change her skills, saying that it would be a waste of time if she didn't use the time she had prepared in advance. After a little hesitation, I took off my armor with holes in it, put on a peasant's outfit and a basket in the nostalgic palm style, and searched for a flight point with Ryel. Even from Ryel's point of view, who has seen the equipment of various hunters, the defense stat of 6 is probably quite low. So, if the equipment has no effect, I'll prioritize mobility, which will be greatly increased by removing the armor, over the slight increase in defense. Yeah, there don't seem to be any people around here, so it should be okay. We arrived at a place about 2 kilometers northwest of the western gate of Malta. The place, off the main road, was covered in red earth and rocks, and there was no sign of people or animals. If wrist can fly, I'll get used to it pretty quickly. I think it's a picture of releasing magic power, right? Yes, like a swoosh with your hand. It's easier if you imagine wings on your back. Wow, that's super cool, isn't it? There are some things that are just too different in taste. It was only a matter of a few tens of seconds of practice. Ryel, who seemed to have gotten the hang of it, created something with magic power that was clearly visible in its basic parts. The materialization of magic power that Rist had shown me earlier was probably the peak of it. The magic power diminishes considerably when the body separates, but it still soars into the sky while moving like a flapping wing, so I follow behind it with my hands flapping, feeling a sense of sadness. It's so fast. I wanted to praise her in my heart, saying, as I expected from the goddess of war. But if I praise her, she'll get carried away and speed up even more. While I praised her in my heart, the two of us set off on our flying journey. We had to have at least a rough idea of where we were going. So yesterday, on the way back from church, I asked the talkative old lady at the guild for some information. When there's no time to spare, that rickety counter is a lifesaver. It seems to take about 4 hours on foot. So if we fly, it should take less than an hour, right? Should we speed it up? No way. I'd love to, but I can't imagine releasing that much magic power. I'm sure I'd run out of magic power on the way, so we'll just have to walk, right? That's a problem. Then I'll carry you. That way, Loki won't have to use his magic power, right? Hey, huh? Phew. I can't see in front of me. It's not because of the strong acceleration or the wind. Ryel must have thought the basket on my back was in the way. Instead of grabbing me from behind, she went underneath me and grabbed me from the front, so I immediately turned around. I was facing the sky, but I couldn't even see the scenery properly because her armored chest completely blocked my view. I was in a very precarious position as we began to move at high speed. The strength of the wind on my head told me that we were flying at a considerable speed. As I tried to mumble the word map in my head, I was surprised to find that the map was moving at a speed many times faster than mine, heading northwest towards Malta. I couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration in my heart, thinking that it could be so different depending on the user. Well, never mind. I had a lot to talk about anyway. If I can't enjoy the scenery, I can just concentrate on the conversation. With that in mind, I'll tell her about the additional information on the status screen I promised Ryel, as well as the monster-specific skills I used in yesterday's Mox battle. I'll also talk about the effects of the equipment I tested earlier and other things related to strength and combat that I know about. I can't see Ryel's expression, but still, her voice is bubbling with excitement, and I can somehow feel that she's trying to suppress it. So I'll tell her myself, it's okay to enjoy yourself and get excited sometimes as long as you don't cause trouble for other people. I was a parasite in my parents' house and caused them trouble. Ryel forgot how to control herself in her excitement, but if you realize your mistake and can reflect on your own actions, then you can correct it from there. If the result of that correction is to suppress yourself, then your life will be as boring as it was for me before I came to this world. It's a world where you can die easily, but it's still fun here. While thinking about such things in my heart, we had a lively discussion about combat, and we arrived at the B-rank hunting ground much earlier than planned. We arrived at the Great Hole of Deboa, Chapter 140, Sweet Temptation. Is that it? When I forced my head to turn in response to Ryel's words, I saw an unusual sight in the almost entirely green landscape from above, a patch of reddish-brown earth and a black hole with an unfathomable bottom. We both arrived at the hole, thinking there would be no hunters around at this time of day, and found that the area around it was not really a forest but rather a patch of bushes with red and orange fruits. In one part of the area, there was a gently sloping hill, and a large hole was at the bottom of that slope. I don't see any ants right now. That's right. There will probably be a lot of them inside, but if there aren't any outside, the question is, what skills should I use? The two of us stood in front of the hole, arms crossed, and heads bowed in thought. Well, I'll pretend to think. I've already made some decisions and have a good idea of what the answer should be, but I'm not sure if I should be honest about it. There are 3 options I can think of right now. One is to have Ryel set up provoke and do some baiting near the entrance. I don't know how much the range will increase as the level of provoke increases or what the range will be, but since she's a goddess, I'm pretty sure it will be high, while I'm trying to defeat the ants that have been lured in. If it gets too dangerous, I'll ask for help. In a way, this is the most passive option. The second option is to have Ryel bring in light magic. Yesterday, when I went to the guild to get some information, the talkative old lady there gave me some information about Deboa. One of the things she told me was about the problem with the light sources. If you're only staying for a short time, you can get by with a lantern, torch, or some kind of magic tool that emits light, but it seems that hunters who come to Deboa usually bring a light magic user with them and use that magic to secure light. If something happens to the tool and it breaks, you don't know where the exit is at that point, and you're stuck. So it seems they rely on skilled people themselves to be the light source. If I can set up light magic, then in addition to me, who has night vision, Ryel's field of vision will also be secured. In other words, it means that we can also go inside, so it should be possible to defeat more enemies. The downside is that even if I can defeat the ants, Ryel will defeat most of them, so I won't be able to get enough skill experience here. This option is probably fine if you want to prioritize the results of the experiment I'm thinking of. And the third and last option. This is the option that is the hardest for me to say, which is to ask Ryel to hold back. I've brought a flashlight from Earth, and I also bought a magic light source tool in a hurry after the old lady told me about it last night. It's a portable version of the light I'm already familiar with, which emits light using the magic stone in the inn. However, this magic tool alone doesn't have that much light, and my own flashlight isn't capable of illuminating a large area. So Ryel has to lure the enemy into a rather dark situation inside and then swing her sword around while acting as a meat shield to defeat the monster. And I also have to use the night vision to finish off the dying ant. I would never have thought of this method if it weren't for the apology, and it's a rather brutal way to use Ryel, but since I can almost certainly get the last hit, I can gain a lot of monster skill experience points while still being able to carry out my experiments. So it's a terrible situation, but it's also an ideal pattern. Is it okay to say that as an apology? But, how can I treat the goddess as a meat shield? Ryel opened her mouth first, perhaps unable to bear to see me so lost in thought. This is an apology. So I'll follow Loki's instructions, but if it's possible, I'd like to play a supporting role. I see. Ryel prefers the first option. While thinking that, I still asked her the reason, and she couldn't help but reply, "Oh, that reminds me, this person is a goddess. The monsters are life that Felsa-sama created to promote the growth of the races. It would not be good for me, as a goddess, to actively destroy them. If both the races and the monsters are life that Felsa-sama created, then it would be wrong to direct my hostility only at the monsters." That really sounds like something a goddess would say. They say that skill points are a measure of one's contribution to the world, but that's from a human perspective. The goddesses are neutral, but Ryel was easily defeating monsters, right? All I could see was soot. I didn't even know what she was defeating. That's probably because it was directing its hostility at Ryel, right? Even if it was the race, if it directed its hostility at us, the result would be the same. Scary. That's why I got skewered in the Mox battle for showing hostility. No, that's not it. Loki, the mood was a bit heavy. It's not a very funny self-deprecating joke, but if it lightened the mood, then it's fine. But, I see, the goddesses are reluctant to defeat monsters. It's good that I understood that much. I understand that it's just for this time, but knowing that the goddesses don't like to defeat monsters on their own, I'll be even more careful in the future. But for today, I've received the goddess company as an apology in exchange for my life. If possible, I'd like her to switch from a support role to an offensive role. I don't want to force her, but what will happen if I tell Ryel? With that in mind, I begin to bring up the information I've been holding back. Ryel, do you ever feel like you want to get stronger? Of course I do. After all, I am the goddess of war. I want to get stronger no matter what. I see. By the way, do you know this? What? I think the goddess will level up as well, right? What do you mean? I told you before, right? That every stat increases as your level increases. The way it goes up is, as I explained on the way here. And you know, when I went hunting with Ryel before, I noticed that Ryel's split body also absorbed experience points. ? Do you know what that means? The fact that she is absorbing experience points means that there is a level that even the goddesses cannot see, and that level has the potential to rise, right? Is that true? Of course it is. I wouldn't lie to a goddess who can read my mind if it came down to it, right? The only thing I don't understand is the level of goddesses. Ryel has never fought before, so she's never defeated a monster, right? Yes. So far, the number of monsters has not increased enough for us to intervene. What does that mean? When Felsa-sama created the goddesses, it's possible that she gave them high levels to begin with, but it's also possible that she just gave them a lot of skills. Even so, if they have a lot of high-level skills, their stats will be incredibly high due to the bonus status. If the latter hypothesis is correct, then Ryel, who has never defeated a monster, will remain at level 1. I was level 1 when I started out, and the people of this world also start at level 1, so Ryel, who contributes to the world through prayer, should understand that, right? If you work hard to defeat the monsters here, Ryel's level might go through the roof. Then all of your stats will increase. Gulp. Besides, since the other goddesses don't seem to be interested in getting stronger, this is the first time I'm telling you this information, and today is the only day that a goddess is allowed to defeat monsters under the pretense of accompanying me. So what are we going to do? There is at least one plan to defeat a large number of monsters. Loki. Just for today, I think I'll try to actively defeat the monsters. This is my apology and atonement. Fufu. I couldn't help but laugh. It's funny how she makes excuses at the end, but the fact is, she's motivated now. Then all that's left is for Ryel to go hunting. I couldn't help but grin as I prepared the skills for Ryel. Then I quickly explained the moves and such, and we both rushed into the inside of the Great Hall of Deboa with a momentum that made it look like we were skipping. Chapter 141. Successful Experiment. Stepping into the Great Hall of Deboa, it was like a tunnel with walls of dirt all around, a cylindrical cavity that could probably fit a car, but the floor was definitely not flat. As I walked inside, placing the pieces of magic stone I had prepared for the magic tool for light sources, the word exploration already showed a reaction. Ryel, it's about 30 meters ahead. I don't know what it is, but there are 4 ants. I understand. I'll go on from here. It will be dark soon, so I'll give you this. It's small, so you can hold it in one hand and swing your one-handed sword without any problems, right? Is this also a light source? Yes. It's something from Earth that I brought with me when I was sent here, so please don't break it. Don't get so excited that you crush it in your hands. The one I gave to Ryel was the flashlight. Unlike magic tools, it's durable, and most importantly, it's easy to hold. It's the kind that only shines in one direction, so it's probably not very convenient to use in a place like this, but it's better than nothing. I mean, I've hit goblins with it, so I don't think it's something you can just crush with your hands. But seeing that kind of otherworldly strength, I can't help but worry and feel like giving her a warning. So this is from Earth. Okay, I'll be careful not to break it. I turned the tip so it was always on and pointed it in the direction Ryel was going, and the flashlight shone much further than the magic tool for lighting. Oh, I see ants. It looks like this part is made like a room. Or rather, aren't they coming towards us in response to the light? Yes, they are. I can't help but sneak up behind Ryel. It's a pretty pathetic sight, but I haven't even tried to see if I can defeat them myself. I'm responsible for carrying and dismantling things. I stare at Ryel's buttocks and mutter softly, "Please defeat them, Ryel-sama." Meanwhile, Ryel also stares at the sword and mumbles to herself. Has the time finally come to use this sword in a real battle? Wait, doesn't that sound like me in middle school? She looks a little dangerous, but is she okay? While I was thinking about that, the butt in front of me suddenly disappeared. Zap. As I looked ahead in response to the sound, I saw the body being cut in half and the impact sending one half flying into the wall next to it. As I stood there, dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, I couldn't see any sword lines. All I could see was the ants' bodies naturally splitting in front of Ryel. Loki, hurry up and finish them off. I'm using moderation, but they're about to die. Yes. When I see a scene like this, My tone of voice naturally becomes more respectful. I immediately start running, and while holding the dismantling knife tightly, I stab it into the ant that was closest to me. But, seriously? The blade doesn't go through the ant's black outer shell, and I can't do any damage even though I wanted to finish it off. When I quickly stabbed the dismantling knife into the inner part that was cut. Your level has increased to 18. Your level has increased to 19. Your level has increased to 20. It's coming. At this point, I am convinced that the experiment was successful. You have acquired Resonant Cell V1. You have acquired Resonant Cell V2. You have purchased Acid Liquid LV1. You have acquired Digging LV1. More. Only one was killed. You have acquired Digging LV2. You have acquired Digging LV3. You have acquired Digging LV4. There's more. And yet, the announcements that passed in front of my eyes did not stop. You have acquired Acid-Resistant Cell V1. You have acquired Acid-Resistant Cell V2. You have acquired Acid-Resistant Cell V3. You have acquired Acid-Resistant Cell V4. When the announcements finally stopped, I was at the height of my excitement. I immediately thought about what to prioritize and what to do in this hunting ground. Loki, are you okay? Jay, just a moment. Question mark. My skill level went up to 4 in one go. That means you definitely have a skill level of 5, and more than one. And can I come here tomorrow by myself? No, that's impossible. It's clearly meant for parties, not solo play. Even if I'm a little stronger, it's not realistic to walk around alone in the dark with a light source in my hand. Then, I plunged the dismantling knife repeatedly into the ant's body, and while confirming the announcement that would come after I was done, I put down the basket I was carrying. Aren't you going to dismantle it? Yes, I'm going to throw it away. What should be the priority here is not money. I can make money elsewhere. What should be prioritized is my level and skill level. That's it. I'm going to raise my status here all at once. Ryel, I'm sorry, but we're skipping lunch today. Instead, you can eat as much as you want for the rest of your stay. So I want you to help me defeat as many enemies as possible. Of course. This is my apology to you. It's an incredible feeling of exhilaration. Everyone has their own idea of what they want from a game in terms of enjoyment and excitement, but there's a moment when your character suddenly becomes strong. I think there are a lot of players who get a rush from that. But what if it wasn't your character but yourself? If you had to compare it to something, it would be like winning the lottery. I think it's similar to that feeling. Well, I've only won up to 3,000 yen so far. Call to assembly. We ran and ran, relentlessly slashing the ants and diving deeper and deeper into the hole. There were 3 kinds of monsters and the queen ant, according to the Hunter Guild's data. I don't plan on killing the queen ant, but I still want to improve the 3 monster skills as much as possible. I'm going to push forward with that desire alone. Without dismantling them, I'll just keep killing them. When I was level 30, I could stop them just by kicking them hard as I approached them. If I don't have to crouch down every time, that alone will save even more time. The farther I went, the more forks I saw in the holes, and at first, I had to remember them all as I went. I would check the map to see if there was a fork, but it didn't conveniently switch to the inside of a hole. In this case, I had to remember them all on my own, but the holes spread out in a fan shape and downwards, so it was relatively easy to get back to the exit. If I went to the hole that went up, it would lead to the exit. The farther you went, the more ants there were, and soon another kind of ant appeared that was difficult to see at first glance, even when you shone a light on it, although its reaction was clearly visible. This was the killer ant that the guild documents said would attack without warning. Unlike the soldier ants with black exoskeletons that were there from the beginning, the killer ants had brown exoskeletons. Since it blends in with the brown clay walls, it would be a formidable monster in a dark hole like this, where visibility is poor and you're dependent on light sources. Well, it seems to be a small matter for Ryel. Whether it jumps suddenly or attacks from the ceiling, she slashes it down with super reaction even though she doesn't use any skills, and even when it bites her occasionally, she doesn't seem to feel any pain. It really is a fascinating superalloy body. By the way, I was able to get the camouflage skill from the killer ants, so I later found out that they were not just brown but also used their skills to hide. I used the exploration skill to go to the hole where there were more ant reactions, and if it was a dead end, we would run back. I kept doing this, and I think by this time, we had gone through about 30 rooms. Finally, the third type, the slightly smaller black ants known as Leviants, began to appear, and the abilities these Leviants had were different from the soldier ants and the killer ants. One of them was the call to assembly skill that I had used earlier. When I used call to assembly level 4, the monsters within a 180-meter radius with call to assembly would gather around me one by one. Haha, it's a huge wave. The number of them is so large that even with presence detection, it's impossible to grasp the full extent of the army, let alone with exploration. The enemy's presence is huge, and it's like a thick wall closing in on me. If I were alone, I would definitely be overwhelmed, swallowed up, and eaten alive, but I have the superhumanly invincible Ryel-sama on my side. Ryel, hurry up. Ha ha, there are so many of them. Leave it to me. I am the goddess of war. When I use call to assembly to get a little ahead and bring back a large number of them, Ryel will charge into the swarm at a tremendous speed and cut them down. If she hits them in the passage, they will be within sword range, and there is no chance that they will get behind her. After I learned how to use call to assembly, the roles of me, the one who lures them in, and Ryel, the one who cuts down the ants in the passage, became established. Sometimes, 1 or 2 soldier ants appear behind me, but with my status already raised, I can easily kill them. I kick up the pile of corpses, stab them with Pacer-san's masterpiece sword, and if I have time, sweep them away with wind magic. Your level has increased to 39. Finally, my level is about to reach the next big level, 40. I don't know how many hours we've been hunting, but I'm sweating and exhausted. Ryel, let's take a short break. I'm really tired. Already? Loki doesn't have much endurance. You should train more. No. I'm training. I run when I move between hunting grounds. I've been relying on flight lately, and maybe I've been slacking off a bit. If you want to use a sword, why don't you practice at the inn? It seems like a lot of people do that, right? Actually, if you keep using it, your skill level will naturally increase. Repeated use for the natural increase is more like magic. The last point is that, but more importantly, how is it? Do you feel like you've become stronger, Ryel? I feel like I've gotten stronger somehow. I can't help but think to myself, I bet you have. Even though your level increases, each stat only increases by 3 or 4. The fact that all stats increase evenly is a good thing, but more than that, the high-level bonuses for skills in this world are too good. At level 6, you get plus 30, and at level 7, you get plus 60. So when you get to level 9 or 10, you should get a bonus of over 100 for that level alone. I think Ryel has a number of such high-level skills that are beyond my ability to predict, so even if the level of a skill that was 1 were to increase to 40, the difference would be so great that it would be impossible to notice. What's more, since she's currently in a split body form, even if the main body becomes stronger, the stats will be split. Now, strength is basically a matter of little by little. It's all about working hard. I can't say this, but I'll try to make Ryel understand the process of people's efforts and growth. Phew. Okay, let's get back to it. It can't be helped. The monsters are attacking me. I'll defeat everything that comes my way. She stood up with a wry smile. Depending on the game, the experience point limit may be applied not only because the player's level is too high compared to the enemies but also because the player's level is too low compared to the enemies. So, I didn't know which way it would go until the experiment was done. But I never thought the experiment would go so well. The power leveling was a success. Even though it was only for 1 day, the result was huge. While trying to suppress my trembling heart, I ran away again as bait. Deeper into the hole. Chapter 142, End of the line. After that, we went through about 30 more rooms, and the difficulty level started to slow down considerably. While we talked about going home soon, we continued to play the fishing game, and then we encountered a situation that had never happened before. The ants did not get caught at all with the call to assembly. Is this finally the goal? This thought went through my mind, and my feet naturally moved forward, drawn by the presence I could see at the end of the passage. Then, a completely different scene unfolded before us from the rooms we had passed through. My goodness, look at the number of eggs here. It was several dozen times larger than the rooms we had passed through so far, and on the floor were countless eggs covered in a thin membrane about a meter high, lined up as if to fill in the gaps. Looking up, I saw a high ceiling that looked like a cathedral. From there, light shone down from the bottom in multiple layers, and I was even strangely moved by the mysterious sight, which one would never see on Earth. On the other hand, there were countless eggs, some of which had already hatched and their shells were broken, while others were wriggling around inside, making uncomfortable movements, and when I lowered my head, I was fully aware that this was the lair of monsters. And then, just as the information said, the queen ant was not here. This was something I had also heard from the talkative old lady of the guild. Queen Ant was defeated about 3 months ago. When I heard that, I was a little disappointed. She was out of my league. That's all I can say. But still, there was a possibility that I could defeat her today as long as I was with Ryel. Well, there would have been more ants on the road if it had been here, so I might have burned out before I got here. I came here because I was afraid you wouldn't come back. But what happened? Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like this is the end of the line. I see. Originally, the center of the mound was a bit higher. Since there were no eggs at all, I think there was probably a queen ant boss here. The light shines in here, so it's different from the rest. Is it gone now? I heard that someone defeated it about 3 months ago. Well, if it's not here, there's no point in looking for it, and there are no monsters to hunt here, so I guess we'll go back to catching insects. It looks like there are quite a few unhatched eggs. If we defeat them, won't they become an experience for Loki, huh? Well, Ryel has some pretty amazing ideas. You said you wouldn't want to hunt monsters if you could. So what was that comment you made earlier about hunting monsters in the morning? That's not it. It's for Loki's sake, you know. I don't have any evil thoughts about wanting to get a little stronger, you know. Watching Ryel, who is now in a panic and has finally confessed, makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. The fact that she came up with this idea means that she must feel that she has become strong enough to experience it to some degree. This egg didn't trigger the exploration function. That's probably because I kept searching for the word ant monster, but there was no response to the call to assembly function. So, I never thought that the contents of this egg were monsters that have experience and skills. But should we try it? This huge number of targets might be waiting for us to defeat them without moving. If we destroy the egg, this cave will be very quiet until the next queen ant appears. But, well, they say that people will be happy if the number of monsters decreases, so let's try to defeat one for now. I opened the status screen to check some of the current values and follow Ryel as she walks toward the egg in front of her. HMPH. Here. When Ryel slashes at the egg, it has the same physical properties. However, the soldier ant, which is half the size or slightly smaller, is cut in half. I finished it off with my sword and immediately checked the status screen again. Wow, I've gained experience points. Judging from the way my skill experience points are increasing, I think it's probably the same as an adult. I see. So it's worth it. Even if it's a pain that they won't come near us. I guess so. There are so many of them, so let's get rid of them all. From then on, it was like a production line, with Ryel cutting the eggs and me finishing them. Thinking that this was a bonus stage, I destroyed egg after egg with its contents inside. Since there was no danger of being attacked, Ryel's requests were, I want to eat this and I want to eat that. Well, they were all meat dishes. As I listened to her requests, I secretly checked the status screen and grinned. Oh no. Could this possibly go up to level 9? Although the skills of the 3 monsters were different, the only thing they all had in common was acid resistance. What's more, all 3 of them had a skill level of 5, a level that had never been seen before. The current level of acid resistance is 1% at level 8. Although I've been looking at the status screen for a while now, the 1% hasn't changed. But with a number of eggs like this, There's a chance. If it reaches level 9, there's no doubt that my stats will skyrocket. Ryel, maybe I'll be the first person to reach level 9. I just wanted to express my wish. Huh? A light? Ryel turns around in response to my words. I see a ray of light behind her. Ryel. By the time I called out to her, it was too late. Something hit Ryel's back directly, and as it flew past me at great speed, I could only watch as she was blown away. What is that? What happened? It was too fast. And Ryel. My body is numb. Loki. What was that? What did you see? When I saw Ryel, who was on one knee but didn't seem to have suffered any serious damage, I involuntarily let out a huge breath of air, but now is not the time to be relieved. I had to relay the information to Ryel, who couldn't see it. Even from a distance, you can tell it's an ant, but it's a golden color unlike anything I've ever seen before, and most importantly, its body is extremely small. It's about the same size as the larvae we defeated. At that moment, I wondered if I was wrong, and my face twisted in self-loathing. When I hear the words queen ant, the first thing that comes to mind is a huge body that you have to look up at. This had been the case in all the games I played so far, so I assumed it would be big enough that you could see it from a distance. And then there was the information in the guild's monster reference book, which said that the rate at which monsters appeared in the dungeon would decrease significantly for about 6 months. I had arbitrarily decided that the queen ant's cycle of appearance was about 6 months. I'd never seen anyone bring ant materials to the exchange before, if only strong hunters were approaching according to the cycle information circulating. Even the nosy old women in the guild might have thought the same thing due to a lack of information. But, what if there is a spawning period for the eggs that are now in front of us after they appear? If it takes a reasonable amount of time for them to reach adulthood, even if the queen ant reappears, the rate of monster appearances will remain low for a while. Despite the fact that they were there from the beginning, we leisurely crushed the eggs while staying within range. We did it. We've gotten pretty close to the center of the room. This streak of light reaches us at a blinding speed. I have no confidence that I can avoid it. Besides, I'm not wearing any armor, and looking at the strength of the impact that just blew Ryel away, I can't imagine that I'll be able to stay safe when the light is aimed at me. I can't run away. Could it be that I'm going to die again? Just as I was about to give that answer and my legs were about to give out from fear, an angry voice came from behind me. Loki, I told you, if you give in, only death awaits you. Get behind me first. Why yes, I don't want to die. I'm not going to die. With this thought alone, I ran towards Ryel. But what is it? Suddenly, I felt my steps slow down. It wasn't that my body felt heavy, it was just the feeling that I couldn't move at the speed I should be able to. For a moment, before my body started to malfunction, I felt like a black mist had enveloped my body. But no way. Is this a delayed spell? You're kidding me. When I realized that Ryel's prediction was the same as mine, my heart was almost completely filled with the fear of death. It should be close, but it's far away. My hand is almost there, but it can't reach it. If it releases the light again. Damn it. I turn my head, feeling that my movements are slow, and stare at the golden ant, the queen ant, standing about 50 meters away. If it's going to attack, it will at least make some kind of pre-attack movement, right? If that's the case, I can dig a hole and hide in it. Moving only my legs toward Ryel, I decide that the light is some kind of magic, and I watch closely for any sign of its movement. Then, is this it? A black mist envelops the area around the ant's face. The moment I could clearly see it with my farsight skill, I immediately started chanting. Dig a big hole. My feet begin to sink. My eyes are fixed on the queen ant, but I can't stop the impatience I feel as I slowly sink. Hurry, 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 but my wishes are in vain, and a blinding light shines into my vision. It's too early. Why is it being released already? The first time I saw a monster cast a spell was in the Great Forest of Palmyra when I fought Holy Mole. Up until then, I had always managed to defeat the monsters before they could cast their spells. So, I can only say that I misjudged the speed of the monster's chant and the time it took for the spell to activate. On the one hand, there was an F-rank monster, and on the other hand, There was a high-level A-rank boss-class monster. It's not the same, is it? Still, I tried to do something, and even though I know it's too late, I duck at that spot. This is aimed at me, so it's probably impossible. I wonder if I can take it and endure it. I also chant hardening, but it's unclear if it has any effect on magic defense. I want to fight, but I can't see a way to do it. Still, when I try to turn my gaze to Ryel, as Ura, she was right in front of me. I saw Ryel standing in front of me as if facing the light and raising her sword from below. I don't know what she was going to do. However, the light disappeared into the sky like a burst of light, and perhaps the power was reduced to some extent. But Ryel only took a few steps back, hiding underground by making a hole. That's an interesting choice. Even though she didn't turn her face to me, those words alone gave me an enormous sense of relief. Ryel, thank you. I'd really like to switch skills, but I don't think I'll be able to find the time. I'll just kill it like this. Loki would probably be better off hiding in the hole. When you feel that the delay magic has worn off, run towards the passage. It's a little hard to protect Loki while fighting that thing. Oh, okay, be careful. Ha 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 ha. Who do you think I am? I'm the goddess of war. You know, huh? Something is wrong. Normally, she would have run in and triumphantly announced her intentions, but for some reason, Ryel stayed where she was. This can only mean that something has changed. Thinking this, I looked out at the hole where I was hiding. The queen ant's body flickered with a pale light, and when the light faded, the countless eggs around it began to stir violently. Chapter 143, Hope for Life. This is a little bad. I know that even if you don't say it, it's not a little bit at all. That was my honest opinion. How many larvae are there? Looking at the ants crawling out with the sound of the membrane being torn open, I could immediately imagine that the queen ant had done something to force the larvae in this room into active mode. What should I do in this situation? I try desperately to think of an answer in my head, but my hands shake, and I find myself reaching out to grab Ryel's leg. I don't want her to leave. I don't want her to leave me. As long as Ryel is here, the queen ant's attack won't reach me. From Ryel's movements so far, I can tell that she doesn't have any long-range attack methods if her skill is moderation. However, there is no time to switch skills. If she withdraws her split body and then changes and brings out another one, it will take at least 10 seconds and probably 15 seconds based on past experience. Will I be able to protect myself in that time? If it's just the larvae, it's not so bad, but once the target is just me, I can only see a future in which the queen ant will kill me. Then Ryel will take care of the queen ant. I have no choice but to do something about these ants that are coming like countless waves. At the very least, I have to do something about the ants that are coming towards us. Otherwise, I won't be able to see any hint of a solution. Ryel, go and take care of the queen ant. I'll manage on my own for now. If you don't do that, we won't be able to do anything about this situation, right? Yeah, I guess so. Then I'm definitely going to go and take down that fancy one. Loki has become strong enough here. You should be able to protect yourself, right? Yes, I'll do my best to fight. I don't want to die. Okay, but if you really think you can't handle it, use divine communication to call someone out. You should be able to use it by now. Huh? What's the point of calling? Well then, I'm going. Is that what Ryel is saying? After I die, they will try to revive me without any time passing. Is that what you mean? There is no guarantee that it will work the second time. That is what Ryel warned me about. So even if I am not allowed to die anymore. Ryel, surrounded by a swarm of ants too numerous to count in the swirling dust and stagnant air, inched closer to the queen ant. After taking a deep breath, I crawled out of the hole I had made, thinking that the chances of the queen ant changing its target to me were slim. Oh no, there are so many Livians. It was a monster I wanted to avoid if possible. If it used call to assembly on me, the young ones that were scurrying around in my field of vision would all change their targets to me at once. If that happened, there was nothing I could do. I know that, but it's strange. Once I'd made up my mind, I somehow felt calm. Is it because I was shown Ryel challenging the queen ant by herself? Or is it because the experience of dying once brought me something? Or is it because I have already been enlightened by the harsh situation? It doesn't matter. If I don't do it, I'll definitely die. Even if I do, there's a high probability that I'll die. Then at least, I'll die after fighting as hard as I can. I muttered to myself and then attacked the nearby black exoskeleton of a soldier ant larva section. If I cut 1, I'll get 5. If I cut 5, I'll get 30. If I cut 30. They are like cockroaches. My thoughts and actions are completely different. Even though I am already surrounded by ants covering my field of vision, I grab the swords in my hands and swing them around blindly. There's no need to aim. Ants would climb on top of ants, and more ants would climb on top of them. If they tried to rip off my skin by closing in on me from all sides like a wall while I'm swinging my sword around, it will hit some of them, and the ants will be cut down by themselves. A huge level increase and a huge amount of skill acquisition. Thanks to these 2 points, I was able to use the short sword I had been using from the beginning to cut down the ant larvae. When the ants got too close to me, and there was no room to swing my sword, countless whirlwinds kill all the ants around me. It's black again. A large number of ants are cut into tiny pieces in front of my eyes, and a pause is created. This has happened 5 times already. The area around me is piled high with countless corpses, and I leap over them to find a new place to fight. Still, the number of ants doesn't seem to have decreased much. I looked around for a moment but couldn't see any significant changes in the battle situation in the center of my field of vision. There was a huge black mass. I could tell that Ryel was still fighting because pieces of ant meat were being thrown from that mass, but I also understood that she hadn't reached the queen ant yet. Will I take the risk? This thought flashed through my mind for a moment. The young ants started to swarm around me again. I was still lucky that Leviant's call to assembly didn't work in this situation, so I didn't want to call the ants swarming towards Ryel over here. I let out a sigh. I gripped my sword tightly with my fingers, which were about to fall off, and swung it at the approaching ants section. How many more do I have to defeat before I can see the end? How many more do I have to defeat? Ryel. It opens its jaws wide in front of me, and as it bites into my legs, stomach, and arms, I swing my own arms around. The back is a wall of mud. I didn't want to be in this position, but the pressure made it impossible for me to escape. I only have enough magic power left to cast another level 4 wind spell. Immediately after I swung my arm sideways, the young ant in front of me shot acid from its mouth and splashed it on my face. "You're not listening, you idiot." My leg was taken again. I knew that without looking. It hurts. My whole body hurts. They're taking my fingers. They're taking my skin. But my hands can't keep up. My face? Will they take my nose this time? Why, you've got to be kidding me. Countless whirlwinds kill all the ants around me. With eyes filled with rage, I watched as the ants that had tried to bite my face and the ants that had bitten my stomach and legs were torn to pieces. Then, I looked at the black mass in the middle. I can't use area magic anymore. What else can I do? I sat down and couldn't get up, so I leaned my back against the wall and looked up at the sky. In my field of vision, several Liviants were flying around as if they were watching over me. Many factors have led to this situation. However, there is only one cause that cannot be resolved. It's because Ryel has brought moderation. There is no means of long-range attack or area attack. There is no choice but to rely on physical strength and sword power to crush the enemy in front of you. Even though I've calmed down to a certain extent, it's obvious from the scene in front of my eyes that Ryel can't handle it. The many Liviant larvae in the air are probably partly to blame. They're all protecting the queen ant, who is the boss, by surrounding Ryel. So Ryel is blocked even more than I am. If Ryel can't defeat the queen ant, I'll end up dying. If I die, there's no way I can be revived. I can't die. But my hands, I don't have any. I knew that from the beginning. But I didn't want to make that choice. I've been holding back. But if I die and the resurrection fails, all this patience will be for nothing. There's nothing more stupid than this. The words I didn't want to say slipped out of my mouth. I gently closed my eyes, and fighting the pain that was making me feel faint. I looked at part of the status screen. Skill points, 878. I've been saving up all those skill points to acquire spatial magic or to level up when I can. There's no point in saving them if there's no way out, so as I quickly scan the skills, I end up focusing on one in particular. Is this all I have? A skill I had no intention of using. In fact, it was a skill I had never even used. However, this is the only skill I can see that has the potential to break the current situation. I gritted my teeth and muttered to myself. In exchange for my desire to live, I convinced myself, please increase the level of berserk as much as possible. If the battle had started at a different time, there might have been other options, but I don't have any magic left. If that's the case, all the magic type skills will be gone. And even if I put skill points into most of the combat type skills, I won't be able to use them. That's why I made this decision. I have no choice but to rely on this skill to improve my abilities without consuming magic power. I can't believe I'm spending all my skill points on this useless skill that I've never even used. The pain and sadness almost made me cry. Berserk LV3 has been acquired. Berserk LV4 has been acquired. Berserk LV5 has been acquired. Berserk LV6 has been acquired. Berserk LV7 has been acquired. Berserk LV7 has been acquired. Berserk Dance has been unlocked. I'll think about the unnecessary things after I survive and look at the details of the Berserk skill that I've increased as much as possible. Berserk LV8, once used, all normal attack actions receive a limited correction of 290% of the stats. However, until the time limit expires, you cannot perform any actions other than normal attacks on surrounding creatures. Time limit for use, 8 minutes. Magic power consumption, 0. A dry smile naturally escaped my mouth. The time limit for its use, which seemed impossible to lift due to the level increase, has been extended to 8 minutes. However, it is limited to normal attacks and has a power of 290%. With this, even I, who cannot even hold a weapon, have gained a sufficient means of attack. Well, that's good, I muttered as I stared at the black mass in the middle. Call for assembly. At that moment, the young ants stopped moving, and all turned to me. That's right. I'm the one who called them here. So gather around me. At the same time that the young ants began to move strongly, I noticed that the Leviant above me was flapping its wings in a nervous, irregular way. Even if you try to call them back with call for assembly, it's probably useless. You're level 5, and I'm level 7. The skill details don't say anything about overwriting. The only thing that is explained is the range of its effect. First of all, it's a monster skill, so the situation where it would be overwritten by a nonkin is not something that was originally intended to happen. However, common sense tells me that the effect should be applied to the one with the higher skill level. And judging by the way they are pushing towards me without changing direction, I can say that my guess was correct. What are you doing, Loki? I could hear Ryel's voice calling from far away, but if Ryel was chasing the ants here, it would be pointless. So I took a deep breath and, still dazed, called out to Ryel as loudly as I could. Ryel, while I'm drawing them in, quickly defeat the queen ant. That is the best I can do right now. If she doesn't defeat it soon, I'll be cornered at some point. At a time when there is no way to attack a wide area, there is no way to avoid being cornered. But this should open the way to the queen ant. Please, Ryel. While muttering these words in my heart, I slowly muttered the name of the skill and made my final decision. Berserk, Chapter 144. The End of Despair. My legs. Immediately after using Berserk, something strange happened to my body. My legs started to move forward without my will, as if welcoming a large army of ants toward me. I thought there was a good chance, but is it really like a berserker? My ideal was that while my will was still working, I would not be able to perform any actions other than normal attacks, such as activating skills or drinking potions. In short, if I didn't want to fight, I could just stand there as much as possible after activating a skill, but I couldn't stop it. I couldn't even stand still. It's like someone has taken away my freedom of movement, and I'm staggering like a ghost towards the ant swarm. If I could, I wouldn't go towards them. What I want to do is gain time. If Ryel defeats the queen ant, I should be able to leave the ants to Ryel. If that's the case, I thought there was still a way for me to survive. The ants that had led the charge from the large army were already in front of me. How should I deal with this body? While thinking about it, I watched them move around as if it was someone else's business. Something crosses in front of my eyes at high speed, and right after that, I feel a sharp pain that makes my vision spin. My breathing is ragged, and as I clench my teeth and try to bear the pain, I try to grasp the situation. I see the head of the ant that was leading the way being dented and then blown away, taking the others with it. What crossed my vision was my own arm. It was clear that the pain was caused by something that couldn't be called a fist, for the bones were deformed and protruding from the top of the lost finger. And soon, I realized, this is a living hell. In a sense, my body has been taken over. It automatically performs powerful normal attacks with limited corrections against living things, that is, the ants in front of me. So far, so good. But my mind is completely normal. I can see the results of my actions, and I can think about them and analyze them. And because the power has increased so much, I also feel a pain that is more intense than anything I've ever experienced before. For a moment, I can't help but wish that I had a skill that would allow me to forget myself and take over my mind, even if only for a limited amount of time. The feeling of being punched and kicked, the impact of the blows, the pain grinding on my nerves, it's all attacking me and making me feel like I'm going crazy. It hurts. It hurts, really hurts. My vision is blurred with tears. My memories have become fragmented, and I wonder what I am doing right now. I can't help but wonder if there is any point or value in living when I am in this state. Both my body and my mind are in shambles. Even so, my body won't stop. If I can just hold on for a few more minutes. Without knowing the answer, my vision was painted black again, seeking a moment of peace. Section. Loki. Pull yourself together. A familiar voice, and a voice I've always wanted to hear, and I feel as if my blurred consciousness is waking up. My vision, which seems to have become blurred and narrow, looks parallel to the ground, and there are several ants in front of me, and one of them is blown away with incredible force. The intense pain that makes me want to faint immediately makes me realize that I've hit it. Loki, are you conscious? As I replied, I looked at her and saw that Ryel was in a terrible state, so bad that it was hard to recognize her. Only her armor was still shining, but most of her once white skin was burned, and a large portion of her beautiful blonde hair had been completely lost from her scalp. I see. Ryel doesn't have acid resistance. It must have been extremely painful and intense. I've never experienced being burned by acid, but looking at the extent of the burns covering her entire body, it's easy to imagine that she was struggling desperately while enduring the pain. And, as bad as she is, I'm in a terrible state myself. I can't even stand up. I can't feel my legs, so I can only assume that I've lost the ability to stand up. My right hand is missing from the wrist up, and there's also something strange in my mouth, like a hard piece of something and a strange taste. So I think I must have bitten off an ant without realizing it. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. Let's go. If you come any closer. Just as I thought, my left hand reacted and attacked Ryel, who had run towards me. Loki, what in the world is going on? I'm going crazy. I'm sorry. When I heard her words, even though my body was struggling to move, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The fact that Ryel is here means that she defeated the queen ant while I was unconscious. I don't know how many of the larvae are left since I'm being held so tightly that I can't move, but I'm relieved to know that my life has been saved. I hope we're not too late. We're here. If it's an attack like the one before, you should be able to finish it off. If it's not dead yet. When I looked at the blurry figure in front of me, I saw a golden ant that had been impaled by Lil's sword and stuck to the ground. It was the queen ant. I could see wings on its back, and it looked like it was fighting Ryel as it flew around, and my arm, as if it knew it was alive, was smashing the queen ant's head by itself. Your level has increased to 45. Your level has increased to 46. I'm about to burst into tears again at the thought of Ryel thinking of me even in this situation and using moderation. Your level has increased to 47. Your level has increased to 48. Ryel, please stop stabbing. Your level has increased to 49. Your level has increased to 50. I see. That's the end of Loki's work. I'd like to heal you right now, but for now, just stay there and sleep. Your level has increased to 51. Your level has increased to 52. Ryel quickly retrieved her sword and said that she would clean up the mess, then tried to get out of my attack range. Your level has increased to 53. Your level has increased to 54. Still, my body crawled along the ground as I tried to chase after Ryel, but I didn't pay any attention to it, just watching the incessant announcements while enduring the pain. Your level has increased to 55. Your level has increased to 56. No. I tried to see through it, but it was still difficult to maintain consciousness. You have acquired lightning magic LV1. You have acquired lightning magic LV2. For some reason, I felt a sense of relief that it had finally shifted to skills, and then my consciousness faded. Chapter 145, Mother. The feeling of being enveloped in a pleasant light. It's like being immersed in warm water from head to toe or basking in the spring sunlight on the veranda. As I'm dozing off in such a pleasant state, someone's voice brings me back to reality. It's all right now. I see. I'm sorry. Is that Ryel? Or is it Alicia-sama? I was confused by the conversation, but when I opened my eyes, I immediately realized that I was still in the Queen Ant's room. There were so many dead ants in front of me that there was no way I could have made a mistake. I almost hugged an ant and started to sweat. It looks like Loki-kun has regained consciousness. I thought to myself, that voice is definitely Ryel, right? And I sat up and turned my head in the direction of the voice. Thank you very much. I couldn't help but use polite language. I could only think that an aura of rage was spewing from behind Ryel. There was no trace of her usual smile, and the difference from before was so great that I almost involuntarily took a step back. First of all, both of you, sit cross-legged. Yes. Ryel and I obeyed as if it were natural. Our movements were fast, like ants. Actually, I think Ryel is the boss of the goddesses behind the scenes. That thought briefly crossed my mind, but if she found out now, my head would probably fly far away. So I put my forehead on the ground and started counting the pebbles on the ground. I was surprised by Ryel's kneeling, and now I'm kneeling for the second time with Ryel in front of Ryel. What the hell are you two doing? Loki-kun was just killed the other day, so why are you two so badly injured? Loki-kun almost died. You looked like a rag doll, didn't you? She was right, but I couldn't say anything. I knew that I was worse than a rag. Both arms and legs were missing, as well as both ears, the right eye, and the nose, and the wound even reached the internal organs in the abdomen. Ryel, how could this have happened in your presence? Ah, no. We were struck by an unexpected situation. What kind of goddess are you if you can't handle unexpected situations? Flinch. You too, Loki-kun. I told you the other day that it would be difficult to revive you. So why did you take such a risky action? If I say that, she'll get angry without mercy. Even though I knew that, I thought I should explain it myself rather than have Ryel explain it, so I opened my mouth even though I was scared. I am really sorry. I am the cause of all of this. I made the mistake of thinking that the boss of this place wouldn't be here at this time of the year. As a result, we were attacked by the Queen Ant, who is the boss of this place. And this is what happened. I was the one who decided on Ryel's skill, and Ryel was desperately protecting me, so the responsibility lies with me. That is not true. When Loki entered this room, you were already saying that you wanted to go back. I dragged you along to destroy the egg out of greed, thinking that it would raise my level. The reason for this is my words that led us to enter this room. No, that's not true. I agreed to it because I thought it was worthwhile to defeat it. So it's mutual. If it weren't for the Queen Ant, this situation wouldn't have arisen, and it was I who misunderstood the information and made a mess of things. No, I was properly controlling myself. That's enough. The words stop abruptly. The air is tense. The atmosphere is heavy. Loki-kun, aren't you afraid of death? Eh? Of course, I do. Probably more than anyone else. After being killed by Ryel and suffering such extensive damage so soon after, it would be normal for your mind to break down. Why are you so normal? Are you not feeling any mental abnormalities right now? I involuntarily looked up and stared at my hands, which had returned to normal. Even if you say so, I can only say that I don't understand, right? If you're asking me if I want to fight monsters again, I'd have to say yes, even if it's a boss-class monster. Of course, the basic premise is that I want to be able to fight my way out of a situation without dying. But even so, the idea of switching to a safer job on a farm doesn't come to mind. A question I know I've been asked. Why is that? I want to be strong because I don't want to be oppressed by anyone. I want to be strong so that I don't have to suffer any more unreasonable things. But in order to do that, I've already died once, and I almost died again because of unreasonable power and unreasonable numbers. I know this is putting the cart before the horse. I don't want to stop being a hunter. I want to experience the excitement I felt in the game, the joy of getting stronger, the pleasure of seeing my efforts pay off, and the sense of accomplishment that comes with it. But it's not the same. This isn't a game, it's the real world. The game perspective and the real world's perspective are mixing again. Especially recently, discoveries like quantifying equipment and resurrection have made me wonder if it's really the real world and not a game. Because of this. Loki, are you okay? Yeah, it's hard for me to tell, but I think I'm okay. I probably shouldn't say anything unnecessary right now. So you're still going to be a hunter, to defeat the monsters, right? As I thought. If I can get stronger, I think I'll continue to hunt as a hunter. It's the only thing I know how to do. I see. Ryel probably doesn't want me to become a hunter. I can't see any change in her expression, but somehow, I can tell that's how she feels. If you hunt monsters, you'll do reckless things. I'm sure that's what she thinks, and there's no way around it because of the situation right now. Then I'll tell her how I really feel. Ryel, I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die because I don't want to die. I can't say for sure, but I won't do anything reckless for the time being. I've become really strong here. I know it's not right to laugh when someone is lecturing you, but I thought it was the best thing to do at the time. I don't know if it worked, but Ryel came to sit on me while I was sitting on the ground. Loki-kun, do you remember our previous promise? Fuga, a promise? You mean a friend? Yes, that's right. But I don't want a friend who worries me so much. Eh? Hearing those words, the blood drained from my entire body. Could it be that I've been rejected? So, I think I'll become Loki-kun's mother in this world. I've always wanted to experience that, and it seems to fit my feelings the best. Huh? Mother? My head is in a state of confusion. I feel relieved that I wasn't rejected and surprised that she suddenly introduced herself as my mother. However, I don't feel any bad feelings when she calls herself my mother. On the contrary, when Ryel says mother, it feels like I'm being gently wrapped up in something, and I start to feel really happy. I'm really happy. Maybe, I can't help but feel that I'm degenerating lately, but inside, I'm still 32 years old. Even though she calls herself my mother now, it's no wonder I feel embarrassed, but I'm still happy, and I want to feel comfortable. So I can't help but hug Ryel tightly. Fufu, you really are cute. I wonder if everyone feels like this when they have a child. Oh, I've gone off topic. My mood has improved. At the same time, I'm wondering who I asked. My field of vision is currently in her chest. So I didn't really understand. But with Ryel's answer, I could enjoy the hugging time all by myself. Well, I don't know because I've never experienced it. But I think most people feel happy when they have a baby, right? I'd like to experience that sometime. Speaking of which, what do you call your mother on Earth? Well, I think mom is the most common. Some people call their mothers mother when they're older, but on the other hand, when they're little, they often call them mama. Mama, that's it. You're still young, so you should call me mama. Oh, and you just said boku, to refer to yourself, which is also really good. So let's use that from now on. Note, a less formal option to watashi, Boku is another way to say Aomi in Japanese. Boku can be used by young boys and adult men to refer to themselves in a humble way. Huh? That's a little too embarrassing. Well, just for now, just this once, as a token of gratitude for your healing, please. Gyugu. When she says that, I can't say anything back. I regret saying something unnecessary, but it's too late. I mumble, making a decision I don't really understand and hoping that Ryel isn't around. Mama, I'm so happy! Exclamation mark. I was hugged from the front, but then I found myself flying through the air, and after 2.5 spins, I landed with my hands behind my back in a position that was almost like a princess carry. Then Ryel immediately sat down. While she patted my head, I thought to myself that this must be Ryel's favorite thing to do, but I couldn't stop feeling nervous inside. Lying on my back is especially bad right now. I cross my legs, of course, and desperately try to hide them somehow. After all, I'm completely naked. Even though my body is protected thanks to my acid resistance, most of my clothes and shoes have melted away, except for the metal ones. I was already fighting in my heroic full chicken mode before I used berserk, so even if Ryel and Ryel saw me in my normal state now, I could just shrug it off. I can't show them my selfish little boy. Mama, it's even more amazing than I imagined. Every time my head is patted, the giant marshmallow that falls on my face is disturbing. I was transported to this world, and at the age of 32, I awoke to the smell of a goddess and also to the art of being pampered. For me, who for some reason continues to explore uncharted territory, the existence of this new mama figure also seems irresistible. Where exactly am I going? Loki. I can't see Ryel's face because it's blocked, but if I turn to the side, I can see Ryel staring at me with her hands covering her eyes, but she's made a diamond-shaped slit and is staring at me. It's just to hide her eyebrows. I don't want to die, but I want to die now. I have no dignity left. I feel like I've reached some kind of enlightenment, and with eyes like a dead fish, I look at the wall in front of me. When people are in danger of losing their lives, their will to leave offspring naturally takes over, and reproductive activity becomes more active on an instinctive level. Did you know that's common knowledge on Earth? I don't even know what I'm saying. Even though the situation is completely safe right now, I still think it's good to be safe and at peace, and I curl up on Ryel's belly as if to hide. Chapter 146, Gold and Black. Ryel held me like a tame dog, stroked my head, and made me sit meekly on her lap. During this time, the two of us had calmed down and discussed the details of what had happened in a more serious tone. As I listened, it seemed that it was already the evening of the next day, and it turned out that Ryel and I had been here for over a day. We had the excuse that we didn't know how much time had passed because there was no light, but we both broke our promise to stay for only one day. We kept knocking over ants while having a great time, and on top of that, I got seriously injured, so it's only natural that Ryel would be angry. Ryel even went off to look for the transmigrator, and it's no wonder that I've been feeling tired and hungry ever since. Even though I've been running around like this, I haven't eaten anything since yesterday morning. I've only been drinking water. I think I slept in the form of fainting, but I'm not sure how long I slept. I want to go back to the inn, eat something, and go to sleep. But I can't give up this position either. I'm in a dilemma. I thought it would be rude to interrupt while everyone was talking seriously, so I closed my eyes and opened the status screen. The first thing I noticed was that my level had gone up so much that I was surprised. This is amazing. My level was 17 before I came here, and now it's 56. What is this place? The way my level went up, especially with the queen ant at the end, was incredible. Up until level 40 or so, it was within my expectations, or I knew what I was doing to a certain extent. I was running around so much that I could say with confidence that I killed that many, and I didn't think it was weird because I gave up collecting materials to do that. However, even though I was almost unconscious from the pain all over my body, I think my level went up by about 15 just with the queen ant at the end. Since it was just Ryel and me, I guess the experience points weren't spread out too much. Each of my stats has more than doubled, and it's no exaggeration to say that I'm a different person now than I was before I entered this place. Now, I feel like I've become one of the higher people in this world, and I'm pretty sure I've also gained a lightning element skill. When I looked at the status screen to check my skills, there was one section that I usually didn't even look at. In the title section at the bottom left, I noticed that letters had been added for the first time. It's quite good that there's something in a place that's not a skill, but when I saw the contents, I felt all kinds of emotions. King Ant Slayer. Ooh, my first title. A title I'd forgotten existed. Even though it's called a title, the way it's handled varies from game to game. In some games, it's just an element of self-importance that appears above the character's name, but in others, you can gain the benefit of a stat boost by earning it or choosing from among them. So what is this world? When I searched for details, I hoped it would be the latter. I found some, but my head was filled with question marks about the content. A proof given to those who defeat the King Ant. King Ant? Whether or not the stats will increase is not mentioned in the detailed explanation. The same goes for skills, so it's still understandable that even if bonus stats are set, you can't tell right away unless you do the calculations. But King Ant, I have no recollection of that name at all. I would like to ask for a detailed explanation. Which one is it? The golden ant that was clearly strong must have been the King Ant, and I've never heard of any other ants that were particularly strong. But wasn't that ant a queen ant? Could it be that the name Queen Ant was given to it later, even though it was originally called King Ant? Then who called it a King Ant? My head is spinning, and I can't help but rub my head against Frill's belly. This soft belly. I really want to use it as a pillow. What's wrong? I'm not really sure. I just looked at my status screen, and I got a title for the first time, but the monster's name is King Ant. King Ant? Wasn't it called Queen Ant? I thought so, too. By the way, there weren't any other ants that were particularly strong, were there? That's right. Only that golden ant was especially strong. Even though I fought it with a split body, I didn't expect it to take so long. You were in the middle of a big emergency, and then you tried to get rid of the split body in the divine realm, didn't you? No, it was a real emergency, and I had no choice but to gather the split bodies together. Loki didn't seem to call anyone, and I was afraid that Loki would die if I didn't do anything. What? I thought you said that if things got really bad, I should use my divine communication so that it would be possible to resurrect you immediately if you died? No, I meant that if you thought there was nothing you could do, you should call one of the other goddesses. I couldn't say that outright because it would be against the rules. Even so, the two of us are still here. That's true. At first, I thought it was inevitable because it was an emergency, but even after things calmed down, there was no sign of Frill's return. Therefore, the goddess's temporary rule that only one of them would ascend had been broken. Well, thanks to that, I'm in a comfortable place right now, so I have no complaints. Besides, if I had made a distress call to one of the goddesses, I wouldn't have had to spend all my skill points on berserk, right? When I think about it, I feel like something important is going to fall out of my mouth. Say it more clearly, Ryel. Well, do you think it will be okay to have two of you here? For now, I think so. Since there's nothing from Sama, I personally think it'll be okay with just the two of us. Surprisingly, it doesn't matter if there are two of us or not. I think that's true, but I can't say something so irresponsible. If push comes to shove, the goddesses will get angry, and if they find out that I'm the one who encouraged them, they'll definitely kill me. Why don't you take the golden ant to the Hunters Guild? If you do that, they'll be able to tell you something, right? Yes, I'll try that. If I show it to them, they'll be able to tell if it's a queen ant or not. If the goddesses don't know about the king ant, there's no way we're going to get an answer just by thinking about it right now. So let's put that problem aside for now, and I guess I'll have to tell them sooner or later. Personally, I find it kind of painful to drag this out. Oh, and one more thing. It's kind of hard to say, but do you think it's a post-death after effect? I think it might have come out. What? Please tell me more. Even if I say that, it's not like there's something mentally wrong with me. Just look at my hand. Saying this, I hold out my hand and begin a simple incantation. Oh wind, dance. How is it? Can you see it? Wasn't the magic black? Yes. Before I died, it was definitely blue-violet. For some reason, I noticed that it had turned black today. Like a monster. Yeah. That's why I thought it would be bad to keep it a secret. I wonder if I've become a monster? I try to act cheerful, but I'm still really worried. If I could, I'd like to keep it a secret, but if it comes out later, the problem will get bigger, including the fact that I kept it a secret. Then it would probably be better to tell them sooner rather than later. Even though I think that, I feel like everyone is giving up on me, and I can't help but tighten my grip on Farrell. Then, after giving me a tight hug, Farrell murmured to me with a serious look in her eyes, "Loki-kun, could you turn around and show me your stomach?" Yeah. Pushed by the unusual atmosphere, I rolled onto the ground and turned around. Please check as well, Ryel. Do you feel any part of Loki-kun's body that seems to be producing magic power intensively? No, I don't understand. I'm not good at grasping such detailed sensations. What are you doing? The two of them are looking closely at my body, but I don't know what they're doing. Is there anything that can be understood by looking? The difference between races and monsters is the presence or absence of magic stones. The magic of monsters is black because it is supplied by magic stones, while the magic of races is blue-violet because it is naturally absorbed from the magic floating in the world and circulated in the body. That's why when your soul was pulled down to the ground, I thought that some kind of action had created a magic stone inside Loki-kun's body, and that's why I'm looking for it. But it's hard for us to judge. Ryu is good at magic and magic-related things. Should we call her? Yes. Could you call her and have her replace you? Ryel, I need to be here when it comes to removing it. Okay. I'll call her. The story is progressing on its own, but Rhea is coming here. I'm really afraid she'll say, "It's too dangerous," and make me a target or something like that. I even heard some scary words. Favorable? If there's a magic stone, could you possibly do something like an operation here? An operation? It's nothing that big. I'll just do this. It hurts, but please bear with it. I'll heal you right away. This world is too merciless. Even if you say something like that and make your hand into the shape of a hand sword, it's still impossible for me, an earthling, to understand. Since I've had the experience of being stabbed in the stomach with my fingers and arms, I can understand that it's possible to be relaxed enough to stab with a hand sword. But at least show me some mercy and give me some anesthetic. After that, I desperately asked if there was any way to ease the pain, and then I saw the usual fog on the other side of Ryel, and then, for the first time in a long time, I saw Rhea. What is it? It's been a while, Rhea. What a dangerous thing. It wasn't as if the magic stone was suddenly discovered and taken out. My son. She stepped on my son. Or rather, since Rhea is also barefoot, it's become a strange situation in a different way. Rhea, do you understand that I called you because it's an emergency? This is not the time to play around like this. But he's naked. A pervert is showing me something crude while naked. What can I do? My clothes seem to have been dissolved by acid. Besides, it's a cute thing, right? Crude. Cute. I knew it. But there's no need to say such harsh things. You know that's a forbidden word that tears a man's pride to shreds. It's not my fault that it's crude and cute. It's because of this body that has become too young. Just wait and see. I'll become a fine man one day. Aren't you already becoming one? When a human is in danger of losing his life, the will to leave descendants naturally comes into play. Section. Yes. There's no sign that it's generating magic power from a single point. It's circulating normally. I think the wavelength is the same as before as well. While I drenched the floor with my tears, Rhea held her hand over my body, apparently searching for the flow of magic power. I don't know what she was doing, but I had heard Rist use the word wavelength before. Somehow, it felt like Rhea was saying, "It's the same as before," and a feeling of relief slowly spread through me. But then why is it black? Loki, show me the black magic. Yes. Create water. When a small ball of water was created in front of me, the black magic power appeared for a moment after the chant and then immediately disappeared. What do you think? It's definitely Loki's own magic power, created from Loki's own body. But is the color a bit mixed? If that's the case, could it be that you've turned into a demon? Ryel touches my forehead, then presses her lips together and looks at me, her teeth showing. I don't know what's going on, so I just let her do what she wants. Ryel, was there anything strange about Loki's body? I think he was fine, but could it be that you're talking about the ancient race from long ago? Yes, but there's nothing about him that reminds me of that race, and there's no way that the transmigrator Loki is an ancient race. So I have no idea why it's black. I wonder if the fact that Loki can acquire monster-specific skills has something to do with it. The three of us tilt our heads in unison. The idea of an ancient race is intriguing, but the fact that my transformation into a monster that I once feared has returned gives me a headache. Since I have a magic stone in my body, the magical power it provides is turning me black. And even though I don't seem to have a magic stone inside me, somehow, my magic power has turned black. If that is the case, what is magic power anyway? It seems like we're getting into the premise and origins of this world, and there's no way I can understand something like that. I guess the only thing to do is to ask Felser-sama about it. If my soul was dragged to the ground when I died, maybe my soul mistook me for a monster? It's like someone else's problem. But that's the only prediction I could come up with. Well, my appearance hasn't changed at all, and I have no desire to attack people, so I think I'll be fine. If I get a magic stone inside me, I don't mind having it removed as long as I get some painkillers. But in my imagination, magic stones are like a second heart, so I feel like I'll die if it's removed. Is that okay? Did you try to remove the magic stone without thinking about it too much? Hey, Ryel. Is that what happened? What are you talking about? I wasn't planning on doing anything dangerous like that. You did that hand motion thing with your hand earlier, didn't you? You said it was okay because you wanted to heal it, right? You're so cute, Loki-kun. Here, let me hold you. Why, you're deceiving me with that? It feels so good. I'm going back now. As I moved my body and looked at Ryel, I saw that she was already beginning to be enveloped by the mist. Thank you for coming all this way, Ryel. And thank you for not judging me as dangerous. Well, there are a lot of people who get angry when Loki dies. Besides, I'm just like everyone else, so I don't mind if you speak normally. As I watched the figure disappear, Ryel came back. Did you manage to solve it? No, nothing was solved. But if you don't know the cause, there's no point in worrying about it. I see. Well, Loki is Loki. If he doesn't change, I guess that's okay too. That's right. For now, we just have to wait and see. I'll tell Alicia and the others later. Yes, thank you for your help, Ryel. I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble. I'm your mama. So please don't worry too much. After that, Ryel also returned to the divine realm, and after I found the two swords, I left the cave with Ryel, but it was all over in a flash. Unlike the way we came, we had been here before, so Ryel used her spatial magic, and I experienced my first teleportation. Even though my eyes were open during the teleportation, the scenery changed instantly as soon as I heard the words, "Let's go." I had heard the principle from feeling before, but I was still more than impressed to see that I could move without feeling anything. It was so incomprehensible that it felt like seeing a ghost, or rather, I've never seen a ghost, but it felt like one. I ran to the entrance, picked up the basket I had left behind, and then teleported again. I found myself in my room at the inn, and it was like a cheat spell that couldn't be more unfair. Oh, I really want it. I want it so much. But all my skill points are used up on berserk. Damn it. After arriving at my room, Ryel looked at me with a puzzled expression as I writhed in agony and held my head. Chapter 147, Inside the King Ant. The next day, I watch Ryel, who never seems to stop eating, as she picks at her breakfast salad in the inn's restaurant. You're really eating a lot, even though you ate so much yesterday. It's delicious, especially this, and this. It seems like she's pointing her finger at everything she can get her hands on, but when I see her stuffing her mouth like a squirrel, I can't help but sigh, and the corners of my mouth lift up naturally. Last night, as soon as I got back to my room, Ryel rushed me to take a bath, and then we went to the restaurant in our fresh, barefoot state. And as I had announced, I showed Ryel the menu and told her she could order whatever she wanted, and she really didn't hold back. First, about half the table was filled with dishes I had seen before and some I hadn't, and as we cleared them away, more dishes were placed on the table. Ryel and I continued to eat these dishes in silence. I'm sure it must have been a strange sight for the other customers at the table, but I was so hungry that I didn't care what other people thought. Ryel didn't care, either. We ate like we were challenging our own limits, and when we got back to our room, we were overcome by the feeling of fullness and fell asleep immediately. To be honest, I don't even know when Ryel returned to the divine realm. So, my breakfast consisted of a glass of fresh fruit juice, a salad, and a piece of toasted bread with jam. Last night's dinner is still in my stomach, and if possible, I'd rather have coffee and a digestive medicine than food. Even if I can't have a digestive, I really want some coffee. While thinking about coffee, which could almost be called my partner on earth. All right, I'll let you off with that much for today. I hear words that make me want to ask, what kind of fight is this? When I looked at the culprit, she was rubbing her stomach while looking at the ceiling as if she was satisfied, but her mouth area was still so sticky that I couldn't help but think she looked like a kindergartner. There were also a few stains on the white dress the goddess was wearing. I couldn't help but point at my own mouth and say, "You've got some on you," and Ryel made a funny face while desperately sticking out her tongue to lick it off. You don't see beauty like that anywhere else. Still, the ease of not having to think of her as a woman is very pleasant. If Ryel is a mother, then Ryel is a sister, right? Thinking about such things, we finished breakfast and returned to our room. Hey, by the way, is Ryel staying here today or until tomorrow? It should be until tomorrow, but since this is the first time I'm looking for a transmigrator, I feel like it's already over. She spent a day hiding in the divine realm because she didn't want to take off her armor. When I thought the problem was solved, she accidentally killed me and ended up having to deal with the aftermath. As punishment, she had to accompany me on a hunt. We ended up losing track of time, and it took more than a day. On top of that, there was a boss, and even more time was wasted. I wonder what Ryel is doing down there? I'm sure that's what the other goddesses are thinking. You'll have to work hard today and tomorrow to make up for the time you've wasted. That's right. If I don't do what I'm supposed to do, Alicia will be really mad at me again. Will Loki be at the Hunters Guild? Caught by Ryel's gaze, we both looked at the golden ant in the cage. Yes, I don't want to keep it in the room forever, so I'll tidy up first and then check my skills and yesterday's results. If there's any additional information, I'll tell you all about it tonight. Then I'll work hard today in anticipation. While I'm at it, I might as well give Ryel a gold coin on my way out of the room. I think this should be enough, but it's for when you get hungry at noon. Just don't have any unnecessary conversations with the shop staff. Ryel really seems to think you'll get caught. I've heard from wrist and feeling that the food at the stalls is delicious. Now I have something to look forward to again. She didn't hear me. I said goodbye to Ryel, who was grinning to himself at the entrance of the inn, holding a gold coin in the air, and went to the shoe shop, carrying a basket of a golden ant on my back. After buying a pair of safe-looking short boots, I went to the Hunters Guild. Good morning. Oh, it's you, kid. The dismantling area of the guild. If you enter from the back, it's still early in the morning, so the place is very quiet. However, if you look at the workbench in the back, you can see that the giant crabs and frogs are still piled up, so it's obvious that last night's work hasn't been cleaned up at all. Still, I think the old man who also works at the counter has become a little more friendly compared to the beginning. What do you want at this hour? If you keep asking stupid questions, we'll make you help us with the work. It's not stupid. I want to sell this stuff I got yesterday. Saying this, I put the contents of the basket on the counter while trying to read the old man's expression. I know. No matter how you look at it, This is a big deal. The possibility of things developing into a troublesome situation is very high. Still, it would be a shame to throw away such boss-class material, and I can't resist the desire to find out what this thing is. What the heck is this? As I watched the old man's reaction as he approached the counter with a suspicious look on his face, I knew the most troublesome pattern had come. I thought, he didn't seem to be pretending anything, and I couldn't think of any reason why he would have any advantage in pretending. Then, even this old man, who seemed so used to it, saw this monster for the first time. That's how it turned out, and it was confirmed that it was a different species from the queen ant that was defeated 3 months ago. When I think about what will happen from now on, I can't help but sigh, but if the old man doesn't know, there's nothing I can do. So I add a little explanation. The place where I found it was in the Great Hall of Deboa, in a room that I think is the innermost part with countless eggs. I thought it was a queen ant, but is it not? What? Don't be ridiculous. There's no way a queen ant could be that small. But I've never seen an ant this color before. Is this thing a monster to begin with? It was so strong that it couldn't be compared to normal ants, so I don't think it could be anything other than a monster. Don't you think? Even considering its size, you should be able to tell that it's a monster, right? Should we cut it open and check for a magic stone? Yeah. There are even ordinary ants in this world. I've seen them many times when I've been wandering around the great forest of Palmyra. He probably thinks that it's a big, rare species that isn't a monster, but I already know that it's a king ant. Well, it's too much trouble to be asked how I know, so I'll just have to see how things turn out. Damn, I can't get through at all. Bring the mithril knife for the queen ant. Oh, okay. This won't work with a normal utility knife. I think I'll have to call Ryel to help, but I keep quiet and watch what's happening. What the hell is this thing? Even with this, damn, I can't get through. Should we push in together? I'll help. On 3. Hey, it can't be harder than a queen ant. This is no good. It looks like the blade of the mithril knife will not break, but it will not go in at all. I look up at the ceiling and begin to think, should I take it to the capital, where there are more skilled people and equipment to dismantle it, instead of trying to exchange it for money here? No, I don't want to be with this monster much longer, and if I take it to the king's capital, the information will be transmitted faster, and the danger will increase. Then, since I found out that queen ants and king ants are different species, should I give up trying to exchange it for money? Well, it seems like a waste, but it's so big. I know that the bigger the magic stone, the more valuable it is. But if it's only slightly smaller than the crab and frog next to it, then the value of the magic stone seems hopeless. But if that hard outer shell is useful as a material for armor or something. Hey, kid, you're the one who defeated that thing, right? What? Well, I guess you could say that. It's not true, but I can't reveal Ryel's existence here. Even though I think there's no way I can defeat it on my own. I have to shake my head. Then come in. It's not good, but this is not the time to say that. You can break through its shell, right? No, there's no need to go that far, you idiot. It's definitely not normal for something to be harder than a queen ant. Who knows? It might be possible. What do you mean, might be possible? I couldn't help but shake my head. But the muscular, hairy hands pulled me from the side counter and led me into the workshop. And before I knew it, I was being handed a mithril knife. Oh no, if I can't stab it here, people will start asking who killed it. The people around me were already giving me a look that said, I'll leave it to you. There was no way I could turn back now. I lowered my head to avoid their gaze, and on the belly of the king ant that had been turned over, I could faintly see the mark left by the sword that Ryel had stabbed yesterday. If I put the blade along that crack, will it work? If it doesn't work, I'll just make up an excuse that I can't do it without my own weapon and run away from Malta. While I'm making up my mind, I put the knife to the crack and take a look at the king ant's loot that I couldn't resist on the way to the guild. I use one of the skills, body strengthening. Fuyuwa crack. Oh. I couldn't help but join the 3 people watching around me and let out a scream. Everyone's eyes were focused on the king ant that had split in 2. The old man was digging through the fragments as we all watched. As I thought, this guy is incredible. Could this be a magic gem? While the old men, who looked like they were used to it, muttered, the other dismantler and I looked at the magic stone, stunned, not understanding what it meant. Chapter 148, Magic Gem. It's amazing. I don't really understand it, but it's amazing. It's not that different in size from the magic stones that cost about 3,000 beak each. The color is a very clear golden color, but that's probably not the most important thing. What's strange is the inside of the magic gem. Unlike normal ones, the magic gems obtained from the king and had moving contents. It's hard to describe, but it's as if there's a liquid circulating inside or something foggy flowing in the enclosed space inside the magic gem. Either way, something is moving inside. To put it simply, it's a really beautiful magic gem that you can't get tired of looking at. I don't know who named it, but I think the name magic gem that the old man talked about is very fitting. I held the magic gem in my fingers and looked at it, but then I looked at the background. When I looked away for a moment, I saw an old man with a scary face and slicked back black hair, and this old man, the man who called himself Orlando, was rubbing his chin and watching me. I guess you could say that I'm currently in the Malta branch of the Hunters Guild. This is the guild master's room. The old man, who was probably in charge of the dismantling site where the magic stone was taken, ordered the new guy, who was just as confused as I was, to report to the guild master, and I was brought here against my will. Thud. I placed the beautiful magic gem on the table and took a sip of the tea that had been served. What should I do now? He was the complete opposite of Yaguf-san. The first thing Guildmaster Orlando, who had a strong face and a muscular build that clearly showed he had been a hunter in the past, said was, "Who killed it?" I'm a kid, so people wouldn't normally think it was me, and it's actually a fair question, so I was at a loss for an answer. Since there was no other choice, I had no choice but to say, I did it. I had to insist on that, even while explaining the circumstances to some extent. Maybe that's why I've been looked at with suspicion ever since. In that situation, a woman walked past me and handed a wooden board to Orlando-san. Then he looked at the wooden board silently for a while. You are Loki, right? It seems that you've been active as a hunter for the past few days. Are you in charge of converting materials into cash for the party? You don't seem to be registered as a party member, but it seems like you get more results per day than the average hunter. So, who actually killed it? No, I said it was me. Don't joke around. If you say that it was a hunter who frequently sells B-rank materials or an A-rank hunter who comes at the same time that the Queen Ant appears, then I can still accept it. But even if I look at the material sales history here, you're a D-rank hunter who mostly hunts in E-rank hunting grounds, right? And for some reason, you also visit F-rank hunting grounds, so who's going to believe you if you say you killed it there? It's true, that's how it is. From this conversation, I understood that the wooden board was a record of the materials I had exchanged for money in Malta. I think they probably gathered as much information about me as they could. Looking at that information, it's doubtful that I even brought back the materials for the soldier ants and killer ants from the B-rank hunting ground, and the idea that I defeated an unidentified boss-class monster that was even further in is completely unbelievable. Even if I were in the opposite position, I would make the same judgment, so Orlando-san's doubts are quite reasonable, but that would cause me a lot of trouble. So, I had no choice but to forcefully change the subject. You've been focusing on who defeated it, but is that really that important? Of course it is. It's a monster that possesses an unconfirmed magic gem that is said to be one of only 9 in the world. If we officially report the defeat to the country, the person who defeated the monster will immediately be given a peerage. My body shook involuntarily. Seriously? There are only 9 of them in the world? The magic stone in front of me is a super rare item, but why are we talking about the peerage? The Hunters Guild in Malta is a big city, and I thought it might have close ties with the country, so my guard went up immediately. Isn't the Hunters Guild an independent organization that has nothing to do with the country? That's right. But from the hunter's point of view, it's a rare opportunity to become a noble. I can't just destroy the chance for them. But I don't want to become a noble, you know? Like I said, I don't want to become a noble at all. I don't want to be tied to any country. I understand your thinking, but what if the person who actually defeated it wasn't you? What if you stole those remnants from somewhere else? Huh? Is that possible? It's just a possibility. There's no way a D-rank hunter could defeat a monster that possesses a magic gem. Even if the party was exhausted, it's not realistic to kill and loot a hunter party that actually defeated it. A D-rank hunter wouldn't even be able to enter the Great Hall of Devour. So, the most likely scenario is that the defeated hunter returned to Malta and had their materials stolen while in the city. Again, I'm just talking about possibilities, so I'm not saying that Loki is a criminal, you know? I couldn't help but let out a sigh that even Orlando-san could hear. No wonder he doesn't believe me, and I didn't actually kill the hunter, so I won't complain about that. But if they even bring up the suspicion of theft, that'll change things. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything I can do to get the money here. That is enough. I thought it would be fine if I could just exchange it for money, but it looks like that won't be possible, so let's just forget about it. I'll take it to another hunters guild. Do you really think you can do that? That kind of information will be spread to every guild branch in no time. If it's too difficult to exchange it for money, I'll find a way to use it myself. I'm not in any particular financial trouble. Wait a minute. Even if that's the case, the suspicion that you got this material from somewhere else hasn't been cleared up at all. As I said at the beginning, it's the deepest part of the Great Hall of Devour, a large room with countless eggs. That monster was in the middle of it. I was the one who ripped open the belly of that ant, which even 3 people couldn't do at the dismantling site earlier. You can ask those 3 people about it. And if you have such a suspicion of theft, why not send an expedition to the Great Hall of Devour? I defeated a mountain of soldier ants and killer ants there but didn't touch any of the materials. That monster forced the contents of the eggs to awaken, so there should be almost no ants left in the nest. I think this is information that only someone who actually went inside and moved around there would know, right? Of course, if I were falsely accused of theft, I would be upset. As I stared at Orlando-san with eyes that reflected some of that emotion, I wondered if he was imagining the possibility that I might actually be a person who could defeat such a monster. I heard him swallow. Did you really do it? Or rather Loki did it? That's what I'm saying, right? Well, to be exact, it was with another person. My companion isn't interested in being a noble either, so there's no need to say who it is. Besides, I was expecting to talk about the monster's appearance and what kind of attacks it has, but it's a shame that it ended up just being a case of suspicion all the time. As I was about to leave the room, the stern-looking old man, who looked about 50 years old, wrapped his arms around my legs as if to hold me. Even though I am a pervert who has gone down the path of various perversions, I haven't woken up to this kind of hobby. Wait, I'm sorry. I apologize for doubting you like that, so please forgive me. I don't understand why he's clinging to my leg so desperately. Is he afraid that it would be bad if he stood up to me, or is he thinking about self-preservation and safety? It's okay. Even I wouldn't believe a story about a D-rank hunter defeating an unidentified monster in the depths of a B-rank hunting ground if I were in the opposite position. That's why I don't want to speak ill of you, Orlando-san. I appreciate that, but that's not what I meant, you know? I mean, I'd be in trouble if you took the materials somewhere else or something like that. Could it be that if I exchange these materials for money here, or if I give you information about the monsters, it would greatly improve your reputation? That's exactly what I want. I especially want that monster information so badly that I could die for it. So, please. I apologize for what happened earlier, and I'll do everything I can to help you. Can you give me any information about this monster? Anything? So he's interested in information. If that's the case, then only those who have defeated or confronted the monster can get the information. So it's understandable that he was so fixated on who had defeated it. And the word anything. What a sweet sound that is. Still, I can't think of anything I want from the old man, but if it's a deal rather than a one-sided offer from me, Then I'm inclined to agree. If you say so much, I understand. If you accept some of my conditions, I won't mind telling you what I know. Conditions? Yes. But I don't want to make unreasonable demands. I don't want to be manipulated by power, so I don't want the existence of this monster or my existence to be reported to the country. Also, I want to discuss this with my friend, so I don't want to sell the magic gem, and I want to be paid for the information. In that case, I'd appreciate it if Orlando-san could suggest what you can do as compensation. I see. It's not an unreasonable request. If the subjugator doesn't want to, we won't report it to the country, and the ownership of the materials belongs to the hunter who obtained them, so it's up to that hunter to do what he wants with them. It's only natural to pay a fair price for the information. Yes, there's no problem. The price we pay will depend on the level of information, but we will make sure that Loki doesn't end up on the losing side of the deal, so we have a deal. Now, I'd like to tell you about the circumstances of its appearance and its possibilities, but first, I have to check something. What is it? Do you know if there are any duplicates among the 9 magic gems you mentioned earlier? I mean, whether the second or third one was taken from the same monster or not. I don't know. The 9 magic gems I mentioned are things that every country has declared as national treasures in the past. However, the way they were obtained is unknown, and I have heard that the number of people who have seen them in person is quite limited since they were apparently obtained from some kind of incredible monster. I see. So it's only the properties of the magic gems that are widely known? Not exactly widely known. The magic gems are also known as living magic stones. Apparently, even if you use the magic power of the magic stones, it will naturally recover. Because of this, they have the potential to become infinite fuel once they are set up, so they attract a lot of attention from research institutions and people like us who have a lot of contact with magic stones. Infinite fuel. This is getting really interesting. Even though something like this doesn't exist on Earth, could it surpass Earth in terms of energy? But if only 9 of these precious magic gems have been made public. Thank you very much. If that's the case, I don't mind telling you the information I know, but I also feel that there are many things to worry about. There is a possibility that this monster is a special individual and will not reappear like the queen ant. Even if it does appear, there is a possibility that its cycle will be so long that it will be beyond human understanding. And even if it does appear, there is a possibility that the next time, it will be an ordinary magic stone and not a magic gem. Even if I tell you this information, there is also the possibility that you won't be able to use it. But is that okay? Well, you're right, but that doesn't change the fact that I want the information. Not all of the magic gems that each country has announced are necessarily all of them, and if Loki were to keep it to himself, it would probably remain undisclosed, right? It's possible that someone is monopolizing the information and trading behind the scenes. That's right. It seems like that could happen. When I consider the possibility that some reincarnated person is secretly doing loop extinction, I can't help but think that if I could do it, I would. If it's understood that there's a risk that it can't be used, then there's no need to worry. Then let's talk. The circumstances up to the appearance and the situation. Chapter 149, The Value of Information. So you mean you defeated all the ants one by one until you reached the deepest part of the area? There were some that passed me by on the way, so it wasn't all of them. So I don't think the number of ants I defeated along the way is that relevant. So the most likely possibility is the egg? Personally, I think it's the most likely possibility. Even if it was an unpopular hunting ground outside of the queen ant's appearance period, it's still strange that it hasn't been discovered until now. So I can only think that we've done something that other hunters haven't. Of course, there's also the possibility that it was just luck. There's also the fact that I used call for assembly. But if the monster-specific skill was a condition for appearing, I don't think there are 9 magic gems in this world, and King Ant's skill didn't have call for assembly. So the line of being brought out by call for assembly is probably out. Crack a lot of eggs. Normally, if you're after the materials, the basket would be full long before that. Without the determination to throw the materials away like Loki, The idea of cracking eggs wouldn't even occur to you. The only time you'd be willing to take on such a challenge is when the queen ant is around. But if the queen ant is also a condition for this to happen, no one's ever done it, but it seems like it could be possible. If we look at ants as simple living things, it's just luck. I can't think of anything other than the element of luck that it just happened to be there. However, if we consider the fact that the queen ant has a cycle of about 6 months and the game-like elements that make it seem like it's just a glimmer in this world, then the king ant is like the hidden boss of the game. If that's the case, it wouldn't be surprising if the king ant had some kind of appearance requirement attached to it. This could be the reason why there are so few magic gems in the world. There are 2 people in the party, and it has been about 3 months since Queen Ant was defeated. Along the way, we defeated the ants with such force that we almost wiped them out, and we broke at least 100 eggs in the depths. If you destroy them, a golden ant may appear in the middle. After that, you'll just have to try different things and check the conditions. If you can't get rid of them, it might be down to luck, or maybe it's a special monster that won't appear again once you've defeated it. Or maybe the cycle is unusually long. I think this could prove any of those things. I see. It's our job to figure out how to use this information to get the hunters to move. Let's consider different things. But to be honest, I don't think you can win with half-baked power, you know? What kind of attack methods did it have? This is the kind of information I can provide because I'm the one who did it. The fact that I can gain experience points for the monster's skills also means that I can find out what kind of skills the monster has. Since I only defeated one monster, I can't find out the skill levels of the monsters below level 2 this time, but if it's a hidden boss, there's little chance that it would have such low-level skills. This is a deal where I can get paid for the information. Even if I have to leave out some details, I'll tell them as much as I can. First, when I cracked the egg, a ray of light came at me at an incredible speed, like a surprise attack. It was definitely lightning because it also caused numbness, and to make sure you can't escape, it uses time magic to slow down your party's actions. The chant is pretty fast, so it's probably best to assume that this ant has an emission chant. If you notice it, it'll come flying at you. So if you're targeted, you'll probably die or be mortally wounded if you can't escape. And after it slows you down, it'll wake up the eggs of the surrounding ants all at once. When the golden ants themselves start blinking, that's the signal. The contents are still growing ants, but there doesn't seem to be much difference in strength between them and the adults, and their abilities should be improved with Inspire. The surrounding livyants will gather the young ants to protect this special ant, so you won't be able to reach it until you've destroyed the awakened young ants. Also, these golden ants fly just like the livyants. On top of that, it seems to have the body strengthening skill, so even though it's small, you should consider it different from normal ground-crawling ants. Status effects won't work on it either. There's also the fact that it has a high skill level for the magic power auto-recovery increase skill, so it seems like a strategy aimed at running out of magic power is out of the question. But there's no point in telling them more. Maybe he wanted to take a breather after the performance was over. But Orlando-san was completely frozen, still holding the cup of tea in his hand. His face looked serious, but his eyes weren't quite focused. Orlando-san, are you okay? No, I'm not okay, but I'm okay. I thought you died holding the cup. That's right. Loki, how did you defeat it? I'm in trouble now, Orlando-san. I just fought desperately with those subordinate ants while enduring pain that made me think I'd rather be dead. It was Ryel who defeated it, and I myself never faced the king ant directly. I was unconscious when King Ant was defeated anyway, so there's no way I could know. I find myself looking up at the sky while holding my cup of tea. Phew. I guess it was my fighting spirit. I see. Actually, we both got beat up, but I think we beat it with sheer determination. I don't think I'm lying. While answering the questions that came up afterward, I gently confirmed things like the existence of hidden bosses and the differences between them and normal bosses, and whether Orlando-san could defeat it or not. When he was satisfied with the information, we talked about the reward. I never thought I'd hear such useful information. I'm sorry I doubted you at first. Unless you were involved, there's no way you could have known such detailed information. Oh, that's okay. We've already made a deal. Now, about the reward. First of all, I want to confirm that there will be no problem if I take this information to the guild headquarters. If I do, it will be made known to the entire Hunters Guild. If I've been paid for this information, I'll leave it up to you, Orlando-san, to decide what to do with it. But that means there will be more people trying to defeat it, more rivals, right? That's right. This is the first time we've had detailed information about the monsters that possess the magic gems. In the past, hunters have brought in magic gems, but I don't know of any cases where this kind of information has been gathered. In other words, not only will hunters from every country come who are confident in their abilities, but there's also the possibility that strong individuals who don't usually appear in public will become hunters and come to Malta in the hope of getting rich. On the other hand, the guild headquarters will see great value in this information, so the amount of the reward will be different from my personal judgment. I see. I can see where you want to go with this information, right, Orlando-san? Yes. The Hunters Guild in Malta will become more prosperous, and higher-ranking hunters will flock here. That's the ideal for the guild master, and it will also lead to a good reputation for me. At first, I was thinking of stopping the information myself and trying to gather the B-rank hunters in Malta, but from what I hear, I don't think it will make any difference even if I gather the B-rank hunters. I guess not. If there were 100 or 200 young ants, even if they all came at me at once, I could still hold out. At this point, I personally think my ability is around B to A rank, but if you asked me if I could do anything with that ability against King Ant, I'd immediately answer that I couldn't do anything at all. Even now, after killing it and raising my level, I still can't. I know this instinctively, so I can somehow predict that it would be impossible for an A-ranked party to defeat the King Ant, let alone a B-ranked party. If that's the case, then if Orlando-san stops the information, the reward will be small because there's no way to defeat it. But if the information is taken to the guild headquarters, the reward will be large. And my disadvantage is that the information will become known, so the number of competitors will increase. And is there anything else? If the information gets to the Hunters Guild headquarters, it will be spread around, so sooner or later, this country will find out, right? That's right. The guild will definitely not go out of their way to tell anyone, but if they give the information to the hunters, sooner or later, this kingdom of Lagraith and other countries will find out. But even if there is a mistake, Loki's information will not be leaked. I will only tell the headquarters about the possibility of this monster's appearance pattern, its abilities, and the fact that it possessed a magic gem. If Loki sells us the magic gem you are worried about, I will go to the headquarters with the actual gem, and if you sell us the material, I will go to the headquarters with it. Showing it directly would increase the credibility. I see. So, Orlando-san, you would prefer that I sell both of them here if possible? That would be my honest opinion, but I don't want to push my luck. In that case, I guess I'll have to ask the Guildmaster of Bizath to be a witness. Huh? Yaguf-san? Huh? Do you know him? Yes. I am from Bizath. There's also the matter of my reward, but it's hard to carry around any more cash anyway. I figured that if I was going to sell the King Ant material, I had no choice but to use it, so I handed the folded letter from my pocket to Orlando-san. What is this? It's from Yaguf-san. It has my hunter information on it. To a D-rank hunter? I guess that was my mistake in the first place. Orlando-san mutters to himself as he silently reads the letter. As I sip my cold tea, he begins to nod in front of me as if he has come to some kind of understanding. I see. So you were a unique existence from the beginning, in a good way. I was just desperately trying to defeat the monster. I was wondering what to do, but since I'm going to use the letter here, please leave the reward with the guild. Also, since it's needed for evidence, I'll sell the materials other than the magic stone as is. If you try, you should be able to determine the hardness of the outer shell to some extent. However, I think I'll probably keep the magic stone for myself as a souvenir. I see. That's helpful. There's no precedent for the material, so there's no such thing as a fair price. But how about 30 platinum coins? Assuming it's really hard to turn it into equipment because the material itself is so small, it's going to be hard to get more than that. This material is hard, but it's small. If it's platinum coins, that's 30 million beak. And I'm thinking of 50 million beaks for the reward itself this time. This is such a huge piece of information. The reward from the guild headquarters is expected to be that much, so I plan to give it to Loki as is. When I was told the amount in coins, I didn't really understand it, but it was something like 80 million beak in materials, excluding the information and the magic stone. The reward was so crazy that I thought I could build a house with it, and even I, who had a poor sense of money, began to tremble. If I sold this magic gem, I could live in peace for the rest of my life. I can't help but stare at the magic gem, and Orlando-san makes a show of pursuing it. By the way, if you were to sell that magic gem, it would easily be worth several hundred White King gold coins. What are White King gold coins? I've never heard of them. Are they one level above the platinum coins, which are worth 1 million beak each, or 2 ranks above? No, if they're 2 levels up, that's too much. If I weren't so interested in coins, I wouldn't understand it at all. Well, it's small, right? It's not hard to carry around. So if I ever really need money, I can just sell it. I'd like to use it myself if there's a chance I can use it for something in the future. The worst thing would be for it to get stolen or lost, but there's no such thing as a safe deposit box in this world, so if I decide to keep it as a souvenir, I'll have to protect it with all my might until I get a spatial magic skill. Well, I'll keep the magic gem in case I become poor. The rest should be enough for a total of 80 million beak. Please do that. It doesn't look like Loki will ever become poor, so I'll just stop hoping. And as for the rank, if you take the practical exam in Malta, I can approve you for ranks B right away, you know. Really? When you say practical exam, do you mean I'll have to fight someone in a mox battle? Yes, you'll have to fight a B rank hunter in Malta. It's not just a matter of winning or losing, but a few guild members, including me, will judge whether or not you're suitable based on the fight. So if I want to become an A-rank hunter, I should go to a city where there are hunting grounds with A-rank hunters, right? That's right. There's no one here who can fight you if it's for A-rank. Well, I was an A-rank hunter before, but if I accept the challenge, there won't be anyone to objectively judge it from the outside. I see, I understand. Then please take the test. If you chickened out here, I would have doubted the authenticity of the information again. Orlando-san, who was joking around, no longer had the same sharpness as before. If the opponent was a hunter who was going head-to-head with some ants, that would be just what I wanted. I wanted to try my hand against someone who was not a crazy goddess like Ryel, but someone who was a B-rank hunter, someone who probably had a strong position in the world. It would certainly show me how strong I am now. I'm looking forward to it. When will we do it? Well, I'll start by calling the ones I have in mind as soon as they arrive at the guild, so could you come by tomorrow morning? I'll be able to give you the details then. Understood. Then I'll take tomorrow off. The ant materials are still at the dismantling site, so I'll leave them to you. Also, please keep this matter secret from the people at the dismantling site. I held the magic gem in my hand. I'll show this to Ryel tonight. Is it still around 10 in the morning? From here, it's time for my long-awaited status check and experiments. With my feet light from the unexpected harvest, I walked back to the inn and looked around at the restaurants and specialty shops. Chapter 150, Rapid Growth. It's about 30 minutes northwest of the city of Malta. I lie down on a small hill off the main road and look up at the sky as the sun nears its zenith. What a beautiful day. The temperature is pleasant, and the sunlight shining down on me feels wonderful. I'd love to take a nap, but I have things to do and things I want to do. I quickly finished the rest of the skewered meat and rummaged through the leather bag I'd brought with me. I took out my notebook, pen, calculator, and watch and checked my current status on the ground with the leather bag underneath. Originally, I had planned to do this work in my own room at the inn, but various things are difficult to do unless you do the experiment outside. Also, my calculator is a solar-powered model. so it doesn't work very well unless it gets a good dose of sunlight. Since the weather was nice, I thought it would be a good idea to do something like this once in a while. While wandering around looking for a place where there were no people, I ended up at this place, which was close to my starting point for the flight to the Great Hall of Devour. The area around me was a wilderness with only a few plants and trees, and the view was good, so there were no animals to be seen, let alone monsters. There were no farmlands in sight either, so I knew I wouldn't get in trouble for doing anything here. Standing in the warm sunlight, I opened and closed the status screen, silently copying the numbers and other information I could see on the screen into my notebook. Name, Loki, Mamiya Yuto. Level, 56. Skill points remaining, 879. Magic power, 620 plus 534. Plus 50 additional points gained from the sword's magic power increase. Strength, 308, plus 676. Intelligence, 309, plus 399. Defense, 302, plus 154. Magic defense, 302, plus 459. Agility, 307, plus 66. Technique, 301, plus 605. Luck, 312, plus 90. Blessing, none. Title, King Ant Slayer. Acquired skills: combat/tactics skills, swordsmanship LV3, stick arts LV5, dagger technique LV2, provocation LV2, berserk LV8, body enhancement LV5, desperation LV1, command LV5, inspire LV5. Magic-related skills: fire magic LV2, earth magic LV3, wind magic LV4, water magic LV4, magic control LV1, lightning magic LV7, time magic LV4, emitted chance LV5. Job system skills: foraging LV1, hunting LV3, dismantling LV2, conversation LV1, cooking LV1. Daily life system skills: different language comprehension LV3, presence detection LV5, farsightedness LV2, jumping LV4, exploration LV1, arithmetic LV2, memorization LV1, swiftness LV2, night vision LV4, flight LV7, vision enlargement LV6, concealment LV7. Pure passive system skills: poison resistance LV7, increase maximum magic power LV2, Herculean strength LV1, swift wind LV1, rock hard body LV1, great luck LV1, physical attack resistance LV3, increase automatic magic power recovery LV5, steel heart LV2. Other/special, oracle LV1, divine communication LV2, map making LV1. Other/monster rush LV6, sticky thread LV4, shed skin LV3, photosynthesis LV4, hardening LV4, physical defense up LV4, resonance LV7, acid liquid LV7, digging LV8, acid resistance LV8, status effect resistance increase LV7, call for assembly LV7, mimicry LV6, bite LV8, forced awakening LV9. The difference in stats from a few days ago is so great that I can't help but groan. I'm lying on a peaceful hill and tapping on my calculator. In order to give Ryel a proper report on my progress, I calculate the values I've gained and the bonus stats I've unlocked and write them down in my notebook and on scrap paper. About 2 hours later. It's going up too much all at once. It's impossible. Even if I take data every day, it's impossible. The pathetic sound of my voice echoed around the area. Of course, it was me who was scratching my head and complaining. There were some things I could predict based on trends, the extent to which various stats increase as the level increases. The results of the trial calculation were accurate for the basic stats, but I couldn't see the bonus stats for the various skills or the level 8 and level 9 stats, which were new to me. Without thinking, I wrote, "Dear Acorn, Please display the bonus stats and other details of the skills on the status screen. Please. I even ended up praying to the heavens. By the way, my previous requests to display the total amount of money on the status screen and to separate the active and passive skills were not successful. And I have no idea what the title effects are either. Maybe there is a hidden stat of plus 50 or something. However, I can't tell at all, and even though it's my first title, I'm left with a strange feeling. Moreover, even if I discover and defeat a strong enemy that could be called a hidden boss in the future, there is a high probability that I will be troubled by the same thing every time. The skills I have are all at a high level, and I have a very large number of skills, so I want to praise these skills as worthy of a hidden boss. If I defeat it, I'll get a lot of skills, my level will go up, and my stats will go up all at once. So in the end, what's the point of the title effect? This situation will go on forever. It doesn't look like I can choose a title, and the fact that there's a separate section for titles suggests that they have some kind of meaning. I racked my brain, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find an answer. With a sigh, I resigned myself to the fact that there was nothing I could do and moved on to the next step of checking things out. Well then, let's take a look at the details of the new skills I only had a quick look at. Going through the skills list from top to bottom, I found the new skills I'd acquired and checked out the details, wondering if I'd be able to use them in the future. If I could use them, I tried to imagine the situations in which I should use them. Body strengthening, LV5, uses magic power to temporarily increase strength, defense, agility, and technique by 150%. Duration, 5 minutes. Magic power consumption, 25. A super useful skill I got from the king ant. It was probably 110% when I was at skill level 1, but the details are unknown. When I tried to use it, I found that the effect was activated just by muttering body strengthening in my mind, without having to say it out loud, and that no magic power appeared when I used it. It seems that for skills that are embodied using my own body, such as rush, flight, and swordsmanship, no magic power is used up inside my body. On the other hand, the skills that clearly release magic power outside the body are the ones that are classified as magic. There may be other conditions, but for now, I can use this kind of internal digestion type magic even if my magic power has turned black. So I think I'll use more powerful skills like body strengthening more often in the future. That's why, if I could be greedy, I'd like the duration of the effects to be a little longer. Command LV5, the thoughts of the commander using this skill are more easily transmitted to the allies under his command. The effect of this depends on the level of skill. Range, 1000 meters. Duration, 30 minutes. Magic power consumption, 50. This skill is perfect for armies, and I have no use for it as a solo fighter. Since Leviant possessed this skill, I now understand why they move in such a coordinated and annoying way. Inspire LV5 increases all stats of allies within a 25 meters radius by 20%. It cannot be used with the same skill. The user of the skill is unaffected. Duration, 10 minutes. Magic power consumption, 28. This is for parties. There's no point in me using it if the user doesn't get any effect. For a moment, I thought about giving it to Ryel, who was fighting King Ant, but I came to the conclusion that it wouldn't reach her at a distance of 50 meters, and I wouldn't be able to use it because of the high magic consumption. Lightning Magic LV7 allows you to use lightning magic. Magic power consumption, less than 70. When I saw the ray of light from the King Ant, my dreams became bigger and bigger. The problem is that when I use it, I always end up with negative magic power. It might be the most powerful magic in its current form, so it needs to be verified. Time Magic LV4, you can choose to either decrease or increase the agility of all creatures within a 2-meter radius of the target by ± 400%. Magic power consumption, 60 every 10 seconds. This is the second skill I need to expand my dreams. For now, I can activate both the increase and decrease functions on myself, but I can't choose to activate the increase function on myself and the decrease function on my enemy. By the way, the requirements for this skill are light magic and dark magic. In the skill tree, the two white lines have been split into two. So it seems that originally, a certain number of levels were necessary for both. This all but confirms that spatial magic is not one of the 3 higher level magic spells I had previously verified with wrist. Emitted chance LV5 increases the rate of image transmission to spirits as a single magic to 50%. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. This is the skill I find most difficult to understand when I look at the detailed explanation. No, I don't understand what it means. If the chant is verses, and the length of the verses is used to judge the level of the magic skill, then I thought it would be possible to shorten the verses. But is that not the case? The word single magic is also a bit worrisome, so it's a skill that needs to be checked. Concealment LV7 can deceive detection, discernment, and investigation type skills of LV7 and below. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. Even though Divine Eye is probably the highest level detection skill used by goddesses, it still can't deceive it, so I don't think this skill is very useful. Since they can find out where I'm using Oracle, I wonder if it's useful against detection type skills like exploration or presence detection used by other people. The reason why they can't see my skills remains a mystery. But since my stats screen is kind of buggy and only shows my stats numerically, it's possible that the goddesses can't see them either. Rock Hard Body LV1 increases defense by 5. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. I could have predicted this, so it's not a problem. I guess it's natural for me to learn this after being bitten by so many ants. Great Luck LV1 increases luck by 5. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. I could have predicted the contents, but I don't know why it increased. And from here on, the skills for monsters in the other section are grayed out, and I can't use the 3 skills, Resonance LV8, Acid Liquid LV7, and Mimicry LV6. The details of the skills that can be used are as follows. Dig LV8. Skillfully dig a hole. Duration 8 minutes. Magic power consumption 2. I know. The biggest question is why the details are so simple. At first, I thought that digging a hole might be better than earth magic in terms of magic power consumption efficiency. However, my hands and clothes will get really dirty. Call for assembly LV7. Forces surrounding monsters with the resonance skill to gather. Range 210 meters. Radius around the area. Magic power consumption 17. An interesting skill, but it's difficult to know when to use it. First of all, it's useless if the monsters don't have the resonance skill, and if the monsters are too strong, it could be very bad for me. Anyway, I've found that it works even if it's not the same race, so if I'm hunting a lower level monster, it's worth a try to see if it works. If it works, it will make hunting in groups a lot easier. Acid resistance LV8 increases resistance to acid. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. I think the fact that this is a monster-only skill is pretty special. The situations in which I would use it are probably limited. But looking at Ill's disfigured skin, it has a very strong presence. It's a passive skill with no MP cost, and I'm always happy to see a resistance skill like that. However, it's a shame that it never reaches level 9, and it has no effect on items such as clothing. Status effect resistance increase LV7 increases resistance to all status effects. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. Probably a super hit skill. Since it is a monster-only skill, it is possible that only boss-class monsters have it. The downside is that it is not clear how much resistance it increases, so it is not clear if it can be trusted to the same extent as the resistance increase ratios for resistance-type skills that specialize in one type, such as acid resistance. Well, since it's a passive skill that doesn't use magic, it's definitely a skill I'd like to have. The higher the level, the better. Forced Awakening LV9 forces all surviving monsters of the same race to awaken. Range 1,800 meters. Magic power consumption 50. This is the highlight of the skills this time and the only one that has reached level 9. It's confirmed that King Ant has Forced Awakening LV10. However, The effect of this skill is really terrible. I can use it, but as far as I'm concerned, it's nothing more than a long-range alarm clock. If I activated it in the middle of the city at midnight, it would be an act of terrorism. Besides, it can only be used when the user is awake, so it doesn't work as an alarm for me. Unfortunately, it's a useless skill that clearly has the aura of a boss skill but has absolutely no use. There are various skills that seem useful and others that seem completely useless. Even so, the King Ant, which I arbitrarily decided was a hidden boss, had an extremely high rate of excellent skills. If Forced Awakening is a King Ant specific skill, then even though it was rubbish this time, what kind of unique skills do other bosses have? This adds an extra element of fun to the hunt for hidden bosses. Haha, after going through all the pain and almost dying, I'm already looking forward to finding the boss. I'm really sick. Even though I definitely don't want to die, I don't understand why I deliberately jump into dangerous places. Well, after asking myself if it was just my own selfishness to want to enjoy myself to the fullest without dying, I came up with an answer and gently held out my palm in front of me. Well then, shall I begin the experiment? Let's start with 8. With that in mind, I folded my fingers with my other hand and began to chant in an unfamiliar language. Conscious of the number, let innumerable lightning bolts fall to the ground, so innumerable, that they cover the entire field of vision. Halfway through the chant, my mouth turned into a pout, and with my fingers crossed, I held my head in my hands and muttered to myself, I did it. There was no way I could suddenly try to string together 8 words that sounded like they belonged together. I used to have a little middle school disease, but I've lived a long, straight, and proper life as a corporate slave. The last part of the words didn't even come out, and I'm back to square one. I'll have to write down the words I'm going to use in my notebook. As I thought this and looked down at my notebook, I felt as if all the fluids in my body were being sucked into my palms at once, and immediately after that, I heard a deafening sound that made me think my eardrums were going to burst. As I quickly glanced forward, numerous lightning bolts were streaming down from the sky, which was completely clear of dark clouds. The whirlwind of 100 lightning bolts tore up the ground, scorching it and vaporizing all the grass that grew there, turning it into nothing. The whirlwind continued for several seconds. This is level 7. When it was over, all that was left was a lot of burnt ground. A strong wind that arrived a little late hit my body, and my hair stood on end and blew behind me. At first, I was surprised by the scene unfolding before my eyes. Then came the emotion. The fact that I was able to manifest a phenomenon similar to the image of lightning that I wanted to activate in my mind gradually overwhelmed me, and my body naturally began to tremble. The scene I had drawn was a group of lightning bolts shining down in the dark, so there are some differences in terms of the weather and the size of the area compared to what actually happened in front of me, but still, the fact that I was able to realize such an inadequate and embarrassing chant must be the effect of omitted chants, right? I wonder if I should consider the part that went back to the beginning to be omitted. I'm using up all my magic power with a maximum consumption of 69. This is the maximum class range magic I can currently do. Although I'm just happy to have found out the power and range, I wonder how it relates to omitted chants. I wanted to find out if I could, so I repeated the experiment with several different patterns. Luckily, after 15 shots, I still have plenty of magic left. Cover the ground with countless lightning bolts. Wow, the feeling of magic power being taken away is the same as before. Rumbling, 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 rumbling. The same scene as before is repeated. Even with 5 verses, I was able to confirm that the spirit could understand it if I had a clear image. Then the question is, how many verses can I reduce? Let innumerable lightning fall upon the earth. Rumbling, thud, rumbling. I succeeded again with the same 4 words. Even though I changed the words slightly, the result of the activation seemed to be the same. My breathing became erratic with excitement as I became more and more like the image I was trying to create. Released the lightning to the ground. There was a reaction that made me feel like I was losing my magic power for a moment, but it didn't activate. Does this mean that 4 words is the limit for now? The transmission rate is 50%. So from 8 words, it becomes 4 words. The post-activation image becomes more important, and even with a slight difference in words, it becomes easier to converge on a similar expression result. Is this the right way to think about it? As I tilted my head in doubt, I couldn't help but smile at the effect, which was more than satisfying. If my image is a big part of the activation, then I'll have to come up with a better sounding and cooler word. As my second year of junior high syndrome starts to come back, I find myself thinking about things like this. The lightning that comes out of the hand like in King Ant. I'd really like to try that. Lightning that extends. A lightning spear? That's so cool. Slowly standing up, I shyly raise my right hand in front of me while holding my left hand at my waist. My cheeks flush with a sense of elation and excitement, and I look sharply ahead as I speak. Release the lightning spear at high speed and pierce through. I release the attack with 100% enthusiasm. That is, bang, 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 bang. Amazing. It was a flash of lightning that flew at an incredible speed. Even though it was fired from the top of a hill and didn't hit anything, just by looking at it, I was convinced that its power was definitely greater than the previous wide area dispersal type. Haha. This is amazing. There's too much of the boy's dream packed into this. I need to do more experiments. After that, I continued to look for other ways to use lightning magic, and I tested what I could do with time magic on myself, wondering what kind of results would be produced if I combined it with omitted chance. I also wondered how much my actual physical movements would change due to the body strengthening I had acquired this time. With my excitement still high, I spent all my time experimenting on my own, and then, as the sun was about to set, I checked the remaining magic power in my body, which had almost completely dried up, and absent-mindedly looked at the plateau covered with scorch marks. I thought that if I could just increase my power, everything would be fine. That's why I took Ryel with me, and I thought of a way to maximize the use of Ryel's abilities. But I never imagined that my abilities and skills would grow so much. That's why I think I took a path that was too much, a path that was too evil from an RPG perspective. The joy of having grown so much is mixed with a sense of confusion that I can't really describe. Had I grown on my own, my heart would have been filled with nothing but joy and happiness, but this growth is all because of Ryel. I thought I had done everything I could, but in reality, I was just like a remora, following behind and reaping the benefits. Maybe that's why I can't be happy about it, and I feel a bit like I'm cheating. I can't help but laugh bitterly at myself, thinking that I'm being selfish to the extreme, even though I value strength above all else, and I can't be happy about the results. But well, the current situation is just a temporary one. There are still a lot of skills I haven't acquired yet, and there are still a lot of skills I can improve. Then, this level of strength is something I'll reach sooner or later. I remind myself that I shouldn't get carried away and that I shouldn't get too cocky. It would be too uncool to get too cocky with the strength I've been forced to acquire. Well, I guess I'll be heading home. The sound of a distant bell brought me back to my senses, and I decided to give Ryel a gift to thank her for her rapid growth on my last day. Not knowing that the city was in a state of turmoil, I returned to the city. Chapter 151, Auditor. After passing through the main street, which seemed a little noisier than usual, I returned to my room at the inn and waited for Ryel to return while I organized the information I had gathered. Then, about half an hour later, a tall, blonde beauty with the withered air of a businessman on the last train came into the room. Welcome back. You always look good even after a day of hunting, but today, you look quite tired. I'm back. It's tiring when you don't get any results. Half the time, all I could think about was food. It's typical of Ryel to be so focused on the fight. I don't know how it was for Ryel, but the other goddesses enjoyed the scenery of the city below. I think Ryel is the most likely candidate for exploring Palmyra, but I won't say anything about it because it might get complicated. I have good news for you, Ryel, who's so tired. It's our last night together, and to thank you for going hunting with me. We're going to eat at a different place. Meat. As I nodded in response to her question, the woman in front of me shook her hips from side to side while making a victory pose with her hands. The tired look she had earlier had completely disappeared, and I thought to myself that she was a generous goddess. Ryel rushed me out of the inn and we went to a certain restaurant along the main road, which was about a 5-minute walk away. The restaurant was quite crowded, with many tables made of thick, round slices of wood, and there were already many customers biting into their meals. In the middle of all this, we sat down at an empty table and looked at the menu. What's this? Ryel must have been excited to see the piece of meat that another customer was eating. The smell of grilled meat filled the restaurant, and the smell alone made me hungry. This is called a steak. Gilmas told me about this restaurant. Apparently, it's the best meat restaurant in Malta. Ho 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 ho. And apparently, you can choose how much you want to eat. You can order a big one all at once, or you can order a normal one a few times. After all, it's all you can eat. It's a little late to say this, but this is the best. Loki. After listening to Ryel's request, I ordered a large steak, and Ryel ordered an extra large steak. We toasted with the drinks we had ordered earlier. Tomorrow is the promotion test, so I think things will be relatively relaxed. So it shouldn't be a problem if we have 2 drinks. Speaking of which, did you perform any magic experiments on the west side of the city today? I tried various things to see what lightning magic and time magic were like. Why? I see. From shortly after noon, an intermittent roar echoed through the city. The sky was clear, but the city was in a state of confusion, wondering what was going on. Well, there were soldiers moving around, but it wasn't like people were running around in a panic. Oh no. I'm sorry about that. So, how was it? Was the power much greater than your previous wind magic? Of course, the range is much greater, and I can now create things like the lightning that those ants sent flying. My intelligence is completely different from before. So even if I use the same wind magic as before, the power will be much greater now. Whoa. You've become stronger again. I see, I see. Watching Ryel move her mouth back and forth, I could tell that she wanted to say something but couldn't quite get the words out. In her heart, Ryel wants to have another mock battle with a stronger me. That's probably what she wants most. As a goddess who has never fought before, or rather, who has never been able to fight. But since she's already done it once, it's hard for her to bring it up herself. Or it's possible that she was strongly discouraged by the other goddesses, and then, even for me, it's a bit much to ask right away. I believe Ryel's words that she won't forget herself, but still, the memory of being pierced in the stomach comes back to me vividly. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is a giant worm steak, 800 grams, and also a supersized one. 1.2 kilograms. Oh, I've been waiting for this. Worm? Why? You don't know. You came to our restaurant without knowing? Giant worms are famous for being better than oxtail meat, you know? Is that so? A worm. The meat that was placed in front of me, with an enticing grilled look, looked similar at first glance to the rib roast or sirloin that I had eaten in Japan. It was cut quite thickly and looked like a meaty chunk that would be more than enough to fill you up. The smell was... Yes, it was really good, probably because of the sauce. I couldn't help but look back at the menu, but all it said was, big steak. Oh, and there's a picture of a worm on the bottom right, and it says giant worm specialty shop. Seriously, is that a giant worm? Loki, aren't you going to eat it? It's delicious. This is delicious. Why did you say it twice? Because it's important. Even if I look around, the old men are eating like they're dying, and judging by the atmosphere of this thriving restaurant, it's unlikely to be bad. If that's the case, the only thing standing in my way is the prejudice that clings to me like a frog. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Get your head out of the sand. Namaste. Munch, munch. Ha, ha. What is this? It's so soft, it melts in my mouth. Ryel, this is serious. It's melting too fast. I know. This stuff goes down your throat faster than it looks. Loki, I'm sorry, but I'll have another helping. I'll have some too. If there's any leftovers, I'll give it to Ryel, so eat up. Leave it to me. And about an hour later, or, I can't eat anymore. In the end, I gave up after eating about 1.6 kilograms, and Ryel ate about 4 kilograms. I don't think I got bored like I did with the premium kalbi, and I think I just ate quietly until my stomach was full. The earthworms of this world are not to be underestimated. It hurts a bit, but I think I'll go back to my room. I've summarized all the information I gathered today. Oh, I was looking forward to that as well. Today is a wonderful day. I'm sorry to put a damper on such a wonderful day. Would you mind if I took a moment of your time? As I looked up at the source of the voice, I saw two men. One was a man in his 40s with a receding hairline. The other was a man in his 30s. He had a long face, wore glasses, and had a nervous air about him. Both of them were well dressed, so I thought they might be merchants of some kind. As I was about to ask them who they were, the younger of the two, the one with the glasses, said something unexpected. It seems the otherworlders all eat a lot. What? These words made me let out an involuntary, startled scream. What does that mean? Why did the words otherworlder suddenly come out? My head was starting to get confused, but when I looked at the two men standing next to me, they were looking at me and Ryel, respectively, as if to gauge our reactions without opening their mouths. Could it be that they're playing a trick on us? I think, but I quickly remember that the target is not only me but Ryel as well. While I was thinking that this was bad, I looked at Ryel. Her eyes were darting from side to side like a migrating fish, and even to the untrained eye, it was clear that she was confessing with her eyes alone. This is no good. If it was wrist, it wouldn't have ended like this. As I expected, the woman seems to be from another world. And the boy, is he a trained bodyguard or an agent from another country? Anyway, this is not the place to discuss this. So why don't we go to the Han Forest where you are staying? We can talk in peace there, right? They obviously found out where we are, but do they suspect Ryel and not me? I can think of several reasons. However, the most important thing is to confirm who these two are and what their goal is. Depending on their goal, there are also cases where a place with a lot of people is actually safer. First of all, who are you, and what is your goal? That's a natural question. Then, let me answer briefly. We are from the Audit Office of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Our purpose is cooperation and recruitment. Perhaps our purpose overlaps with the boys. Do you understand now? I see. They didn't force anything, and they were polite in their speech. Still, I couldn't believe that they had already started recruiting people from another world in the second city. I felt strongly that this was annoying, and I returned to the inn with the other two men who seemed to be standing guard outside. Chapter 152, The Answer That Was Given. We returned to Han Forest at the time when the bar seemed to be busiest and immediately checked the situation on the first floor. As I thought, the lobby is no good. Unless it's late at night, the lobby is often filled with well-dressed, business-like people exchanging information. Since drinks are also served from the restaurant on the first floor when ordered, the atmosphere at this time of day is similar to that of a modern bar, with a quiet, upscale bar atmosphere. Wills-san, all right. After checking the lobby out of the corner of my eye, I walk over to the manager, Wills-san, who is keeping a watchful eye at the counter. He seems to know the men waiting behind me, and Wills-san just watches my reaction without saying a word. Good evening, Wills-san. I'm sorry to be so sudden, but is that room on the 4th floor free? If there are guests already staying there, I'll be fine with the room across the hall. That's fine. It's still available today. That's great. There will be 2 people staying, and since we've already eaten, breakfast will be fine. Of course, the regular price is fine. Is it okay if we put these 3 people in the room? It seems like there's something confidential to talk about. I understand. It's fine if it's just a temporary entrance. Thank you. Shall we go then? I know how things work, so I just take the key and go up the stairs. It would be ridiculous for me to pay 400,000 beak to take a room on the top floor just because of a recruitment drive from the other side. However, considering the future, this is probably unavoidable. It would be easy to say decline at the very beginning, and even that steak restaurant could have done that. However, considering the information from Yaguf-san, I felt that each country's desire to accept people from other worlds was quite strong. I don't think they'll give up easily if we just keep saying I'm sorry and it's impossible on the spot, and it's not hard to imagine that they'll try to make contact in any way they can, and there's a possibility that it won't just be a problem for me, but it will spread to the people around me. If that's the case, it would be better to approach them with a determination to make them give up completely this time. If they think that I would take a room of this level without hesitation, then they should also understand that any future attempts to recruit with money will be meaningless. When we arrived at the room I wanted, I sat down on the sofa that was big enough for 3 people and led the 3 of them to the sofa across from me that was separated from me by a coffee table. Ryel tried to sit next to me, but in a situation like this, her presence would only be a negative. I stopped her with my hand and then spoke to the 3 people across from me. Is it okay if she doesn't sit with us? I've already booked a room, so I'd like her to wait there. Sorry, but our destination is not you, but her. If she's the only one staying, then I understand, but if it's the other way around, then it's pointless. It is possible that she will leave the room and then leave the city. At least she has to stay in this room. I suppose so. Even if you want to bring someone from another world to your country, it's useless if the person you want isn't there, but this will make it easier for me to get my proposal accepted. I understand. Then, Ryel, go to the bed in the back and cover yourself with the futon. Ah, I understand. The men, including me, followed Ryel's figure with our eyes, and after she hid under the blanket, she popped her head out to look at us. No, it's not that. It's cute, but not like that. I want to tell her not to show her face because I don't want them to read her expression, but I think Ryel is curious about our exchange. Well, if I really feel like it's getting dangerous, I can just use divine communication to warn her. So I gather myself and turn back to the 3 people in front of me. I think this should be fine. I think you can always see her, and if you really want to ask her something, you can also hear her voice. That's right. I'm Nilo, the chief auditor for Malta, and I belong to the kingdom of Largraith. I am Fanmira, also an auditor in Malta. I am Joyce, chief of the guards of Malta. I am Loki, and that person under the blanket over there is Ryel. It seems that we are suspected of being spies from another country, but we don't belong to any country. Even if I say that, there's no way they'll just accept it. I know that, so even though it's true, I'll just use it as a way to introduce myself. The most important thing is to make sure that they don't find out that Ryel is a goddess. Then I have to decide whether or not to confess that I'm from another world. I have to adapt to the situation and use it to my advantage. Well then, I'd like to ask you about your specific goals. I understand that you are the captain of the guard, but you two are auditors, aren't you? Yes, our job as auditors is to investigate and monitor the city and surrounding areas for suspicious or unruly people. This includes things like spying on other countries and discovering otherworldly things. I see. Then why are you asking us? There are 2 reasons. First, Joyce, are you sure this is a boy? Yes, I'm sure. Loki don't know. From this afternoon until this evening, you repeatedly used powerful magic to the west of Malta, didn't you? I used magic a few times. There were also intermittent noises in the city that sounded like thunder. Was it a sign of a natural disaster? So I had my soldiers investigate the cause. So that's how Joyce-san saw me, is it? That is how it is. However, I was only able to confirm it from a great distance, considering the possibility of being caught in the magic. Think of it as me coming to confirm it again this time. Now that I've already confessed, it's a little late, but whether it's investigation or presence detection, the current range is 30 meters. So if it's outside that range, I can only detect it by sight. Especially since I was so engrossed in today's experiment, even if he said he was looking somewhere, I wouldn't know. I braced myself for a moment, thinking that they might have noticed that my magic was black, but since magic only manifests at the moment of activation, it's not something that can be seen from a distance. And the lightning magic I was testing is said to be a powerful magic. If it had been confirmed that I was the one standing next to the other worlder named Ryel that they wanted to get, then being seen might have been a good thing because it would have made them less likely to take strong measures. You don't mean that the magic I used today is against the law in this country, do you? Well, that would be. Even as he said this, the balding man who called himself Nilo looked at the bespectacled Fanmira-san sitting next to him. I possess the mind's eye skill. It was a complete coincidence, but I used mind's eye on Ryel Dono because she was a woman I had never seen before. I never thought that she would have the divine eye skill, which is not even mentioned in the books, and on top of that, she has level 10 of it. In addition, she doesn't have any other skills. Such a story could only happen to someone from another world, right? By the way, I can't see any skills that Loki Dono possesses. Therefore, the only thing I can say is that you have a high-level concealment skill. I understand that this skill is highly recognized and acquired, but we have judged that if it is a high level, there is a high probability that you are someone in charge of national intelligence. So you thought I was a spy for some country? That's right. Loki Dono's face and skin tone are similar to those of people from the Eastern countries. Therefore, we believe that one of the Eastern countries, while operating in our country, learned of Ryel Dono's existence, recruited her, and then took her to their own country. We believe that Loki Dono most likely played that role. What do you think? Thinking about the future, I can't help but sigh. Even the goddesses can't see my skills. That's why I wasn't worried about people looking. But it would be too much of a problem if the goddess's split body possession skill was obvious to some people. As long as there's a limit of only one skill that can be set, if they want to hide it, they'll have to use concealment, so they won't be able to use divine eyes. If I don't warn the goddesses soon, it's likely that they'll get curious and take a look, and there's a high probability that this will lead to similar problems in the future. And from here, I have to choose between two options, or rather, three options. I think hard, prolonging the conversation and trying to keep my slightly intoxicated head clear. There is no such thing as a spy from another country, but even so, you probably won't believe me, will you? It would be hard to prove, so, how about we make a deal? If you turn Ryel Dono over to us, we'll let it go, no matter what the reason was for Loki Dono to be in Malta. In fact, we'll even promise to pay a reward from the Kingdom of Largraith if you help us recruit someone from another world. What if I say that I won't hand over Ryel? If that happens, we will have no choice but to temporarily detain Loki Dono and Ryel Dono, who is his companion, on suspicion of espionage. I see. I have a simple question. Do you think you can arrest us? If it comes to that, Ryel can just make the split body disappear, and I can fly into the sky and escape without being pursued. As I stared at the three of them, thinking that it was impossible, all three of them flinched and shook their shoulders. But if we receive an order, we have no choice but to carry it out, even if we have to use all the soldiers in Malta. Unlike the two people who claim to be auditors, Joyce-san, who is probably actually doing the work on the ground, looked at me with a strong gaze as if he had made up his mind. Even though he knows that he may die if he opposes us, he still moves when he is ordered to. And I realize that this is because in this world where war is a normal thing, even the scattering of lives is a normal thing. Phew. I looked up at the ceiling and hesitated for a moment. If I hand over Ryel, I'll be able to move freely and get a reward as well. If it's like this, I'll be treated as a spy, so the possibility of being followed as a person from another world in the future will be pretty low. And even if I turn Ryel over, if she gets rid of her split body, that's the end of it. Even if they notice and panic, it'll be too late. However, I can't help but feel a little uneasy about the fact that Ryel is being held captive, even if it's only temporarily, and emotionally. It's hard for me to see Ryel being sold like that. On the other hand, if I declare that I am a spy for another country and refuse to hand her over, well, it would be clear that we are enemies. Even if I resolve the situation by force, I will no longer be able to function properly in the Kingdom of Largraith, and it is doubtful that I will be able to return to Berserk. In that case, there is no other choice but this. While I understand in my head that it's probably not the best option, I mutter the answer I came up with. First of all, let me correct your idea, but I'm not a spy. I'm also a person from another world. Huh? What did you say? I see. That's how it is. The three people in front of me all react to my prepared words, and I hear a slightly surprised voice behind me. Loki, is it okay to say that? Yes, I think it is the only way to get out of this peacefully. For now, Ryel, just listen quietly. When I looked at the three of them while reminding Ryel to be quiet, only Joyce-san's expression clearly changed to one of relief. I guess he was relieved that if it was someone from another world, they wouldn't be hostile. I really hope that's the case. Does this mean that Ryel Dono is from another world as well? That's right. Ryel is my older sister. Hey, hey, I told you to shut up. So why are there questions coming from behind me? Loki Dono? That's a bit much, isn't it? You don't look like each other at all. If we compare you to her dazzling beauty, your features are. It looks like Ryel Dono was surprised as well. When I say she's my elder sister, she's my elder sister. She's my important elder sister. If you deny it, I'll get angry too, you know? It would be too much to try to convince people that Ryel is not an otherworlder, but also not a goddess, since her skill has already been revealed. I don't feel like I can convince them no matter what I do. Then, even if it's just for show, I should make it seem like we're related as brother and sister and make it harder for them to move. That's what I thought, but the glasses started making more noise than I had imagined. By the way, can you prove it? Even if you were related as brother and sister, if you were another worlder, you would have some kind of top-level skill. Even if I had such a skill, there's no way I'd reveal it here, right? That's what the concealment skill is for, right? It's like showing your hand. That's certainly true, but then, the proof that Loki Dono is an otherworlder. I don't think there's any need to prove it at all. Well, never mind. Here, float. Floated. I lift my butt off the sofa in front of them and float lightly in the air. Since I've already revealed that I'm from another world, it would be better for me to let them know that I also have flight from now on. I'm sure there are no people in this world who can fly except for those who have wings, right? That's true. By the way, are you sure that this is a skill called flight? The method to acquire it is not even known to normal people. Is the skill level still 10? Well, Fanmura-san, the purpose was to prove that I was from another world, right? That's what you wanted, right? Why are you asking me questions that are unnecessary to prove that? Even if you say that, this is extremely important. This is an unprecedented event. Do you know how much this information will benefit the Kingdom of Largraith? That is not our concern, is it? As I said, we don't belong to any organization. So, if you could tell us how much information you have here, that could lead to a position in the Kingdom of Largraith. In that case, I must tell you the most important thing first. We don't belong to any organization. I'm sorry, but we respectfully decline your offer. Fanmura-san is visibly disappointed, but Nilo-san, who is standing next to him, seems to have anticipated this development and immediately starts chasing after them, dangling the bait. You two will be given a residence in a prime location in the royal capital, and you will also be able to obtain the position you desire. Is that still not enough for you? Even so, we are not interested in positions at all. In fact, we think they will be a hindrance, as they will restrict our actions. I see. You don't seem to need money. No, we're not in need. So if it's a deal where we answer questions like the one Fanmura-san just asked in exchange for some sort of compensation, then I can understand that. But please give up on the idea of letting us stay in the country. No matter how many times you ask, there is no possibility of that happening. By the way, Ryel Dono, just to confirm, do you feel the same way? When I turned around in response to this question, Ryel nodded her head up and down. It seems that the effect of telling her to keep quiet for now is working. I see. Then there is no choice but to report to the country. Let's call it a day for today. Wait, Nilo-san. Are you giving up? There is no other choice. We've asked the two of them to give us their time, and what we're doing is recruiting. If we can't come up with a proposal that will convince them, then that's the end of it. Joyce-san seemed to be under the impression that I, who seemed to be Ryel's bodyguard, was the culprit of today's row, perhaps because recruiting people from other worlds was outside of his original job. And the boss, Nilo-san, seems like a decent guy, but his subordinate, Fanmura-san, is a bit dangerous. Is the benefit of successfully recruiting someone that strong? He doesn't seem to have given up, and even now, he's not looking at me but at Ryel behind me. Ryel said that if there's hostility, it's the same for humans and monsters. So if I don't give a warning, there's a possibility that these people could cause a huge disaster. Just in case you don't know, I'll tell you anyway, I said to Fanmura-san. I don't think it will come to that. But just in case, please don't take any drastic measures just because Ryel only has the divine eye. If anything happens, I will protect my sister with everything I have, and if I decide that you are an enemy, I won't show any mercy. I understand. The three of them stood up and walked to the door, and finally, Nilo-san opened his mouth. I apologize for meeting you at such an inconvenient time. I hope you understand that we have no intention of being hostile to people from other worlds. Also, is it okay to report to the country about the deal you mentioned earlier? Well, it depends on the content and the compensation, but if the conditions are right, I guess so. Oh, but please don't make me meet the king or any important people. I don't know any manners, and just meeting them seems like it would be really tiring. Foo ha ha ha. I am sorry. Normally, people would be happy to be granted an audience with the king. This has further confirmed that Loki Dono is an otherworlder. If you ever have the chance to go to the royal capital, please tell the palace guards that you wish to see Nivel-sama. If you say that your name is Loki Dono, they will understand. I think Nivel-sama will be able to talk to Loki Dono without any tension. Oh, of course, if you are interested. That's fine, Nivel-sama, isn't it? I understand. I'm planning to visit the royal capital at some point, so I'd like to think about it. By the way, what kind of person is Nivel-sama? He is the leading court magician of the kingdom of Lagraith and the wisest man in the country. So, wouldn't an information trade be possible? Nilo-san, that's good. You understand my weakness. I see. So a magician of this world. Then, there is a possibility that I can get the information that I lack. I will be more motivated to make a deal. I look forward to it, I muttered to the three of them as they walked down the stairs, and Nilo-san turns around and smiles at me. The tension seemed to have been released, and a large amount of air escaped from my lungs. I was mentally exhausted, and I had also revealed that I was from another world. However, there were also several things that I would gain from this. From the beginning, I had thought that whether to hide it or not would depend on the benefits, and I would propose a compromise called a deal after revealing to the person doing the recruiting that I was from another world. This might be a good opportunity to test whether this would work or not. I thought about this as I looked down the long corridor and the stairs that led to the end of it until the three of them disappeared from sight. Chapter 153, The Future of the Country. In a certain bar near Hanferist, the two auditors, who were letting out the pent-up air from their backs, and the chief guard, who was reluctantly following them under the orders of his superiors, were staring at their glasses of alcohol. The bar was not a place that served cheap alcohol, so the inside was relatively quiet. But even so, this corner was especially quiet, and it looked like a wake. Nilo-san, are you sure this is a good idea? Two people like this. There's no way this kind of opportunity will come again, is there? I know that. A person who possesses a skill like Divine Eye has appeared. In order to prevent the kingdom of Lagraith from being swallowed up by the kingdom of Waltz in the near future or even by the great powers beyond, we need to get our hands on those two at all costs. Then we must do more than that. Joyce, do you think you can send all of Malta's soldiers to capture the boy without killing him? It's impossible. What I saw from a distance was a large area of lightning that seemed to be crawling along the ground and a beam of light coming out of his hand, but I don't know what kind of principle it was. He was swinging that thing around in a semicircle while it was out, you know? Even though we were at a considerable distance, my subordinates and I were afraid that our bodies would be cut in half, and if we were to go into battle, it would be a matter of whether we would kill or not. And I think our soldiers would be wiped out without being able to approach the boy. He is not interested in power or position, and he has more than enough money to easily choose the upper floors of Hanferist as a place to live. If these three things are destroyed, it will be difficult to bring him under control quickly. What about sending information back to the capital and calling in the army? If Nivel-sama and General Radit were to travel here, there might be a chance for a ray of light, but there's also the problem of whether or not those two would stay here until then, and most importantly, that flight is too troublesome. It's that flight, isn't it? The only thing that can be thought of is that humans can float. If he can fly, we won't even be able to chase him, and we won't be able to stop him from leaving the country. And even if the military manages to catch up, what if they suffer heavy casualties in a painful counterattack? There's even a possibility that the stalemate with the Waltz Kingdom will be used as an opportunity to invade us. I heard that the skills granted to reincarnated people are limited to a maximum of 3. Considering his age, it is very likely that the 3 skills he has are lightning magic, flight, and concealment. At this point, it is impossible to take a strong stance. Competing with someone who possesses a heavenly class magic that can be used for attack will only result in the flesh and blood that is the name of the national power being completely stripped away. Still, in order to win over Ryel, we also need to win over that boy. How about trying to win over that boy with a woman? Famra, did you really think they were brother and sister? No, that's too much. Could it be that they're lovers? I don't know, but it would make more sense if they were lovers than if they were brother and sister. And with that kind of beauty, I don't think he'd be swayed by some random woman. Excuse me. Without joining the conversation between the two, Chief Guard Joyce, who was slowly drinking his drink alone, asked a simple question. Can't you make things go smoother? He didn't seem like a boy with a bad personality, so you could ask for his cooperation or ask for his help as a job. From the country's point of view, it's probably not ideal. That kind of relationship gives the other party the opportunity to refuse, so we won't be able to rely on them in an important situation. The ideal is to give them a big meal and keep them as pets. Once they're used to being fed, we can move them around as much as we like to suit our needs. But for now, we have no choice but to go this way. If we can establish friendly relations with the 2 people from another world and get them to become closer to our country than other countries, we should be able to show the value of the Kingdom of Lagraith, even if it's not as great as the Great Powers. And although it's a shame, if it really comes down to it, we'll have to make the boy the target. So it's up to Nival-sama. That's right. I feel really uneasy about this, you know? He treats everyone the same. High-handed negotiations are out of the question with that kind of person. I'm worried, but there's no one else suitable. Each of them imagined the future when they welcomed Loki and Ryel. They also imagined the future when things didn't go as planned. The 3 of them had different visions of the future when they welcomed them, but their visions of the future when things completely failed were all the same. Even if they could get out of the current predicament, sooner or later, the invasion of the great powers that had otherworlders would reach the center of the country, and the country would be swallowed up. Famra, I will go to the capital in the morning to tell them the whole story in person. You should continue to watch them from a distance and use your men so that they don't notice. Don't make any mistakes, okay? The worst case scenario is that they won't just join our side, but that Malta will be reduced to a burnt-out wasteland. I understand. Joyce, check with the manager of Hanferris to see if you can get any information on the 2 of them. If you can get useful information in exchange for money, I don't care how much you spend. I understand. Should I just be grateful that they don't seem to be leaning towards another country? No, if we can't get them on our side, sooner or later. Fanmura and Joyce watched silently as Nilo drank his alcohol, muttering to himself. Chapter 154, Commotion. After making sure the 3 of them were gone, I went downstairs to get my luggage and then returned to the room. Since I had paid a lot of money anyway, I thought it would be better to take a big bath and sleep in a huge, fluffy bed. As soon as I got back, I prepared to fill the bath and then looked around the room. I couldn't see Ryel, and the blanket was still piled up. Since I couldn't even see her face, I sat on the edge of the bed and called out to her. Ryel, the 3 of them have already gone home, so it's okay. Ryel, huh? Did the goddess fall asleep? Could it be that while I was getting my luggage? Even though I thought it was impossible, I quickly pulled back the blanket, and there, curled up like a turtle, was Ryel. She held the blankets in her hands and pushed herself into them as if to protect her head at all costs. In this situation, where she was hiding her head but not her bottom, all I could think was, what the hell is she doing? Ryel, hey. Without really understanding what was going on, I poked her curled up back, and I could hear a muffled voice coming from inside the blanket. I'm not weak enough to be protected. No. No. I know that. Could it be that she's sulking because they think she's weak? With a deep sigh, I think I know why she's like that. But I'll explain the situation to her. I think I know better than anyone else that Ryel isn't weak. But if I told those people that you're so strong, it would complicate things, wouldn't it? You have skills that a normal human can't have. That's why I tried to give the impression that I was protecting you so that you wouldn't be connected to the goddess. Was that so unsatisfactory? I know because I listened to the conversation. I am not dissatisfied. Then why are you curled up under the covers like that? I just felt like it. I'm in trouble. She doesn't seem to be in a bad mood, but she has this strange, unapproachable atmosphere about her, like a woman on her period. It's dangerous to go too far. I felt like Ryel's back was telling me that, so I decided to leave her alone for now. I'm going to take a bath. The bath in this room is luxurious, and it's not something you get to do often. So if you're interested, you should try it later. I told her this and went into the bathroom. How difficult it is to deal with women. If you're not used to it, it's best not to touch them inappropriately. Section. I knew from the sound of the door that Loki had returned to the room. At that moment, I felt strange because I quickly grabbed the blanket and hid. I don't know why I did it, but I knew it would be bad if I didn't. So when I felt the blanket being pulled away, I grabbed it desperately. My body moved on its own. An indescribable feeling clung to my head. I didn't mind it, though. I just didn't know what to do about this unmanageable haze, and I wanted some time to calm down. Right now, I feel it would be dangerous for Loki to see my face. If anything happens, I will protect my sister with all my might. Ever since I heard those words, protect? Are you joking? I'm the goddess of war. There's no way I would lose to mere humans. Ha ha ha. I can't help but laugh bitterly at myself for continuing to think when I know it's wrong. What an ugly excuse. I had no idea that I, who had descended to examine human skills, would be the one to have my skills examined in return. Even though it was the first time I had brought down a split body. It was my fault, or rather, my fault as a goddess. I just had the skill, but I didn't use it most of the time or think about it deeply on a regular basis, so this happened. Loki tried to protect me from my own mistake, even confessing that he was an otherworlder. Being saved and protected by someone else. It's a strange thing. Even though it seems like I'm being looked down upon, for some reason, I feel very warm inside. This is the first time this has happened. No, that's not true. It happened the last time. Even when I killed Loki and Felin and Wrist showed more anger than ever before. For some reason, the person himself, Loki, protected me. I couldn't understand why he did that. So I couldn't help but read his mind. Even though he was joking around and saying things like, I don't want to go around with a potato face. He was still worried that I would end up isolated. I also wondered why everyone let him call me Ryel at first and why his speech was so casual. Now, I feel comfortable with that kind of informality. Is it similar to Wrist's or Felin's feelings? Or is it similar to Frill's feelings? I still don't really understand myself. Since Loki called me his older sister, should I follow Frill's example and declare publicly that I'm going to be a mother? I poked my head out of the blanket and looked blankly around the room, where no one was to be seen, and then I turned my gaze to my own belly. Loki said I was beautiful, even like this, right? Then, as the tension built up inside me, I couldn't help but stare at the spot Loki was heading for. Section 310, 311, 312, 313. Poa. I was surprised by the result of my spontaneous attempt, which was even more amazing than I expected. Even though the count was up to me, I held my breath for over 5 minutes. When I was about that age, I used to hide in my parents' bathroom and see how long I could hold my breath. There was a time when I was kind of obsessed with increasing that number of seconds. By the time I got used to it, I could consistently hold my breath for over a minute, and I think my personal record was about 1 minute 30 seconds. Is it because I'm doing the practice of hunting every day in this other world? Or is it because my body is built differently than when I was on Earth? I don't know why, but I never thought I would be able to hold my breath for so long. I think the swimmers in Japan would be quite surprised by the result. Then, it's the men who want to extend this record even further. Just like endurance, lung capacity is probably A+ if you have it. If there's a bath, it's a special training session. If I can get my breathing under control, I'll go to the second round. And now, the shock of the second round was so great that it instantly blew away all thoughts of the first round, and my head was in complete chaos. What did you do, huh? No, I want to ask you. When I popped my head out of the water, Ryel was there. She was crouching beside the tub, scooping up water with her hands and splashing it over her body. I don't think you understand what I mean, but I don't understand it at all. I could feel my face getting hotter and hotter. At the same time, I understood that my son had woken up in a panic. My bloodstream must be very confused as to which way it should flow, up or down. Loki said it was a luxurious bath, so I should go in. Just like food, I thought it would be a waste if I didn't go in. After all, it's the last day. Wait, did I say to come in? I think I said to come in later. You did, but it's too late now that I've already come in. What? But, thank you so much. I couldn't help but bow to Ryel with words of gratitude. Or rather, her naked body. Although her front is covered with a cloth, it is strangely erotic, or maybe too erotic, because it is wet and sticks to her skin. I can only say thank you. Why are you thanking me? Well, because it makes my eyes happy, you know? Didn't you take a bath with Ryel as well? Yes, we did, but Ryel was still wearing her clothes. Say it faster. Ryel panics and tries to hide her skin, but it's too late. I've burned that cliff into my eyes, and I'll probably never forget it for the rest of my life. Or rather, if Ryel is okay, then Ryel is okay, too, right? That's something I've been thinking about too. I don't really understand. But since you've come this far, why don't you just go inside? The bath is nice and warm. That's true. I guess I should. After all, I came to take a bath. Oh, and putting a towel in the bath is bad manners. Really? It's common sense all over the world. The bathtub is a wide round shape, so it doesn't matter where you get in. Ryel seemed a little worried, but then she must have made up her mind because she sat down with her back to me. The water is clear, so there's no point in her turning around. She desperately covered her bottom with her hands, but of course, I stared at her so hard that the blood vessels in my eyes felt like they were about to burst. So what were you doing just now, huh? I held my breath, as long as I could. I see. Do you want to try it, Ryel? No, I'll pass. How's the bath? Why yeah, it feels good. This is so awkward. Is this what happens when an acquaintance of the opposite sex barges into the bathroom unexpectedly? I try not to get unnecessarily excited, but I can't help but keep looking at her beautiful back, which is completely free of blemishes, and her small, swaying bottom. Oh no. I should have tied up my hair. I heard Ryel muttering against the wall. The way she used both hands to sweep her blonde hair back and tried to tie it up was incredibly sexy. It's not supposed to be like this with Ryel. What is it? People will be surprised if you suddenly scream like that. While she's tying up her hair, she's angry and just looks at me. But that's not the point. I'm swaying and slowly approaching Ryel, who's standing a little distance away. I have to get closer. Loki, I have to get closer. Hey, if you get too close, it'll be dangerous. It's okay. What's okay about it? My gaze was fixed on a single point. It was directed at something I only knew from stories and fantasy worlds. Ears. Amazing. I've never seen them since I came to this world. Come to think of it, Ryel is like an ancestor of elves, right? Huh? Ears. It's true that they are said to be the base of elves. Until now, they had been hidden by her long blonde hair, and I hadn't been able to see them. However, upon closer inspection, the top of the hair is slightly pointed, and it doesn't spread out as much as I had imagined. If the hair were longer, it would be hidden. It's only a few centimeters longer than a human's. Still, I can't help but be impressed by this imaginary product I'm seeing for the first time. I am as impressed as I was when I first used magic. Hey, have you been hiding it? No, I don't intend to hide it. I don't have that strong a trait, so my long hair naturally hides it. I thought it was more reserved than I thought, but it really depends on the person. The elf? That's probably true. I think the ancient elves and high elves, in particular, have very well developed ears, don't they? Oh, the ancient. Is that because they've been training for a long time or because their blood is thick? That's right. Purer bloods, especially, should have more of these traits. Isn't that the case with all living things? That is true. Does that mean that Ryel's ears, which are so modest, were never used at all? Ha 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 ha. That's exactly right. No. I don't know why you're laughing so much. Well, I guess it's something that gradually evolves or regresses in response to the environment while passing on its characteristics to its descendants, and for Ryel, who has been alive for a long time, it might not be relevant. Hey, is it okay if I touch it a little? It's okay, but it's just a normal ear, you know? It's okay. It's okay. I'm just curious about the tip. Squishy. Crunchy. Oh, there's cartilage on the sharp part. Comparing it to my own ear makes it even clearer. It's crunchy but not hard, and it feels good. When I look at it from the side, the ear hole and so on look the same as our humans. So I think the only differences between humans and them are the sharp part, the extreme whiteness of their skin, and the fact that they're a different species and beautiful. From my own perspective, Ryel is the most foreign-looking of the goddesses. The other 5 goddesses have a kind of half-foreign beauty that is easy to accept and cute. But Ryel alone has a beauty that reminds me of a foreign supermodel or some kind of otherworldly sculpture. Anyway, sniff. Hey, as I thought that when I pulled back the blanket from Ryel, who had been hiding earlier. I thought, what's that smell? When I suddenly smelled it, now I'm sure. Sniff. Loki? Yes. Ryel smells like something familiar. It's really close to the smell of a person. I've smelled it many times before, like the strong sweetness of a woman mixed with sweat. To put it bluntly, it's a sneaky scent that creates excitement even in a relaxed atmosphere. Sniff. Hey, this is embarrassing. And is this something you do to your older sister? The whole older sister thing was just a random idea. We're not really related by blood, and if my sister was that beautiful, it would ruin my daily life. But when she said that, I suddenly became calm. I remembered my affair with Wrist and quickly scolded myself for going too far. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but be happy because of the familiar smell. Is everyone else different? Well, everyone has their own unique smell, but it's not really very human, is it? If you compare it to a taste, it's like there are no impurities at all, right? I don't really understand. But, am I special? I guess so. Or rather, goddesses really like the idea of being special, don't they? It seems that she didn't hear the second half of what I said because she was muttering to the wall. Special. So I think it's best to leave her alone for now. I think it's time for me to leave, so that's about right. If I stay here any longer, my lecherous heart will never stop. I'm going to go up soon because you can't relax with your legs stretched out while I'm here. Ryel, take your time. Hey, try to hide a little. There's some noise behind me, but I don't care because everyone has already seen my thing. I dry myself off and change into my casual clothes. What should I do? Ryel is a woman too. As soon as I got back to my room, I couldn't help but mutter those words. Chapter 155, Promise. As I doze off, I hear a voice I've gotten used to. Loki, it's morning. Don't you think it's time to wake up? Oh, good morning, Ryel. Oh, good morning. I rub my eyes and look at the clock. It's almost 6:30 in the morning. I apologize to Ryel as I stretch my arms wide and say, I fell asleep so soundly despite everything. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was drunk and fell asleep early. That's an excuse. I suddenly began to think of Ryel as a woman, and when I imagined her after taking a bath, I became nervous. I thought it would be bad if I continued like this, so I drank a glass of wine as soon as I got out of the bath. And then I just crawled under the blankets. So, I don't know when Ryel came out or when she returned to the divine realm. At that time, I was already in a dream. It doesn't matter. I've already looked at the materials Loki put together, she said, picking up a sheet of paper. It was information about the status that I had put together while Ryel was looking for the transmigrators yesterday. Soon after, breakfast was brought to our room, and we exchanged opinions about the status information while watching Ryel wolf down her food. Was there anything you didn't understand in the information summary? No. There's nothing wrong with it. It was very easy to understand because it was so carefully put together. Still, the existence of a rare monster that doesn't appear in normal actions and a skill dedicated to that monster. It's only one, and it's not confirmed, but it sounds interesting and like a dream. Don't you think? You say that after almost dying? I'm worried about a lot of things. It will be okay. I'm not going to misuse it just because I have it. It's like a collecting habit, where if it's there, I want it. I thought I was being honest, but Ryel admonished me and said it wasn't like that. I'm not worried about that. The problem is Loki's personal safety. I guess the Hunters Guild didn't have any information about the king and this time either, right? In other words, there's a possibility that Loki will unexpectedly encounter a similar existence while traveling in the future. Am I right? That's right. Well, I don't think that's likely to happen. I wish I could always be with you, but it's not that easy. However, it would be best if you could all bring down your split bodies at the same time. Loki, aren't you going to make some kind of party companion to accompany you on your travels? Oh, you want to ask about that? For a while, I had a dream, and I imagined it. But, well, even if I put aside efficiency and such, I have a problem where I can't casually form a party right now. My magic power has turned black, right? If I put it like the goddesses would say, I can't show this to the race, can I? Saying this, I let out a gentle breeze from my fingertips, and the black magic appeared for a moment. Oh, that's right. I can only watch in silence as Ryel puts her hand to her forehead and looks up at the ceiling. I'm really happy and thankful that she's worried about me, but I can't think of any easy solutions, and all I can say for now is that I just have to get stronger and stronger to be able to defend myself. For the time being, I'll be gathering skills as I go around the low-ranked hunting grounds, so I think I'll be okay. Thanks to Ryel, I've become stronger, so I think I'll be able to handle B-rank hunting grounds with ease. Besides, if I think something's wrong, I'll run away. I think it's also easier to run away because I'm alone. Ryel, sorry. I was just thinking. I see. Loki, I was just thinking, if race is no good, why not try making monsters your allies? When you acquire the monster taming skill, you can make monsters your allies. That way, even if you have a problem with magic power, it would be easier to ensure Loki's safety, wouldn't it? Monsters. Just a moment. The tamer's job is familiar to gamers. I thought so I opened the status screen, but the target monster taming was not displayed as a basic skill. It seems to be a high-level skill. It looks like it can't be obtained yet unless I meet certain conditions. I see. But even among hunters, a reasonable number of people have acquired the monster taming skill. Then, the difficulty of acquiring it must be low, and we should assume that there is a certain amount of information about it floating around, right? There is also a similar skill called necromancy, but there are almost no people who have mastered it, and unlike monster taming, it is probably not well received by the people. I think monster taming is probably the more user-friendly of the two. What is it? Does your stomach hurt? It's amazing, Ryel! Exclamation mark. I couldn't help but stop eating. In my excitement, I jumped on Ryel. The goddesses know a lot of things, but sometimes, they have information that can be called a clean hit. I love these goddesses. Let's snoop around a bit. What is it? What's going on? I can't help but be impressed. It's amazing. As expected from a goddess of war. Is that so? Is your big sister amazing? You are amazing. You're amazing, Ani-chan. Ha 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 ha. Ani-chan is amazing. Then I'll leave everything to you. When Ryel declared herself the mother, Ryel was also there. Maybe that's why Ryel likes the older sister thing, I thought. And I went along with it. I definitely have less resistance to the older sister than to the mother. And while I'm at it, I'll ask her this. I took the magic gem from the storeroom. Ryel might have some information about it as well. Ryel, what do you think? It was inside the king ant. But should I keep it or sell it? Is it a magic stone? According to the guild master, it's called a magic gem. It's a magic stone that naturally recovers even if you use it, and there are only 9 of them in the world that have been discovered so far. That ant was really strong, but I've never heard of it before. To be honest, I've never even bothered to look into it. I see. If this magic gem is the reward for a strong, hidden boss, then I think it would be easier to ensure my own safety if I could find out where it came from. As long as I stay away from there, that is. That's right. Then I guess I'll have to search the memories of the hunters. I'll ask the others as well. You were amazing today, Ani-chan. You were so reliable. It was like you were a different person. Ah, really? You can say more than that, right? It's easy. After breakfast, we each went about our own preparations, and I learned how to deal with Ryel. I went to the Hunters Guild to take my promotion test. Ryel went to search for transmigrators, which would be her last day. I thought the search for transmigrators in the city would be cancelled because of the incident with the spit body skill, but Ryel hasn't done much research on otherworlders, so we decided to continue today, knowing the risks. It seems that the goddesses will think about what to do tomorrow separately. Speaking of which, has Alicia-sama decided what to do? Yes, Alicia is not coming down, so for now, we'll stop the point system for Loki for today. What? Did something happen to Alicia-sama? If it's because Alicia-sama isn't interested in the lower world, that's fine, but if it's because she doesn't trust me, I'll be so shocked that I'll probably stay indoors for a month or so. At least I want to understand the reason. Alicia is the only one whose face was shown. After discussing it together, we decided that it would be dangerous for her to go down to the lower world. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you before? Alicia was the one who dealt directly with the reincarnates when they were summoned. In other words, the reincarnated people who are currently in the lower world can tell that Alicia is a goddess just by looking at her appearance. Oh, I see. If they were to meet her by chance, it would be discovered that Alicia-sama was in the lower world, and there would be a huge commotion. It would be more than a commotion if her skills were discovered. That is what happened. She was really frustrated. She made a big fuss and said, "I'm the one who's being mistreated." And now she's sulking. That's why. Loki. Yes. Before I leave Malta, I'm going to visit the Divine Realm via Rhea's statue. At that time, I feel kind of sorry for her, so I think I'll let her do what she wants. I would appreciate it if you did. It would make her feel a little better. From what I hear, it's too pitiful. I don't think I can make up for the pleasure of sightseeing in the lower world by showing up, but I still want to do what I can for Alicia-sama. She was really angry when Ryel killed me. Well, shall we go then? Well, I'm really sorry about the fakes battle. Still, I'm grateful that you're willing to act like this with me. Thank you, Loki. That's enough. Everyone makes mistakes. We're not omniscient, omnipotent beings, so the same goes for goddesses, right? As long as you don't repeat the same mistake, I think that's okay. I see. I thought I set the stage, but I still can't bring myself to bring it up. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do about it. I let Ryel grow up so quickly, so I'll tell her myself. So, when you've calmed down a bit, how about we have another mox battle? I'll probably be pretty strong by then. Maybe I'll even beat you, Ryel. Ryel smiles broadly and nods with a carefree, full-blown smile. Ah, yes, I'm looking forward to it. Ah, when I see a face like that, I end up thinking she's a woman. She probably doesn't realize it, but her smile is so pure and charming. When I see a face like that, I want to help her as much as I can. I want to become stronger until Ryel is satisfied, and one day, in the distant future, I want to be able to defeat her. With this thought in my heart. See you later. See you again. At the entrance to Han Fairest, we say goodbye and go our separate ways. This marks the end of the goddess's descent. It's a deeply moving moment for me. Loki, I'm sorry, but can I have some money? I have to buy lunch today. Correction. Ryel was still the same Ryel. Chapter 156, Promotion Test, Close Combat. I wonder if the people from the audit office are still here? On the way to the Hunters Guild, I activated the investigation as soon as I started moving, thinking that it wouldn't be strange if they were watching me after what happened yesterday. The first person I checked was Fanmura-san, the one with the long face and the glasses. There was no response within a 30-meter radius when I used the word Fanmura, so I started the investigation with the word glasses. But although there was a response, it was a different person. Not knowing if I would be successful, I searched for the word auditor, but there was no one around to match the search, so I thought I might be worrying too much. But I went to the Hunters Guild anyway. Excuse me, I was called by Orlando-san. Should I go directly to the guild master's room? The person I spoke to was the usual talkative old lady. I was surprised to see people lining up even at the usually empty old lady's counter, probably because it was morning. Still, I'm still standing in line with the old lady, so I guess I'm pretty much the same. What? Gilmer's called you. Did you do something wrong? No. It's about the promotion test. What a surprise. So you're going to have a promotion test, huh? You're going to be a big shot, aren't you? It's busy right now, so you can go straight to the guild master's room, okay? Do you know where it is? Yes, I visited it yesterday, so it's okay. Thank you. As soon as I said that, I was about to leave. Oh, by the way, my name is Mamiya. If you're having trouble finding a marriage partner, come see me. I'll introduce you to a good girl. Even after I left the counter, I could hear some commotion behind me, and I wanted to say, are you really that busy? At the point of introducing someone, I think Tamiya-san is a good person who likes to help out. I smiled dryly and bowed as I went up to the guild. When I visited the guild master's room where I was shown yesterday, Orland-san was sitting in a luxurious leather chair looking at a wooden board. Is he getting old? He squinted and moved the wood block closer and further away. Good morning. Oh, you came straight here? It must have been very busy downstairs at that time, right? Yes. I had to stand in line at Tamiya-san's counter, which is always empty, so I got permission to come here directly. You're going to be even busier from now on. You'd better get more counters while you can. Ha ha ha. Looking around the guild master's room again, I see a number of high-quality furnishings along the walls, and on the shelves, I see expensive-looking liquor and beautifully decorated glasses. There are also several paintings on display, and it's a world away from the office-like room where Yaguf-san worked, surrounded by a mass of wooden boards. Well, I know that being able to get things done smoothly while delegating work to others is also a talent, so I won't worry too much about that and get straight to the point of the promotion test. So, have you decided who you want me to have a mox battle with? Yes. I've already chosen them. They're waiting for you downstairs in the restaurant, so we can start right away. But what do you think? Then let's start right away. It would be bad to make them wait forever. We'll pay them a not inconsiderable per diem under the guise of being examiners for the promotion test, so don't worry about that. Them? Are there more than one? I didn't know what kind of job Loki had or what kind of fighter you were, so I got you two guys, one for melee and one for ranged. Since I've already hired them, why not fight with both of them? Why yes. When I think about it, which one am I? The melee or the ranged character? Normally, people would develop the skills they choose and make them their own, but in my case, I seem to be getting new skills one after the other, so I feel like I'm not really getting anywhere. The only thing I use properly is my sword. So, am I a melee type? When I look at the profession field on the status screen, I'm still listed as a salesman. It's probably better that I'm not listed as unemployed, but if I can't choose my profession, I don't know what to say in situations like this. Excuse me, Orlando-san, is it normal for people to disclose their occupation? It's something that suddenly occurred to me. If it's normal to reveal one's occupation in this world, then I'll have to think of a setting for when I'm asked about it in the future. There's no way I could honestly say that my job is a salesman for some reason. It depends on the person, but I don't think it's something to hide. Sometimes, you narrow down the jobs you're looking for when you're recruiting for a party, and sometimes, you look for a party where you can announce your job. Most people who aren't hunters have a job related to the one they have, so there's no need to go out of your way to check. Ah, I see. There are people who can't get jobs for financial reasons, so it's not mandatory to disclose your job, and you don't have to answer if asked. For mid-level and above jobs, or special jobs involving divine revelation, people will often tell you their job without being asked, and conversely, for lower-level jobs, you can assume that most people will only tell their family members the minimum necessary information. Thank you very much. I'm learning a lot. In the end, they'll be proud of having a good job, and they'll avoid talking about being unemployed or having a low-level job as much as possible. So it's just like the harsh, realistic structure of the real world. Even though it's like a game, it's still a solidly realistic world. If someone were to brag about their job in front of me, it would be no different than being unemployed, and I might end up punching them in the face. But now I can relax. If anything happens, I can just say, it's a secret, and get away with it. Since I don't plan on forming a party, I won't be exposed to situations where I'm a garbage job with no human rights, like the only recruit healers and tanks that often happens in games. I followed Orlando-san to the first floor of the guild. From there, we walked in the opposite direction of the tavern, and I think we came to a room about the size of a tennis court. I was led into the room surrounded by stone walls with no roof. The floor was still dirt, and there were various weapons of different shapes and sizes lying around the walls. I could tell from the color that they were all made of wood. There were also round targets hanging on the walls, like those used in archery, so maybe they were practicing archery here. The test will be held in the training hall here. I'll go get the other two and the remaining examiners, so Loki, please choose a weapon you like, Orlando-san said as he went back the way he came. So after looking for a moment, I picked up a dagger by process of elimination. Unfortunately, there were no short swords, and the long ones were too long for me. As I searched the shelves where the equipment was kept, wondering if there was some kind of solid protective gear like in Kendo, I heard some voices behind me. Sorry to keep you waiting, Loki. Let me introduce you to your opponents for today's MOX battle, B-rank hunters Ino and Reren. Hey, isn't that a kid? Hey, at least introduce yourself. TCH, I'm Ino. I'm Reren. It's a good day when I get paid for dealing with such cute examinees. Both are probably around 20 years old. The man with brown hair who is smiling but whose eyes are staring at me sharply, and the red-haired woman with heavy makeup who is holding a large, curved cane. I don't think Ino-san is in a very good mood, but Lalan-san seems to be fine. My name is Loki. It's nice to meet you. Hey, are you human, kid? I turn my head at Lalan-san's words. You're quite small, and you have a skin color that's not found here. Actually, you could have some elf blood in you, or you could be another race that's older than us, right? Oh, is that what you mean? I'm human. I see. Then I'll make you cry with a nice voice. Lalan-san licks her lips and stares at me with a sadistic look in her eyes. Oh no. Maybe none of them are normal. What does that mean? The stronger the hunter gets, the crazier they get. I looked at Orlando-san as if to appeal to him with my eyes, but he just ignored me. Everything continued as if nothing had happened. Right. I'm not exactly free, so let's start this test. Anyway, since Loki also has a dagger, wait, doesn't Loki have armor? I broke it the other day, so I don't have it anymore. I'll just have to do it like this. Q ha ha ha. I don't care if you pee yourself and scream in pain. This is a test, after all. Ah, this is the best. I see. Then you first, Sure, kid. I'm a dagger user, too. I'll show you an example so you can learn from the pain. At the urging of the two guild members that Orlando-san brought with him, we faced each other in the middle of the training ground, leaving some distance between us. And then we were left alone. I believe that these three people, including Orlando-san, will judge whether or not I have met the B-rank criteria based on the content of the MOX battle. Let me explain the rules. The only attacks you can use are those with the daggers in your possession. Attacks to the face or vital points are forbidden. The use of magic or other skills is also forbidden. Not causing serious injury to your opponent is also part of your skill. I'm not saying you have to stop just before you hit, but please be careful not to hurt your opponent. And while the outcome of the match won't affect your passing grade, Loki, you understand? Orlando-san looked at me. I know what he means. If it's about beating King Ant, then I should win by a landslide. Is that what he means? If I just go through the motions, Then it'll look suspicious if I really beat King Ant. But what should I do? There are a lot of things I want to try this time. I don't want to take anyone lightly, and I want to get as much information out of them as possible. Then let's begin. As soon as Orlando-san gave the command, Ino-san grinned and got ready. He kicked up the ground right after lowering his waist and then charged at me while keeping his stance low. I thought this was a mock battle to show off the examinees' skills and test their abilities, but he attacked without paying any attention to that. Maybe that's why I didn't have to worry about him, so I thought it was easy. Is that all there is to it? Before the mock's battle began, I had already checked my status. Among the various skill values that had suddenly increased, the ones that currently benefited from the status bonus were strength, magic defense, and dexterity. On the other hand, defense, agility, and luck had not increased. That's why I had high expectations. My characteristic and strength is that I can acquire a large number of skills. On the other hand, my weakness is that I can't choose my profession and enjoy its benefits. Against an active B rank hunter, how can I compete with my defense and agility, which don't make much use of my strengths? If I can't compete, it means that the benefits of choosing an occupation are quite strong, and if I think I can expect that the benefits of choosing an occupation won't be as strong. Well, at level 56, it should probably be a pretty high level for a B rank. I have to take that into consideration. But, to sum up, Ino-san's movements were pretty normal. Maybe he's actually fast, but the movements I can see are neither good nor bad. The speed I feel is only slightly slower than the small wolf of Lullaby faced when I was around level 10. Maybe it's because of my experience fighting Ryel, who came at me at such a speed that I thought she was teleporting. Having experienced that kind of speed, I know how to deal with that level of speed. I have enough time to think about a few moves. However, I deliberately did nothing. I followed the dagger in Ino-san's hand with my eyes and thought about where I should let it hit me. I guess the arm most likely to be unaffected if I take more damage than expected is the one that isn't the dominant arm, right? Then I'll just leave it as it is. I made some slight adjustments so that it would hit my arm. I am about to experience the extent of the strength of an active B rank hunter. I don't think Ino-san is serious either, but there's no pain that intense from just a shock. It's just a small bruise, that's all. Even if there is a blade, I don't think it will suddenly be a fatal wound, right? I feel a sense of relief to be able to feel that kind of security. If this is the case with a B-class opponent, then the possibility of me dying even if I get into trouble in the future seems to have been greatly reduced. Now, all that's left is to strengthen myself until that possibility becomes 0%. Hey, doesn't this hurt? Yeah, it's fine. Well then, I'll attack. Ino-san suddenly jumps backward and takes a large distance. His expression is completely serious, a complete change from before. Has he become cautious? I felt that, but I couldn't make any progress like that, so I closed the distance as I walked. Clink, clink, clink. It was a long gap for a dagger, about 3 meters. When I got that close, Ino-san, who had been crouching, stepped forward again, perhaps losing patience. The movement was much quicker than before. The dagger in his reverse grip came close to my shoulder. If I tried to move now, it would be too late. So I twisted my body on the spot and hit the dagger. Unlike a long sword, a dagger has no guard, so depending on the angle, I could just push it away. I aimed for the little finger of Ino-san who was holding the dagger. I aimed there and, ouch, I twisted it slightly and swung it out with a little force. Is it because my skill bonus value is high that I can hit the target? There are still so many things I don't understand. When I looked back, Ino-san had dropped the dagger from his hand and was crouching down, holding his fist. Are you okay? I tried not to use too much force. Still, since it was his dominant arm, I feared that it might affect his future activities as a hunter. Ramak, take a look. Yes. One of the men acting as a referee approached Ino-san and, while holding him close, led him to the side of the training ground. I thought I was being careful, but are you okay? I could give you a potion. Oh, no, I left it at the inn. You don't have to worry about that, Loki. It's not like his arm was torn off. and that sort of thing is probably a common occurrence for hunters, right? On the contrary, I'm thankful that it was only that bad. It must have been a good opportunity for him as well. No way. Could it be that Orlando-san is a bad influence and that he chose the people for this time with the intention of training some B-rank hunters who are of poor quality? I look at him suspiciously, but he still pretends that he doesn't know anything, so I feel like I'm being deceived. But if that's the extent of my frustration, it's still better than nothing. The problem is, get ready for the next one, Reren. It must be that person. What happened to the atmosphere from before? I silently watched Reren-san, who was still stuck to the stone wall and didn't even seem to move. Chapter 157, Promotional Test, Long Distance Combat. Reren. I get it. Once again, we face each other at a certain distance in the middle. Next time, no hitting allowed, only magic. You can use whatever you want, but please refrain from using magic with high lethality or wide area effects. As with beating, it's up to the person to control the power of the magic. If you destroy the building or the outer wall, you'll be charged for the damage, so be prepared. Ah, I knew it. I thought the next stage would be a magic's battle. There's nothing I can do in a situation like this. If I show my black magic here, it'll cause a huge commotion. Orlando-san, I'm sorry, but I can't use magic at all. I had no choice but to lie. You're joking, right? I'm not joking. He looks at me with doubt, but there's nothing I can do about it. He seems to think I'm definitely lying, so I look back at him with the thought that I can use magic, but I don't want to show my hand. Ahahaha. That's fine, then. Let's make it a test to see how long you can withstand my offensive magic. Magic defense is also important, right? Is it because the possibility of being suddenly attacked has disappeared? Since Reren-san is feeling better, I'll go along with the idea. I tested my intelligence with lightning magic the other day, and if it's to measure my magical defense, it's more convenient to be on the defensive. That's a good idea. Let's do it that way. I think Lalan is good at fire magic and earth magic, right? Yeah, that's right. How about that? Then just do earth magic. I'll give you permission. I would have liked the fire magic better, but oh well. Are you ready, boy? I'm ready. Then let's start with something simple. Lalan-san recites the incantation, stepping back a little from her original position. Earth, create a sphere at my will and defeat my enemy. Fly, earth ball. Isn't the chant a bit long? What kind of power is she going to use to shoot the orb at me? Even though she said it would be easy at first, Reren-san is a big liar. I thought there was no point in dodging, so I quickly shielded my face with my arms and looked at the object that had appeared through the crack. It was a brownish mass about 20 centimeters in diameter. What is that? It's bigger than the stone Huli mole through, but it doesn't seem to hurt much. Will it explode, or is it a hard rock hidden inside? Cautiously, I put one hand out in front of me and caught the flying lump of earth in my palm. Thud. The feeling was like being hit with a pillow. There's no other way to describe it. It wasn't painful, and if anything, it was almost pleasant. How many verses did that chanting just consist of? Since I can't really tell where the pauses are in other people's chanting, I can't predict how powerful it is. Can I? This is just a test. I asked Reren-san boldly, thinking that maybe she'll answer. Was I too easy on you? As I thought, you don't seem to feel much pain at all. You're good enough to take the B rank test. What level was that magic you just used? Don't you know? That's why people who can't use magic, the earth ball is definitely level 1. Huh? Is that so? Thank you. What does that mean? My head is in total chaos. Level 1 means 2 verses. If it were me, I'd just say, earth ball, fly away. Now that I've learned omitted chanting, it might even be shorter. Or is it common knowledge that the earth ball is level 1? By the way, what level of earth magic are you going to use next? Well, it seems like earth ball is no problem at all, so how about trying rock bullet next? It's level 3. You should be able to withstand it, right? Reren-san smiles seductively, but I'm already full with wrist. After all, it's only level 3, and she doesn't seem to have an absurdly high intelligence, so there's no way I can't stand it. I understand. Please, I stand there with my hands down. This time, I have no defense. I will watch the whole process, from the chanting to the creation of the object. Well then, here I go. Earth, coalesce according to my will. Become a hard jewel that pierces my enemy. Release. Rock bullet. Again. The chanting is so different from mine that I can't understand it at all. However, from the middle of the chant, a bluish-purple mist begins to gather around the palms of Ruran-san's outstretched hands, and almost simultaneously with the end of the chant, the mist condenses, and an object begins to form in its center. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, it's there, the speed at which it flew. Oh my, it's so fast. It came towards my stomach, so I grabbed the stone before I had time to think about what to do. The fist I used to grab it was also taken away, so it was quite powerful. It seems to be an excellent single-target magic, but is the time it takes from activation to formation a characteristic of earth magic? Compared to the lightning magic I experimented with the other day, the time from chanting to activation is longer, and in a critical situation, it seems a little difficult to use. I guess it is a magic that's good for sneak attacks and the like. Hey, are you kidding me? Ruran, that kid is not normal. Go all out. I looked in the direction where the voice was coming from, and it seemed that he had received treatment. Ino-san, who was leaning against the wall and looking fine, was shouting words that I couldn't tell if they were words of encouragement or abuse. This is interesting. Ha ha ha, I'm doing my best. Wait a minute, Ruran. Think about where you're going. Ruran-san began to chant, cutting off Orlando-san's words as he rushed to stop her. Oh hard earth, gather in response to my life. Harder than all, piercing through all. So I interrupted as well. If Orlando-san wanted to stop her, it probably meant that the wall would break or that some kind of trouble would occur if she continued to cast the high-powered magic. If that was the case, she wouldn't be angry if I stopped her. Body strengthening. And as I lean forward, I take a step forward with my foot. Chaj. My vision suddenly accelerated. A body strengthening type skill combination that doesn't let the black magic out. I'm really glad I practiced this. I couldn't keep up with the unfamiliar acceleration, and when I tried it yesterday, I fell flat on my back. I'd die of embarrassment if anyone saw me like that. A spear that pierces. Hi in less than a beat. When she stood in front of me, she jumped back in surprise, then fell on her butt and continued to back away. Like her makeup, her flashy pants are completely visible. Thank you, Ruran-san. Orlando-san tried to stop you. Ah, what? Huh? Phew. I'm sorry, Loki. No, it would be a disaster if the building or the walls broke. No, that's not what I meant. Well, never mind. I think that's enough. Is it okay from your point of view as well? When Orlando-san said that, the two judges also nodded their heads quickly. Loki, you've passed the B rank promotion test. Come to my room after lunch today, and we'll exchange your card. Got it? Then I'll come get it after lunch. I thought I believed in Loki, but seeing you actually make moves like this, I can't help but be convinced. Even so, I won't be able to win this by myself. A conversation that only the two of us understand. The scornful, condescending look that Ruran-san and Ino-san had given me earlier had disappeared. You two can also fill out the application form, so go to the reception desk later and get your reward. Yeah. Now you know a bit more. The world isn't so kind that you can get ahead just by being talented. If you judge people by their looks or race, you'll end up getting your feet stuck in the mud and die, you know? Orlando-san can't say that about other people either. That wouldn't look cool if you said that. Gahaha. The B-rank melee fighter was fast enough to make me nervous when he came at me in earnest. But it wasn't enough to be a problem, and I found out that the magic user of the rear guard was easy to deal with as long as I could destroy their chant. However, I don't know why their chanting took so long, and even though those two looked down on me so much, they didn't even brag about their jobs or mention them at all. In other words, there's a good chance that they're both low-level jobs. I think it's better to think that the average B rank is a little stronger. Well, if they get paid for their work, I guess they'll forgive me this time, but I don't want them to hold a grudge against me, so I'll make sure to thank them properly. Thank you for your help. A child following the loud and boisterous Orlando without knowing what he's doing. The two of them continued to watch him until he disappeared from their sight. Chapter 158, Country's Situation. With time to spare before lunch, I began to explore the city at my leisure for the first time in a while. Starting tomorrow, I will continue my solo journey. Depending on the situation, I may have to sleep outdoors or eat my meals on the hunting grounds. I checked the quality and price of portable bedding and picked up a metal pot. I found it surprisingly interesting to look at things that had previously been outside my area of interest. I also enjoyed shopping in a different world and visiting stores I wouldn't normally go to. Well, there was the problem of how much I could carry, so I didn't really buy a lot of things. I just looked around. And while I was wandering around, I found the armor shop, which was one of my goals. My current situation is almost the same as having no armor, so I wondered how much good armor would cost. I knew the sizes would be a problem, but I still went into the shop with the intention of making a quick decision if I found something that suited me. Unlike Bizet, the armor shop here in Malta seems to be a specialty shop that only sells armor. When I entered the shop, I saw a full set of armor and shields lined up on 3 shelves. There were about 5 times as many items as at Pacer-san's place, and even though I didn't know the prices or the performance, I was already getting excited and breathing heavily. It's that feeling you get when you play an RPG and wonder what kind of powerful equipment you'll be able to buy when you get to the next town. However, when I looked at the inventory items on display, I noticed something. The most expensive ones are around 10 million beak. They're not much different in price range from Pacer-san's place, are they? Considering the size of the city, there are more expensive ones. I expected to find some armor made of rare materials. Most of the armor on display is around 200,000 to 2 million beak, and only a few items over 5 million beak are on the top shelf by the counter. The result was a great disappointment, and I found myself scratching my head, wondering if there were any other shops in Malta that specialized in high-end armor. Excuse me, but is the highest quality item in this shop this armor that costs around 11 million? A child dressed in what looked like peasant clothes asked. I've gotten used to it by now, but I felt like I wasn't being taken seriously, and I got a response back. That's what happens with stock items. So if I want more than that, I have to place an order. Boy, you should think about that when you've saved up 50 or 100 million beak. You can't even buy the materials without a deposit. I see. By the way, what kind of materials can I buy here? I'd also like to know the price range. No. Did you hear what I said? You'll have to think about such things when you've saved up the money. How much do you have now? Most of it is in the guild, but I think it's around 100 million beaks. Show me your guild card. Huh? You're a hunter, right? Show me your guild card. I'll exchange it with the guild master, so it's still rank D. When I show it to him while saying this, he laughs at me with a sneer. I thought so. D rank. Well, it's not bad for your age, but there's no way a kid could have saved up 100 million beak. How long have you been a hunter? If I say a few months, he'll laugh even more. Even if I lie, I can only get away with saying I've been a hunter for a year or 2. Geez, if you're going to lie, at least think of a better lie. If it's armor worth 2 to 3 million beak, I'll listen to you seriously. Oh no, not this pattern again. I want to complain about the way he talks to his customers, but really, it's not surprising that he thinks that way. A 13-year-old kid who hasn't even started to change his voice claims to have 100 million yen. Even when I say it myself, it sounds like a joke that's too boring to be true. I'm sure a lot of people would think, go play that somewhere else. If I don't have proof to convince them, then I've lost. I left the store feeling like I was half kicked out, and I thought to myself that it's really hard to be a kid. Since Ruran-san was going to check it out anyway, I thought I might as well put on a mask and try to fool them a little. With that in mind, I continued my search around town. By the way, I swore to myself that I would never go back to that store section. I guess this iron-like car doesn't really impress me. It was just afternoon when I went to see Guildmaster Orlando-san as planned, It seemed that he had already prepared the materials, and in exchange for the rank card I had so far, he gave me a guild card made of iron with a B written on it. As always, this card looks very cheap. It's so thin and flimsy that it looks like it could be split in half with a little effort. If you wish, we can turn the card into a material of the appropriate rank. Since it's a B rank, it's made of mithril, so it should be possible with about 500,000 beak. Is that the price even for a card of this size? Assuming I get it, what will happen when my rank increases to A? If you don't request it, you'll get an A rank card made of iron. I know that. What about the old mithril cards? The cards have to be exchanged. They're not returned, so they're secretly melted down and turned into guild funds. Isn't that terrible? Ha ha ha. That's why not many people change the material of their cards unless they reach A or S. The rules set by the headquarters are also terrible. He says it like it's someone else's problem, but I'm sure Orlando-san is the type who would melt the materials and laugh heartily. There's even a possibility that he approached the headquarters and suggested that they make more money this way. It's fine as it is. Thanks for the promotion. Loki is probably better off the way he is. I didn't say anything at the time, but you took their attacks on purpose, didn't you? I wanted to see how much damage I could take. Well, as far as I can see, you took almost no damage. I felt some pain, though, and that move you made when you approached Durin, Loki would probably pass the A-rank promotion test in a heartbeat. Even if you put money on the card now, it would be wasted money. I agree. Right now, I don't want to be limited by the requests, so I'm thinking of becoming S-rank. S-rank is like the ultimate goal for a hunter. So, will you be moving to another city soon? Yes. So I was hoping you could make me a letter like the one Agaf-san made for me before. No problem. I said I'd do anything. I'll have it ready by tomorrow morning. Thank you. I have one more question. Is it an A-rank hunting ground? That's right. I thought I'd like to know the approximate location. Of course, I won't go there right away. There are a lot of things I have to do first, like filling out the map and visiting the nearby hunting grounds or even going to the capital. I also promised Farrell. So for now, I want to travel safely and steadily improve my strength. But after that, where should I go next? The next high-level hunting ground will probably be the guide. To be honest, I don't really want you to go there. It's further beyond the eastern neighboring country of Walt's Kingdom. The closest A-rank hunting grounds are here, in Freyville Kingdom. What do you mean you don't want me to go there if possible? I want promising hunters to be active in my place, you know? It's good for Malta, too. That's hard to hear for a hunter who values freedom. Well, that's the official reason. If I'm being honest, I don't want you to turn against me. That's all. What does he mean by turning against him? We've already made peace and done business, so I can't imagine a situation where I would suddenly become Orlando-san's enemy. Is there any reason why you would become my enemy? At the moment, I have no plans to become your enemy at all. Those who felt that Malta, which is a B-rank hunting ground, wasn't enough, naturally aim for the next A-rank hunting ground, right? I would do the same. But I've heard a rumor that some of the hunters who went there were hired as mercenaries by the independent soldiers of the enemy country. The guild doesn't get involved in politics, but you can understand that as a citizen of Lagraith, it's a little unsettling to think that the people who are generally considered to be the strongest are being lured by money to turn against us, right? So, is this country and the neighboring country actually at war? Don't you know anything? It's just a stalemate right now, but the situation has been quite tense for the past few years, you know? So the Kingdom of Waltz is recruiting and conscripting people along the way. Is that it? That's probably true, but the Kingdom of Waltz and the Kingdom of Freyville are allies. It's also possible that people hired by the Kingdom of Freyville are sent to the Kingdom of Waltz, as long as they aren't regular soldiers. They can be flexible. From an amateur's point of view, I think the Kingdom of Lagraith should just get the people before that happens. I think it's a bit presumptuous of me to say that when I just turned down their offer. But I guess it's more efficient that way. Of course, there are people who do that. The guilds have even been approached by the state to work together. But Freyville has money because of the greedy business practices of those dwarves. I don't think this country has much of a chance if it comes down to a money fight. Dwarves. Can I ask you to tell me a little more about that? I have no intention of getting involved in a conflict between countries. However, the word dwarves caught my attention. I've landed in another world. If I'm going to be here, I might as well see some dwarves. The situation that Orlando-san, who didn't know about my circumstances, told me about seemed to be much more complicated than I expected. First of all, in terms of the political structure, there is an alliance between the two countries of the Kingdom of Waltz to the east and the Kingdom of Freyville further east, the Kingdom of Lagraith here, and the country to the west of the Kingdom of Lagraith, which I couldn't keep track of because there were too many country names, and the country to the northwest. In other words, it seems that the three western countries are in a stalemate with the two eastern countries, and the only place that could become a battlefield is the border area between the east of the Kingdom of Lagraith and the west of the Kingdom of Waltz, where there have already been several minor skirmishes. And the Kingdom of Freyville, which I was interested in, is a mountainous region in the north, and it is said that it is also called the Dwarf Kingdom because many dwarves live there. Since it has a high-level hunting ground within its borders, it has a stable supply of high-level monster materials, although there is some bias. In addition, the mountainous region seems to also produce high-quality and rare minerals. Equipment made from these high-quality materials is popular with high-level hunters and nobles from surrounding countries and is always traded at high prices. They also seem to export other minerals, so the Freyville Kingdom, which has an advantage in resources, is said to be blessed with a good financial situation. By the way, it seems that Orlando-san doesn't really understand why the Freyville Kingdom, which has such national power, has formed an alliance with the Waltz Kingdom, and he speculated that it might be to use it as a shield to prevent an invasion from Lagraith. After hearing all this, I asked him why they weren't cooperating with the reincarnates rampaging through the West. When I asked him this simple question, Orlando-san, who had been so talkative, suddenly began to mumble, and his speech became unclear. So, I didn't press the issue any further. I thought to myself that it seemed like the fault was on the Lagraith side and that the Kingdom of Lagraith, like the Kingdom of Waltz, was just being used as a shield by the countries to the west and northwest. I had some thoughts, but after all, I'm just a complete novice who came from peaceful Japan. If I get involved in things I don't understand, I'll just get myself into more trouble, and then I'll get all emotional. My train of thought stopped for a moment, and as soon as I understood what I was thinking, I let out a sigh and put my hands on my head. Oh no. I'm already thinking that I don't want the people of Bizet to die. I'm hopeless. It's not just Bizet. Even the people of Malta, with whom I had some contact, I don't want them to die in a war. I shouldn't have asked unnecessary questions. It's too late to regret it after I've asked. I'd be happy if I could make some good equipment with the materials I get from the A-rank hunting grounds and the local minerals after visiting the dwarves. But what if a real war breaks out? I'm too busy killing monsters to take part in a war. I can't imagine myself taking part in a war, and if I'm only thinking of myself, I don't think there's any point in taking part. Orlando-san was relieved by this answer, so I think it will be all right for now. I told him that I would come back tomorrow morning to pick up the letter, and when I walked out of the guild, it was still light. When I looked up at the sky, it was a clear blue sky with not a single cloud in sight. Unlike my troubled heart. I let out a long sigh. If I had time, I'd do what I had to do first. I made my way to the church in the southern part of the city where the statues of Ryel and Ryel were enshrined, twirling the cheap wooden mask I'd bought that day in my hands. Chapter 159, Goddess of Sorrow. Thank you for coming all the way to see me today, Loki-kun. When I opened my eyes to the cool, clear voice, I found myself in a peaceful scene that looked like a ranch, with a pure white sky that was clearly different from the earth and the lower world. And there was Alicia-sama, wearing her usual white dress, standing alone in front of me. This was a different situation from the usual three-person arrangement. It was the result of the other goddesses being considerate. I am sorry for coming so suddenly. I heard from Ryel that you were sleeping, so I wasn't sure if it was okay to come so early. It's okay. I wasn't really sleeping. Come in. When Alicia-sama waved her hand, a white round table and 2 chairs suddenly appeared, and there was even a cup of steaming hot tea on the table. Is this also spatial magic? It's too innovative to have a cup with a drink in it. Thank you, Loki-kun. It's okay if you treat me like everyone else, okay? Otherwise, it'll be lonely for me to be the only one left out. I understand, Alicia. Is that okay? As expected. This is the 6th person. I was expecting it, and I'm used to it, for better or worse. Yes. Thank you. Huh? Come to think of it, there's only 1 cup. This is for Loki-kun. I'm not in the habit of drinking yet. For some reason, my heart hurts. The goddesses who came down to the lower world all ate and drank deliciously, no matter what. Did they get a taste for it and start eating and drinking in the divine realm as well? When I think about it, it's so pitiful that I want to cry. I heard from Ryel about the circumstances that prevented you from descending to the lower world. I thought it wasn't right that the person who tried his best to deal with it ended up losing. You're the only one who is so considerate, Loki-kun. I see. Just to confirm, you want to go down to the lower world if possible, right? That's right. However, if I go down, there is a risk that I will leave definitive evidence that the goddess has descended to the lower world. This will probably cause great confusion. I can't create such a situation just because I want to. It's a very serious answer, like Alicia in the role of leader. However, I can't help but feel that she is trying to convince herself by saying these words rather than explaining them to me. There is a hint of sadness in her expression, mixed with a sense of determination. She's been sulking, so I guess she's not really trying to hide it. You know, I bought a mask today. A mask? The kind that people wear on their faces? Even in the divine realm, where only souls are summoned, I knew that the clothes you wear at the time reflect the way things work. And since I had a mask in my hand this time, I placed it on the table, knowing that all my belongings would be reflected. Yes, I've had a lot of trouble buying expensive things because people think I'm a kid, so I thought I'd just hide it. But what do you think will happen when Alicia puts on the mask? The mask, it hides your face. I think it'll still be hard. Didn't Ryel have her skills seen through? Yes. It's like a hole in the split body. That's why they thought she was someone from another world. I had to make them think she was someone from another world, but I think it was the right thing to do. I took measures to make sure that Ryel wouldn't be found out as a goddess, so I think she'll be okay this time, but I think it would be quite troublesome if she was found out when she was alone. We have received a report about this as well. I'm really grateful that you thought of us first and even went so far as to reveal that Loki-kun is from another world. You don't have to worry about that. I just thought it would be okay to do it. Thanks to this, I can fly as much as I want without holding back. When I answered with a laugh, Alicia finally showed a relaxed smile, but the problem was not solved. Alicia, what do you want to do? What do you hope for? Huh? So, I asked a deeper question. It may be rude, but it's quicker to think about whether what Alicia wants is feasible. If it's not, I can find a compromise. Ryel was in charge of keeping an eye on me to see if I was a dangerous person. Ryel was in charge of investigating the monsters and also liked taking baths. Felin was in charge of food. Rist was in charge of investigating the towns and people's lives. And Ryel, well, as you know, her top priority was fighting with me. I see. So, Alicia, what did you want to do in the human world? Yes, I had no particular plans. I just wanted to be with Loki-kun. Eh? What did you say? This is strange. Have I gone deaf? I think I heard something that sounded like a declaration of love. When I looked at Alicia, I could see that she had realized that her words had been a bombshell, and her face turned bright red. Give me a break. Seeing her like that makes me blush, too. My face gets hot, and I want to hide it. Oh, I'll put on a mask. No, that's not it. Everyone was happily talking about what was going on down there, so I thought if I walked around with Loki-kun, I might be able to see a different side. That's all there is to it. Why yes, What is that? She has an ultra-high face deviation score that would make her the most beautiful and cute of the goddesses if she were normal, but she's natural. She's somehow unhappy. She's a sadist when you give her a whip. She's also cute in a way that makes you want to protect her, and now she's sincere? How many attributes does she have? Is she going to change 7 times by herself? So you're saying that it's okay if you don't go to places where there are people from the lower world? That's right. I think that's okay. Well, then it's easy, isn't it? The places where people live are limited, so if I go to a place where there are no people, it's easy to bring down the split body, right? Well, there are things to do there, now that you mention it. That's true. Alicia can fly just like Wrist and Ryel, so it's possible to look down on the city from a high place using flight, and if you want to eat, I can buy things for you in the city. Did she imagine that? Alicia's expression brightens, but only for a moment. With a murmur of "ah," she quickly returns to her previous dejected expression. What's wrong? No, but Loki-kun will set up a base in a country or city you like, right? I think so, but was that what Wrist said before? It's not right to live in lodgings forever, whether you call it a base or a house, and eventually, I'll have to decide on a place to settle down. When I was asked if they could come and visit me then, I said it would be okay, although I had a desire to live with Wrist if I could. And Wrist said that the other goddesses were looking forward to it as well. I wonder if Alicia was among them? I know that Ryel and Ryu and Frill and Felin were included, but I can't remember if Alicia was. If I built a house somewhere, would you want to come and visit? Of course. If it's not too much trouble. Hearing her answer, I blush under my mask and look up at the empty white sky. Alicia said she would like to be with me. I think it's more out of interest and curiosity than romantic feelings that if she were with me, she would gain something she's never experienced before. Alicia is the one who wants to hear the most about Earth, no matter what, and from the atmosphere so far, I get that feeling. And if things continue as they are, Alicia alone will not be able to enjoy the lower world, the controlled world, to her satisfaction. No, that's not right. Given the nature of the split body, all the goddesses will have great limitations and risks in their actions. Because there are people. Because I'm trying to live in a city that I like. I thought it was natural. On Earth it's something you would think about as a matter of course. But hey, Alicia. What is it? Alicia is interested in the lower world. That's for sure, right? Yes, that's for sure. You are not interested in anything in particular, but you want to experience many things. And you want to find something you're really interested in. Is that it? That's it. When you say it like that, it sounds exactly right to me. I see. Then, yes? How about we set up a secret base together? Chapter 160, Secret Base Project. Yes? When I told her about my secret base plan, Alicia looked stunned, like a pigeon hit by a pea shooter. I thought she was still beautiful, even with that expression on her face. And I continued to explain my situation, the goddess's situation. I thought that, all things considered, this would be the best choice. So that's the secret base? Yes. The point is that by living somewhere out of sight, I thought it would be a good idea if Alicia and everyone else could build a house there if necessary. Like a base to use when you come down to the lower world? Our house. Considering the current situation, Alicia can't show up, and everyone else is also at risk of having their abilities revealed. If you bring in concealment, the goddesses won't have to worry about being seen, but that won't achieve your goal and you won't be able to use any skills, right? That's right. Then this problem can be solved by working in places where people from the lower world aren't around. If you continue to search for transmigrators in the city, you'll still be in danger. But that won't change even if you make the city your base. First of all, we should build a house that's at least big enough for us to sleep in, and then we can gradually improve our living environment by working together to make various things. Fortunately, the goddesses will probably have high-level skills, so if we can try things out in places where we won't be seen, Alicia might be able to find something that piques your interest, right? I'll continue to hunt monsters in different places, so if there's anything you need that we don't have, we can just buy it in a nearby town. I see. Of course, while you're trying out different things you think you need, I'll tell you what I know about Earth, like what kind of things they have there and how they do things. Alicia really wants to hear about Earth. And you like that sort of thing, don't you? I really like it, but where exactly is this secret base? There's a good place for it. A place that everyone seems to hate to investigate. The Palmyra Forest? Yes, it's said to be incredibly huge, and the survey team took about 60 days to finally reach the second layer, and it seems that humans have only confirmed up to the third layer, so there's no way anyone would come into the depths of the forest. There's wood everywhere, and I also saw a mountain range that looked quite high. So we could decide where to build it by discussing things like whether to build it near the mountains or near the river, right? Having flight would make it a lot easier to find a good location. Also, if you want to look for transmigrators, you could just move and go directly to the area. There's a chance that people from Berserk might come, but it's okay if we make the area ours sent to our secret base. Loki-kun. Is that okay? You'll be separated from other races and humans, you know? At first, I thought it was normal to live in a city somewhere, just like in my former world. But in this world, if you have the right skills and magic, you can get by to a certain extent, right? So I thought it would be interesting to gradually build our own base. Well, it's a secret base, so we can make a place where we can live and play as we please without bothering anyone else. But just because it sounds interesting. Besides, I had vaguely thought that I didn't want to belong to any country, but after listening to what the important people said today, I thought that if I settled down somewhere, it would be like belonging to that country. Then the Palmyra Forest is the best, right? People only go to the shallow parts of the forest, and even the birds that can fly get shot down by something when they go to the deep parts. That means it's untouched and unexplored, and nobody owns it, right? You can do whatever you want as long as you don't go into the dangerous deep parts. That is dangerous. When I said that, I remembered the pioneering games I used to play a long time ago, and I couldn't help but get excited. This is nothing but heart-pounding excitement. Besides, even if it's only temporary, I was hoping to live as a hermit. If it's a forced survival lifestyle that's going to be tough all the time, I'd rather not. But if it's a story about gradually expanding our living space while getting by on our own, I wouldn't mind. In fact, I'd probably like it. I'm starting to get excited. If this really happens, it'll be really fun. For a spontaneous idea, I think it's a pretty good idea. But I wonder when the foundations will be ready. What foundations? There are no problems. In the end, most of my problems always come back to this. I need to acquire spatial magic. If I can't teleport from the secret base to the hunting grounds, then I won't be able to travel around the world properly, will I? Besides, I need it to transport the supplies I get in the city. I don't think Loki-kun would be happy if we took you to your destination instead. If it was just for a short time, I would agree, but if it's forever without any prospect of getting it, then it won't work. Then what we can do is to cooperate as much as possible so that Loki-kun can acquire spatial magic quickly, right? That's right, Alicia. If you find anything that might be a clue, please let me know. Of course, I'll also do my best without leaving it to others. That's the real thrill of adventure. And I plan to go to the royal capital to gather information next time. Huh? Alicia? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I just thought it looked like fun. A secret base would be fun. Maybe one day I'll build a secret workshop in the basement, on purpose. Why would you build a basement when you have so much land to spare? I don't know. It's a man's dream or something. It was an idea that came to me unexpectedly, but it also seemed to contain what I wanted to do. If it's also a positive thing for the goddesses, then I might as well go ahead and seriously look into the future in that direction. It takes courage to live away from civilization, but if I can just get spatial magic, I'll be in the middle of the city in no time. If I have enough money, I can build a house in a city I like and use it as a teleport destination, which would make me feel more secure. Alicia's depressed mood lifted, and we continued to chat with smiles on our faces. So what are you going to do? If Alicia doesn't mind being somewhere without people, you can use me as a point of reference for sightseeing in the lower world for a few days. No, just being able to talk like this has cheered me up a lot, so I think I'll save that pleasure for later. If I go down now, it will only hinder Loki-kun's growth. I see. Then I'll have to work even harder to learn spatial magic as soon as possible. I'm counting on you. I waved goodbye, and my vision returned to the church in Malta. I had returned to Ria's statue. All right, I've got to work hard for Alicia and everyone else, as well as for myself. I slapped my cheeks with both hands to put myself in the right frame of mind. People around me looked at me as if to say, "Oh, does he look refreshed after his confession?" And I left the church feeling embarrassed. Section: We're having an emergency third goddess meeting, so everyone gathers around. After Loki left, Alicia muttered to herself as if talking to herself. They've been having a lot of meetings lately because of Loki, so the number of meetings has been added to the top of her head. Alicia chairs this meeting. 3 extra chairs are prepared, and the cup Loki drank from is raised. As they began to prepare 5 new cups of tea, the people who had been working on the barrier and casting delay magic began to appear one by one in front of Alicia. One of them came flying in while she was still asleep in her futon, but no one seemed to mind. Placing a drink at the dying wrist's bedside, Alicia waited for the rest of the people to sit down before opening her mouth. I'm sure you all heard what we were talking about earlier. It hasn't been decided yet, but Loki-kun is considering the possibility of living in a remote area far from civilization for my sake. It was good to see the brightness returning to her face, in contrast to her depressed expression earlier. However, Alicia's face was now slightly smug. You seem to be really bragging just now. You were really cheerful just because Loki-kun came here. I think it's also because my ability was exposed. At that time, they had already investigated the inn where our base was located. Even if we were to investigate the towns where the races live in the future, it would be safer than moving around with our base in the town. As long as our base isn't exposed, we can simply dispose of the split bodies after dispersing them. Ryel, are you sure you can find the transmigrators? I will let the split body use the divine eye from a high place where I can see the main road. Isn't that how it's supposed to be used? Anyway, Loki-kun came up with a wonderful idea called the Secret Base Project. I think it's the best idea ever, but is there anyone here who isn't interested in it? Alicia thought it wouldn't be surprising if 1 or 2 people didn't want to live in the mountains. But when the lid was opened, there were no denials. Alicia could not understand why she felt she was being taken advantage of for her own accomplishments, so she asked again. So who wants to participate? Raise your hand and tell me why. Then, one by one, people raised their hands. Of course I'm in. I want to try growing delicious crops. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I like environments with lots of nature, so I'm in. I'm in, too. The fact that Loki-kun's magic is black might be a sign of something. I'll keep an eye on things and play along. Palmyra is probably full of monsters, so I'll join in and help drive them away. If Loki-kun wants it, I'll go anywhere. Although one person was unusually stubborn, everyone's opinion was generally positive. Then Alicia confirmed the most important thing that had to be done now with everyone. If that's the case, then everyone knows what to do, right? How to acquire spatial magic, right? That's right. The dreaded spatial magic that has been plaguing Loki-kun. If we don't figure out how to acquire it, the gate to paradise will never open. Spatial magic had become the villain without anyone noticing. No one had time to think about it, and no one had noticed that the search for the transmigrators had been removed from the list of top priorities. The dream had expanded too much for anyone to think about it. Is there anything that could give Loki-kun a clue? Apart from the reincarnated humans who were given the skill in the past, was there any race that recently acquired spatial magic? Phelan asks, and Rhea, who knows the most about magic, answers. I think there were a few during the days of the Magic Kingdom. Are you talking about the ones Rhea brought down with divine punishment? The Calamity Mage. I remember. The Calamity Mage. That was back when the Magic Kingdom of Primus ruled the continent. Ah, that was about 10,000 years ago, right? That's right. So even if they were long-lived, All the people who had them back then must have died, and all the ancient races that branched out in that land were also killed. So, the only race that survived that long and is still around today are the elves, right? I'm pretty sure it's the elves. I wonder if there are survivors somewhere else. Then let's focus on finding out if the elves have any information about spatial magic. If we can find out where the land was when the ancient races lived, there might be some records left. I don't know. But does anyone know? I don't. They didn't become hunters, so I don't know. Me neither. I don't know about the people who don't come to church. The 5 of them looked at the sleeping goddess head, but there was no answer. Wrist pretended to be asleep with a loud snore. Well, let's do our best to investigate the elves for now, and then there are the monsters that seem to possess spatial magic. The sun never sets in the divine realm. Having made no significant progress, the goddesses ended the meeting, once again realizing that they did not understand many things about the lower world. In the end, the only thing that was decided was, we will do our best to study the elves in various ways. That was all. This was the result of them being painfully aware that they had spent all this time doing nothing and taking no action. As they dispersed from the meeting, Alicia bit her lower lip and pondered. Then Rhea, who had stayed behind, called out to her. When you were talking to Loki, you were thinking about transferring your skill, weren't you? Just a little. I was thinking how much easier it would be if I could do it. It would be easier. I don't think Loki would be too happy about it, though. I have a feeling he wouldn't be either. I wonder if Elsa-sama is watching? I wonder? The 2 of them looked up at the empty sky. To what extent would the vaguely defined rules of the divine world be overlooked? And if they were broken, what would happen to them? The 2 of them were lost in thought, unable to find the answers to their questions. Extra appendix. Loki's Notebook 3. Name, Loki, Mamiya Yuto. Level, 56. Skill points remaining, 879. Magic power, 620 plus 534, plus 50 additional points gained from the sword's magic power increase. Strength, 308, plus 676. Intelligence, 309, plus 399. Defense, 302, plus 154. Magic defense, 302, plus 459. Agility, 307, plus 66. Technique, 301, plus 605. Luck, 312, plus 90. Blessing, none. Title, King Ant Slayer. Acquired skills: combat/tactics skills, swordsmanship LV3, as long as the user possesses a sword-shaped weapon. Offensive and defensive actions are enhanced. 0 magic power consumption. Optional limited enhancement of 190% of ability value to a specific action for 1 second. Magic power consumption, 9. Strength correction. Stick art LV5, as long as the user possesses a stick-shaped weapon. The attack and defense are enhanced. Magic consumption 0. Optional limited enhancement of 250% of ability value to a specific action for 2 seconds. Magic power consumption 13. Strength correction. Dagger technique LV2, as long as the user possesses a dagger-shaped weapon. The attack and defense actions are enhanced. 0 magic power consumption. Optional limited enhancement of 160% of the ability value to a specific action for 1 second. Magic power consumption, 7. Strength correction. Provocation LV2, generates a feeling of anger, making it easier for the target to focus its attention on the user. Activation range, within 20 meters. Applies to all living creatures within a radius of 2 meters around the target. Magic power consumption, 7. Defense correction. Berserk LV8, after use, all normal attack actions will be subjected to a 290% limited ability value correction. However, until the time limit elapses, the user cannot make any attack except normal attacks against surrounding creatures. Duration of effect, 8 minutes. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength correction. Magic system skills. Fire magic LV2, can invoke fire magic that consumes less than 20 magic powers. Intelligence correction. Earth magic LV3, can invoke earth magic that consumes less than 30 magic powers. Magic defense correction. Wind magic LV4 can invoke wind magic that consumes less than 40 magic power. Agility correction. Lightning magic LV7 can invoke lightning magic that consumes less than 70 magic power. Intelligence correction. Time magic LV4 can invoke magic that reduces or increases the target's agility by ±400% within a 2-meter radius of the target. Magic power consumption, 60 every 10 seconds. Intelligence correction. Magic manipulation LV1 improves magic manipulation, making it easier to apply magic. Also reduces the time it takes to cast magic by 5%. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power correction. Emitted chanting LV5 increases the rate of single target magic image transmission to spirits by 50%. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence correction. Job system skills. Hunting LV3 improves hunting skills and makes it slightly easier to find prey. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Technique correction. Dismantling LV2 improves dismantling skills, allowing the user to dismantle objects more quickly and accurately. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Technique correction. Gathering LV1 improves gathering skills, making it slightly easier to find things to gather. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Conversation LV1 slightly improves conversation skills. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Cooking LV1 slightly improves cooking skills. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Technique correction. Daily life system skills. Different language comprehension LV3 can speak languages spoken by humans with a comprehension level of an 11-year-old child without knowledge of the language. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence correction. Enlarged vision LV6, slightly wider field of vision in all directions. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Farsightedness LV2 allows the user to see slightly further. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Night vision LV4 allows you to see a little in the dark. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Presence detection LV5 makes the user more sensitive to movement in their surroundings. Range radius, 25 meters. Magic power consumption, 0. Technique correction. Investigation LV1 determines the presence of a specific object within a radius of 30 meters. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Concealment LV7 deceives detection, discernment, and investigation skills of LV7 and below. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense correction. Swiftness LV2 corrections are applied to the user's running motion, causing the user to move slightly faster. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Agility correction. Leap LV4 corrections are applied to the user's jumping motion, causing the user to jump higher than normal. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Strength correction. Flight LV7 allows the user to move through the air while levitating. Magic power consumption, 3 per minute. Magic power correction 2. Arithmetic LV2 slightly improves arithmetic ability. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence correction. Memorization LV1 slightly improves memorization ability. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence correction. Pure passive system skills. Poison resistance LV7 increases resistance to poison. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense correction. Increased maximum magic power LV2 increases the maximum amount of magic power by 20. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic power correction. Increased automatic magic recovery LV5 increases magic power automatic recovery by 25%. Constant activation. Magic consumption, 0. Magic power correction. Herculean strength LV1. Increases strength by 5. Constant activation. Magic power consumption. 0. Strength correction. Rock hard body LV1. Increases defense by 5. Always active. Magic power consumption. 0. Defense correction. Swift wind LV1. Increases agility by 5. Constant activation. Magic power consumption. 0. Agility correction. Great luck LV1. Increases luck by 5. Always active. Magic power consumption. 0. Luck correction. Physical attack resistance LV3. Increases resistance to physical attacks. Constant activation. Magic power consumption. 0. Defense correction. Steel heart LV2. Slightly increases resistance to mental attacks. Also effective against intimidation. Constant activation. Magic power consumption. 0. Magic defense correction. Other/special. Oracle LV1. Occupation. Exclusive blessing skill that grants the user the ability to receive words from the goddesses. Condition of use. Once per day. Cannot be activated voluntarily. Magic power consumption 0. Magic power correction. +2 at level 1. Divine communication LV2. Occupation. Exclusive blessing skill that allows the user to communicate with the goddesses. Condition of use. Once per day. Usage time limit. 2 minutes. Magic power consumption. 60. Magic power correction 2. +4 at level 1. Map making LV1. Allows the user to open a map at will. Magic power consumption. 0. Magic power correction 2. +4 at level 1. Other/monster. Rush LV6. Rushes forward at a speed of 280% of ability value. Movement range can be specified at will. Maximum distance is 5 meters. Magic power consumption. 15. Agility correction. Bite LV5. For 1 second at will. The ability value is increased by 240% for biting actions. Magic power consumption. 11. Strength correction. Sticky thread, not available. Magic defense correction. Shed skin LV3, not available. Magic defense correction. Photosynthesis LV4. If exposed to sunlight, natural healing power and magic recovery will slightly increase. Always active. Magic power correction. Hardening LV4 temporarily hardens the body, increasing defense by 9 times for the duration of the effect. Duration, 1 second. Magic power consumption, 11. Defense correction. Physical defense up LV4. Increases defense by 12%. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense correction. Forced awakening LV9. Forces other members of the same race to wake up. Range, 1,800 meters. Magic power consumption, 50. Dexterity correction. Status effect resistance increase LV7. Increases resistance to all status effects. Always active. Magic power consumption 0. Magic defense correction. Call for assembly LV7. Forces surrounding monsters with the call for assembly skill to gather. Effect range, 210 meters radius. Magic power consumption 17. Intelligence correction. Resonance LV7, cannot be used. Intelligence correction. Acidic liquid LV7, cannot be used. Dexterity correction. Digging LV8, able to dig holes skillfully. Duration, 8 minutes. Magic power consumption, 2. Strength correction. Acid resistance LV8. Increases resistance to acid. Always active. Magic power consumption, 0. Magic defense correction. Mimicry LV6, cannot be used. Dexterity correction. Bonus status values. Bonus status values exist as hidden elements of each skill. As the status values are not displayed on the status screen, and of course the residents who cannot check their status values, you will not know the bonus status values of each skill unless you check them. Skill level 1, correspondence ability, +1, skill level 2, correspondence ability, +2, skill level 3 : correspondence ability, +3, skill level 4, correspondence ability, +5, skill level 5, correspondence ability, +10, skill level 6, correspondence ability, +30, Skill level 7, correspondence ability, plus 60. Magic power only doubles. Magic power 2 doubles again. Skill points required to increase skill level, prayer to the goddess. 0 to 1, 2 points. 1 to 2, 4 points. 2 to 3, 12 points. Each stat increased by a level increase. Level 1 to 10, each stat increases by 3 with each level increase, except for magic power, which increases by 6. Level 11 to 20, each stat increases by 4 with each level increase, except for magic power, which increases by 8. Level 21 to 30, each stat increases by 5 with each level increase, except for magic power, which increases by 10. Levels 31 to 40, each stat increases by 6 per level, except for magic power, which increases by 12. Levels 41 to 50, each stat increases by 7 per level, except for magic power, which increases by 14. Levels 51 to 60, each stat increases by 8 per level, except for magic power, which increases by 16. The relationship between skill level, required experience, and skill experience obtained from monsters when the required experience value for acquiring skill level 1 from unacquired skill level is set to 100, estimated value. The experience points required to reach skill level 1 is 100. The skill experience points gained from monsters with skill level 1 is 20 per monster. The experience required to go from level 1 to level 2 is 200. The experience gained from a monster with level 2 skills is 40 per monster. The experience required to go from level 2 to level 3 is 600. 2000 experience points are required to advance from skill level 3 to 4. 400 skill experience points are gained from each monster with skill level 4. 20,000 experience points are required to advance from skill level 4 to 5. 60,000 experience points are required to advance from skill level 5 to 6. 200,000 experience points are required to advance from skill level 6 to 7. List of countries mentioned in the story. Kingdom of Lagraith, the country where the main character is currently located. Kingdom of Waltz, east of the Kingdom of Lagraith. Kingdom of Freyville, also known as the Dwarf Kingdom, further east of the Kingdom of Waltz. Kingdom of Elgrand, the country where the reincarnated Takia is based, northwest of the continent. Velf Empire, the country where reincarnated Shiva is based, southwest of the continent. Albert Kingdom, the country where reincarnated Marie is based, east of the continent. Elian Republic, the country where reincarnated Hans is based, southeast of the continent. Odessen Kingdom, north of the continent, a country where there is a high possibility of reincarnated people skilled in glassmaking being based. Fanmal Papal State, location unknown, a country where the Divine Child is based. End of Volume 4 Part 2.